don't know what the Southeast Governors Forum are doing. I don't know what they discuss when they meet. But there are critical areas that we must address. And we must bring to the table as soon as possible. The Southeast, yes, is the only region that does not have a high pressure gas transmission pipe to take natural gas through it. You have the AKK, the Ajaokuta, Abuja, Kaduna, Kano. There is a second phase of that AKK that goes to Gausu in Zamfara. Now, in that AKK, you have pressure metering and reduction stations in Gwagwalada for Abuja, you have in Kaduna, you have in Kano, and then you're also going to have in Gausu when the second phase starts. That AKK is what the government hopes to extend for transnational gas pipeline through Niger Republic to Algeria, even if I don't think that will be feasible because of the lack of diplomatic relationship between Niger Republic and the Nigerian government in Abuja. Okay? The Southeast does not have a pipe that runs through it, despite the fact that Abia State produces a lot of natural gas. In 2007, Ibe Kachuku designed Nigerian Gas Master Plan, and in that master plan, he put a 121-kilometer pipe that is supposed to extend from Aba to Owerri, to Enugu, to Onitsha, and then to Nnewi. The government says that no, they want to do a TNGP pipe extension from Abia State to Ajaokuta, and the second phase is going to go from Abia State to Enugu to Ajaokuta. That is going to take gas away from the Southeast, not through the Southeast. You need a pipe that extends that, because you need gas for glass fabrication, you need gas for urea, you need gas for power. 40% of the gas that is typically produced every day, either through associated gas that you get when you drill crude oil, yeah, or through non-associated gas fields, it's used for electricity. So how do you want to increase generation and increase feedstock to the gencos in the Southeast if you don't build a high pressure transmission pipe? Whose responsibility is it to make sure that this happens? It's the Nigerian Gas Infrastructure Company, which is a subsidiary of the NNPC group. So my question to the management of NNPC is, why have they refused to commission FID for gas pipes to the Southeast? Why has the Southeast Governors Forum not gotten into a meeting with the president to ask him why the region does not have a gas pipe that runs through it? What exactly is wrong that it seems that there is like a calculated power share between the Northwest and the Southwest, and until every other region in Nigeria gets permission from the Northwest and the Southwest, nothing happens in their region. It doesn't make any sense. How can Mr. President be talking about renewed hope and economic transformation and increase in the per capita income of Nigerians and prosperity for Nigerians about building a $1 trillion economy when everything is centered around Lagos?
The federal government, led by the Minister of Interior Abdulrahman Dambazo, met with the Mayeti Alakato Breeders Association of Nigeria in Kebbi State, offering them the sum of 100 billion naira over 2 years to stop the kidnapping in the country. The meeting lasted over 4 hours on Friday as negotiations dragged on, with the association initially asking for 160 billion naira. The minister said that the strategy was part of the steps needed to tackle insecurity in the country as prescribed by the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. The herdsman crisis has risen since 2015 after Muhammadu Buhari became president. Their rampage has spread not only in the north but also throughout the southern zones of the country. The killings by the herdsmen has led them to be tagged the fourth most dangerous and deadly terrorist group in the world by the World Terror Index. The acting Inspector General of Police, Muhammad Adamu, who was also at the meeting in Kebbi State, added that over 1,000 people have been killed and many more kidnapped in Kaduna. However, he said that this intervention was necessary to bring the criminals to book. The Kebbi State Governor Atiku Bagudu said hosting the meeting in his state shows the seriousness of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration in tackling the security challenges in the country. Responding, the president of the association, Alhaji Muhammad Kirua, said the meeting would serve as a foundation for peace between the Fulani headsmen and farmers and among Fulanis themselves. Roots TV, Nigeria.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. Well, this is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from our province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. Today is the 23rd day of the first month, being January 2025. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform where we preach the gospel of both mental and physical emancipation. Therefore, I urge each and every one of you to draw nearer to your listening devices so that because the hour has come in order for us to gather, because this is our place of worship. This is where we worship. This is our gathering point, because Biafra is our religion. You know, human beings created religion, and Biafra, as we have all agreed, is our religion. Therefore, we are live and direct on 102.1 CHK 102.1 in different parts of Biafra land, and also we are on satellite, free to air satellite. We are there. You can tune in on the radio section and listen. Moreover, we are also on our homepage, www.ipob.org, just like organization, org, www.ipob.org. Once you are there, you go to where they write live broadcast. Very simple. You click. You know, this is a world of technology. You just clicking. It's a miracle. But our people don't see this as a miracle. You just click and start hearing. It's not a miracle for you. You only need when you see one hydra-headed being coming to you, say, "Oh, I want to perform a miracle." Very sad indeed. But as you are there in your comfort zone, in your home, or you are driving, or your place of work, you put your Bluetooth in your ear and you are listening. This is the real miracle that we are experiencing. It is technology. Oh yeah, real ogun. You know, people are very funny sometimes, I'm telling you. So we are live and direct. Also, you can download IPOB Community Radio. IPOB Community Radio. It is a very low data consuming application for our people that are outside Biafra land in the zoo called Nigeria. You know, there is something with Nigeria. Nigeria is the most horrible place on earth. I am telling you, this is we don't exaggerate here. That's why Kemi Badonech, the Tory leader, the conservative leader now in the United Kingdom, the Yoruba British, because she have said several times that she don't want to be associated with anything concerning Nigeria. She hates Nigeria with reckless abandon because of her experience. Now, Nigeria is the most horrible place on earth. Do you know why? Nigeria is a place where winner takes it all. There is no, the population, there is nothing for them. Nigerian population is being programmed. They want Nigerian population to remain animals, so that during election time or campaign period, politicians will be going around throwing bags of cartons of Indomie to human beings like animals. That is, it makes them feel, that is why they remove, they make sure they naked ordinary Nigerian so that you don't have nothing. I don't know. The population is the receiver, the highest. They don't give nothing to them. There is nothing like a government. Mostly populations of Biafrans. No electricity. There are some things, you check. At least government will facilitate by building some basic, they call them basic infrastructures. Basic. To help ordinary people. One, no security. Now in our land it is, once you show your wealth by hiring convoys, military convoys, police convoys, armed to the teeth, you pay them. What I'm warning our people is this: something becomes their way of life. It is some horrible thing. Instead of fighting it, they now get accustomed to it, and now start making mouth, and it is because of it, and it is happening. Nigerian government left everybody with no security. You buy your security, even the data you buy. The data, internet data you buy, they swindle you. If most of the time you call somebody in that zoo called Nigeria, your communication with the person is highly annoying. I say annoying, completely annoying, because you hardly hear what is, and the person will tell you that, look, I bought data, the data I bought is sufficient to, but they don't provide. Everything is horrible. You go on this, government is not providing you with anything. The bad road that they have is filled up with checkpoints, police, military checkpoints in our land. So they collect the little you hustle on your own. I'm telling you. They collect. So they give you nothing, and where you are, for you to breathe, the little you are able to make by the day, they collect most of it and leave you with nothing. So you see that Nigerian population are suffering mostly in Biafra land. They suffer. Where there is no, you pay for your hospital bill if you are sick. There is nothing like government, paying anything for you. Nothing. You don't have money. You go to hospital. You are sick. You die. They leave you to die. No pipe borne water. That one is not in the agenda. If there is maybe fire outbreak anywhere in the house or in the shop or in the marketplace, anywhere, the population are left to fend for themselves. They will lose everything. So tell me where Nigeria. That is why when I see any person defending Nigeria, I want to buy that person. I'm telling you. How that is, I want to make sure that the person resembles Nigeria, because it is the most horrible place on earth. I'm saying it is a fact. We are not exaggerating. The people there, the government there is so evil that they are turning the human beings there into another species of Homo sapiens. I've been saying this. If Nigeria is left undestroyed for another 50 years, it will bring out another brood of human beings that are different from other human beings on earth, every other. what I'm telling you, what I'm saying here, it is factual. Because the system is turning everybody into another thing altogether. Just imagine, you don't have no government in your life. You pay for your own security. Even in all these persecutions, they still don't leave you. The police, they will tackle you to pay. If not, they will kill you at will. Look at our brother that they say he killed a Sokoto man. They call him now EFCC because he was shot. The guy thought that these people were criminals, and they are. Let me tell you something. If they are bringing police and military from the north to south, mostly to Biafra land, they indoctrinate them. Number one, that these are arnes, these are infidels. They merit no pity. You have to deal with them as you want. If possible, kill them. Take away their properties. It is written in the Quran. Our people don't understand what is going on in Nigeria. Our people don't understand. But the problem is, these people now came in our land, and now our people, they infected some of our people with this virus, and our people start kidnapping our own people, their own brothers and sisters, killing them in order to get money. That is the worst part of it. So, Nsogbu Nabai, Nigeria is the most horrible place. I played the clip because we don't forget, IPOB, we are not Nigerians. We don't forget. We are always at alert. Do you remember in 2019, during the time of Buhari, which they held the meeting, Nigerian government held meeting with Mieti Allah to pay them to stop killing Nigerians. Do you remember that? I hope you remember that. They were paid with the pretext of stopping, all these things they are shouting, kidnapping in Southeast. These are a bunch of hypocrites. In the north, even in the southwest, is everywhere. This kidnapping is everywhere, and they have forgotten that Nigerian government paid Mieti Allah, that is a Fulani headsman, in order to continue to arm themselves the more, to buy arms, to continue committing what they are committing today. The Nigerians have forgotten. They gave them 100 billion naira. 100 be like Bible, be like a bibliothèque. If they forget, if Nigerians forget, we don't forget. Are you hearing me? That's why. Let me replay it again. Let me replay it. Just listen again.
The federal government, led by the Minister of Interior Abdurrahman Dambazel, met with the Mazi Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria in Kebbi State, offering them the sum of 100 billion naira over 2 years to stop the kidnapping in the country. The meeting lasted over 4 hours on Friday as negotiations dragged on, with the association initially asking for 160 billion naira. The minister said that the strategy was part of the steps needed to tackle insecurity in the country as prescribed by the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. The herdsman crisis has risen since 2015 after Muhammadu Buhari became president. Their rampage has spread not only in the north but also throughout the southern zones of the country. The killings by the herdsmen has led them to be tagged the fourth most dangerous and deadly terrorist group in the world by the World Terror Index. The acting Inspector General of Police, Muhammad Adamu, who was also at the meeting in Kebbi State, added that over 1,000 people have been killed and many more kidnapped in Kaduna. However, he said that this intervention was necessary to bring the criminals to book. The Kebbi State Governor Atiku Bagudu said hosting the meeting in his state shows the seriousness of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration in tackling the security challenges in the country. Responding, the president of the association, Alhaji Muhammad Kirua, said the meeting would serve as a foundation for peace between the Fulani herdsmen and farmers and among Fulanis themselves. Roots TV, Nigeria.
Do you hear it? They continue pampering, arming. They armed the terrorists. They call bandits today. They are all the same. Fulani headsmen, ISIS or ISWAP, Boko Haram, all are the same. They are fighting for one purpose, and that is it. So, you see that Nigerians have forgotten. That is why they don't discuss this. It's no more a national discourse. No, they don't talk about it. Insecurity, come on, is IPOB. Look at the southeast. It's not, but they forgot. They purposely, voluntarily forgot that the Nigerian government armed the Mietiala. They armed them openly in order to be committing what they are doing today, committing terrorism or terrorism in every part of Nigeria. How can you vet for a country like this? No, I want you to tell me. Because sometimes if we are talking, they say some people are mischievous people will say, no, these are IPOB, Biafra. They are just propaganda. That is why Nigerians are suffering and dying. Because they hate the truth. They hate the truth. That is true. They hate the truth. They don't want to hear the people that are evil people. You know, Einstein said, those that we spoil, that we destroy this world are not the few, are not the people, the bad people. No. Because he said they are very few. And rightly so. That they are very little. They don't make up any. They are very few. So they can never destroy this world. But the people that will destroy this world are those so-called good people, but they are passive supporters of evil. Is it not practical in Nigeria? Let me ask. The Fulani terrorists that are terrorizing Nigeria, how many are they? No, tell me now, how many are they? At the beginning, Biafrans are talking, shouting at the top of their voices, say, look, Fulani have agenda. The supporters, those that are not active supporters, other tribes like Yoruba, like Lantan, like other minority tribes in the north, they said, no, Onyamini want to dominate. We kill Onyamini. They followed the Fulani. Hausa, they followed them, the Fulani. Propagating hatred, killings against Biafrans, against Igbo Biafrans that have risen their voice in order to expose the evil machinations and agenda of the Fulani. These other people, other non-Fulani, they gathered or they ganged up. For them, they are dealing against the Igbos. Today, they are now shouting, how did we get here? How did we get here? How did we get here? You got there because you were supporting evil. When we talk about it, you say no, Igbo say no, you want to dominate. But the reality is, we raise our voices. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been shouting about the Fulani agenda. Just imagine how a little Fulani, little population of Fulani, how they manipulated every other tribe and be in charge today. Does it surprise you? Some people used to ask, now how do we reach here? Fulani. You just imagine. They manipulated your stupidity because you are stupid. Your gullibility as indigenous person, indigenous people in Nigeria. They manipulated you because of your gullibility against Igbo people, which they know that the Igbos are the people that are really trying to save everybody. They organized and manipulated every other tribe in order to hate Igbo. Today, what we are hearing everywhere is a Fulani. They are killing. They are sowing terror everywhere. Do you see it? In the north, the Fulani, they are on the rampage. They wipe out villages. They wipe out communities. In the north, non-Fulani communities, they wipe them out. They are also on the rampage in the southwest, Yoruba land. And in Biafra land, they're on the rampage. When we are talking, it say, look, these people have agenda. We are 100% clear conscience with you people because we are indigenous people. Do not allow this Fulani. They are aliens. Do not allow them to come and continue perpetrate their agenda. And everybody say, bring Igbo man to kill. Bring him to kill. After all, what they call Igbo coup, I hope many of us now have understood that after all, it's not Igbo coup. Among the whole coup plotters, I think it's only whether the major coup plotters is only two Igbo people, so to say, only. The wrong that have been done, you can no longer reverse it. That is the problem, and that is why you have to be careful when the Fulani are using their manipulative machinery. You have to be careful against Igbos. Be careful. Today, it's no longer Igbo coup. It's open. Britain used the BBC in order to sow the seed of discourse, to sow the seed of discord in Nigeria against the Igbos, because they have isolated. They have seen that if they leave the Igbos, that these are the people that can challenge them. They see it. The Britain saw it from afar, and that is why BBC labeled. They brought ethnicity, tribalism into what is not or what was not. As if Igbos did a meeting and say, Oya Nzogu, Oya Mona Doku. Today, the Fulani have overrun everybody. They have overrun everybody. It's no more reversible. Do you see? Are you watching it? So, what am I trying to say? That the people that will destroy this world are those that are supporting evil, or keep quiet in the face of evil, as Nigerians are. As Nigerians are, they are evil because they support evil. They keep quiet in the face of evil, and that is horrible. Very, very horrible. I am telling you honestly. I am trying to bring out the names of the so-called Igbo plotters, and you'll be shocked. It's now in the open. When people's eyes are open, it is too late. The Fulani have passed. They say, that is what they did. So that when we are talking, you listen. When we talk, you listen. Are you hearing me? So, it is high time for us to continue for every other tribe in Nigeria to understand that the Fulani, they are on the rampage. They are moving. They are on the rampage. You know? Let me just hold on. Okay, let me continue anyway. Let me continue because I wanted to bring out the names. Now, what I played it the other day about the gas pipeline that comes out, gas that came out from our land. And we have not, they bypassed us. They call it Southeast. They bypassed us. And do you know that some Igbo politicians, senators, I don't know whether it's pretense, they don't know about it. All that matters to them is how money will be looted. That is what matters to them. It is very, very sad, honestly speaking. Very, very sad. I saw someplace, somebody, a senator, was asking. He said, according to what I heard on Nigerian television, one person revealed that gas, a senator, they don't care about what happens in their territory. What matters to them is the money. The money they are looting. If we continue pursuing private agenda, selfish interests, we are all gone. That is why I love what Trump signed, that no more automatic child birth nationality. You go, you buy, you send your wife to America, born, and become an American citizen. How I wish they will sustain it. Even other coming administrations will sustain it. How I wish so. Trump, let me tell you, what he did is trying indirectly in order to stop slave trading. Let me call it slavery. The same way they try to stop slavery, the same white people that started slavery, they stopped it and banned it. But still, black people are still abducting their brothers and sisters, selling them, because they have been accustomed to that money, that type of making money. Are you getting something? Trump, because there are other alternatives. Imagine, let me put this. Imagine that even Trump said no more medical vacation in America. What I mean, if you're sick, for example, as a politician, you're sick in Nigeria, you come to you have a headache, you fly to America, fly to Germany, fly to India. Imagine that every other country say, no, we are no more taking you. No more. If you, as long as you are not residing here, you want, you come from abroad. No more. Imagine Dubai, all of them, they ban this. Don't you think that immediately Nigerian healthcare system will be updated immediately? Don't you think so? I want, sometimes we reason in a, let me call it abnormal way. Are you hearing me? Sometimes we reason in not a straightforward way, abnormal way, so that we get something out of it. Some people are, no, Trump, why did so? Because he wants to stop slave trading. He said, fix your land. But Africans, they have been accustomed to running into slavery. Already made the place. They have been accustomed to that. So he made them to discard their own land. Let me repeat again. Imagine that every Western country, even Middle Eastern country, Asian country, all the countries, every other country say no, we are no more accepting Nigerian medical vacationers. So if you are sick, don't come to our land. You stay in your country. Imagine what will happen. They will build hospitals, update everything within. You'll be surprised how they will build everything. I'm telling you, you'll be surprised. Which means it could be done, but because of they have options, they have other options. That is why they cannot build their place. No, they have options. What differentiates them with ordinary people? They can fly to America and get healed. It doesn't matter how much you will pay. So, ordinary person, who are you? Can you do? Or I'm rich. Even if not a politician, but he's rich. Our people like what Mazi, I saw what Mazi Chinadu wrote. He said, the Igbo billionaire. How many, look at the Forbes, F-O-R-B, Forbes that used to bring out, yearly, how do you call it, rich people, the richest people in Africa. Do you hear any Igbo man name there? But you get another hand every time. Oh no, it's nauseating, it's disgusting. I'm telling you. He is going with a convoy more than Donald Trump. Sometimes I'm not looking at so primitive like this, making noise on the social media, making noise everywhere. For what? The people that are doing things, really, you don't hear them. How many times have you ever seen Igbo man name as one of the richest people on earth that made it in Forbes magazine? Have you ever seen it? How many of them? But you cannot hear something for them. You get another hand. Last Christmas and the Monday quarantine, billions. You say, look, billionaires, Dangote, maybe, I don't know whether his mother or any of his parents are still alive. When something like that happens, you will not even know that he's the richest man in Africa. They do their thing quietly. What is happening to our race? Okay, which we need, without changing this type of this mentality, which I don't know how it comes, whether it's natural, sometimes I cannot understand. Without changing it, we are just our ass is grass. So I'm telling you, without changing, at least they normal, like normal human beings. All these things You see the catastrophe that is happening to us. A fire burning our markets. Oh, Igbo people. But you still see these people. Whenever you see them making noise, wealthy people, very rich. How do you think that even international community will pity? We have pity on the race. No. People don't understand the damage, the characters of individuals calling themselves wealthy people in our land. Their character is damaging our, our cause, our collective cause is damaging. That's why Nigerian government, they love it and they promote it because they always use it against us as a people. They say, don't worry, these are the people that these are the richest people in Nigeria. Forget it. They don't have any problem. No person is marginalized. People don't know. That is why I say, we don't understand politics. No, we are very primitive. I'm going to go back to that primitivity. I'm telling you honestly. You see people that have, there is one time I will search for, or if you have that, I used to play it here. I have myriads and myriads of this thing everywhere, every of my phone. So I cannot understand that this thing, that clip I used to play, where one man was attacking our people for stupidity before Soludo came. Although he was having high hope on Soludo, but that is not where I'm going. He said there is a place, he said, Ndebone make noise. They are noise makers. That they don't know that one Fulani man is in charge of the port of Apapa Wharf and the whole wharfs, the whole ports in Lagos. That more than 60-70% of the money that are being paid there to clear goods is going to just few people's pockets every day, and they are taking maybe 10% and or 15% to put into Nigerian government coffers. They don't make noise about it. These are billionaires and billionaires and billionaires. They don't make noise. But you know what he said? You see, Igbo man, no girl, you see him making noise everywhere, and the real people that are wealthy, they are watching you and laughing at you. Oh yeah, the Bible just noise makers. I am telling you, we should stop this noise. You see, this noise is killing us as a race. That's why, in order to make noise, I think I had two people. They call them Nigerians. They are Igbo people in Kuwait. They went on armed robbery. Those people I know is bye-bye. They will be beheaded maybe, or they will stay in the jail for forever and die there. Armed robbery. Because actually, you travel, all the way in order to go to armed robbery in an Arab war country like Kuwait. It's very appalling. So that $14,000 plus. But if you see how now why won't it get us which hole they come out from? Which hole? I've been saying it, trying to define this primitivity. People don't understand. They thought that being primitive is people being dirty, when you are dirty, no. Or when you don't have where to eat. No. Primitivity is in the head. It's psychological. Primitivity. When you cannot, when you are inorganizable, you take your interest more than the interest of your whole people, of our collectivity, because it will make you to start betraying your people. Betraying your people means also eating your fellow brother. Just like an animal, a primitive animal, consuming a species, a fellow species, maybe lion eating lion. Animals. Are you hearing me? Nature made it that, look, every species, they protect themselves. That's why you see wild dog, this white dog that goes in bunches. If they can defend each other, they live socially, different, even lions. Instead, they go and destroy other species. That is normal. But a species that is consuming their own species, which means they are primitive, the resultant effect is what? Extinction of the race. You eat your race into extinction, which means you are not even supposed to be in this world. That is why when I see our people, because of money, they need to maybe Saturday I will also talk about it, inculcate it in my religious talking. We are shouting now. What is happening now? Igbo people, we are killing ourselves. Let me tell you, these are decades of evil, unabated evil, grooming in our land. Somebody, we lost our taste, we lost our culture. Before in our land, a son will go out and bring money, which the parents don't know about. They are not expecting it. They will ask one. No, I don't care. Even if we are not eating, no problem. Carry this money, go back. But the type of people we have, celebrities, Nollywood, musicians, and so-called socialites. These are names they give them. They promoted the evil. Our musicians here na go away gombute new ibute go iburike. Now the youths, right from 90s, if not 2000s, start seeing these people as their idols, role models. Na gombute mmadụ ga-ebutezi ego, mmadụ ga-aga commit armed robbery and come back and na-eso ego. Now the little boys and girls that are there, they are wishing, now how can I be like this person? They want to be like the person, because the older people, they no longer question. That is checkmating the excessiveness of our people, of individual. Is no longer viable in our land. Here we may be. And also, I'm telling you the cause of what we are reaping today, what you are seeing in our land today. One thing is this: we always check the result or the symptoms of disease that has been there for so long. When the symptoms will come out, we start shouting, and look at what is maybe. But when all those diseases are encroaching, no person will talk about it. People will not look and see, this thing. In the next generation, it will be bad though. This type of music that our people are dancing, listen to what they are talking. How are we going to curb them? They don't think about it. Now, the result is coming. The result is now facing us. Now everybody is shouting, hey, because when you want to choose boutique. And another thing is the explosion of this religion. I will not talk without, but is also a major cause of what we are seeing today, because he promoted the miracle, call it miracle or because the same thing. When you get something or achieve something without due process, a miracle happen. No? This explosion of churches in our land is also one of the major causes of the evil that we are suffering today. Take it to the bank. Take it to the bank. When people say no, we undermine religion, I don't know the type of maybe Biafra we want. Is the Biafra of gullibility and the Kaibakwana suffer again what we have seen in Nigeria? I say no. We need to expose all. Religion is also this where people no longer went to church in order just as their ritual, normal ritual. I could remember even no guy who got mass Sunday, and when nothing concern just I got go here Paul Dre. Now when don't you want time go by when don't you go by when you mind here Bible. I could remember when we are little. Had it been like that, it would have been even okay. But this religious explosion with a miracle that come from America, you say, oh, you have to be rich. You are serving the God that is rich. You have to. There's explosion, miracle, which means people start saying, okay, so no need to work hard. You have to pray fast and get it. They are seeing the pastors. You become a pastor and gather people. Before you know, the pastor will buy car. Somebody that is that was non-entity before. Before you know, you buy a nice car. Before you know, you build a house. Before you know, he's doing well. People say, "Nah." You ask him what is it? He say, "A miracle." You see, the God I'm serving. Look at how I am. All those things are accumulated, resulting to what we are seeing and suffering today. Everybody, you know our people, we know the carry last, both in good and bad. Igbo people know the carry last. I am telling you. I say, Igbo people know the carry last. If they go where evil is, they will become champion in evil. If they go where sainthood is not the norm, they will become the number one saint. That is how we are made. That is how we are created. When all these things we are coming and it's been applauded, oh, there is a miracle. Look at it. So our people, we are now blockaded mentally from pursuing the right, the normal due process. Why will you pursue normal due process? Whereby pastor will pray for somebody, or God, before you know, before you know, Bula Europe now, but I was saying now, on a man, on your pastor, pastor his own share, or somebody up on one debate his own share. I guess now, can him no can hear go, I'm a wedding now, or happen his wedding job that he's supposed to build. I was saying now, put me on fire. So, gambute from all angles. These are one things we are suffering today. We are just treating. When you see our people, they are treating the symptoms, not the disease. It baffles me. That is why here on Radio Biafra, I cannot go one eba. It is a bitter pill, but we must be drinking it out, whether you like it or not. Any person that is telling you that no, religion is not the problem, look that person well, look at him well. It's part of the problem. Look at all those people that are telling you they are part of the problem because they want to shield the evil. There are places they don't want you to go. No, don't talk, no, because they want to protect something. They are hiding something. Look at them very well. So, when we talk about the symptoms or the resultant effect of what have been happening unchecked in our land for many years, and then we are taking it as you go instead of going through the due process, you go meet the pastor. Pastor say, you say, don't worry, as I'm seeing you, I'm seeing millionaire. Person is saying he's seeing millionaire, no have no joy, no have no qualification. Or what I call or what a boy, or say, don't worry, from now till next year, you will carry car now. You buy car. No, he prophesied to you. Now that person, he can get it by any means. If he go tomorrow and go out tomorrow with his people, somebody will approach him and say, "Look, no business there." He say, because pastor have prophesied for him in his life that he must make it. Which way he want to make it, he don't know. He don't have no school certificate. He don't have craft. He don't have any handwork. But because pastor have put that in his head, that from now till next year, I am seeing wealth on you. I am seeing big car. I am seeing, so anything he see, all way and away for him now. If he move out tomorrow and some friends will connect, say, "Oh boy, there are this thing that is raining now. Now, you want to? There is some people I want us to introduce to you." Say, "Which?" Say, nah, kidnappers. So you kidnap. We know they do. I'm here. Now, far place. You kidnap the you know, see now. We kidnap. We do the runs now. Then there is a slang they use. We do the runs. And my share the other day now 20 million naira. Now 20 million. Inside that 20 million, I use now my car with this. You see the house I'm building. Small time I'll finish it. I tell you because you are my friend. Now that person will ricochet. The word of pastor will ricochet in his brain. He say, "Bingo! I've made it." Pastor said that I will be from now till next year. You see me with different cars. I'm rich. So he will now say this is an opportunity for that miracle to accomplish in his head. I don't know whether people are understanding my analysis. We are crying and shouting because the symptoms have come out, but the disease, we are not treating them. Some of us may tell you the disease. No, is this? No, the diseases has been there, eating deep little by little, and people we are not seeing it, or they saw it but they don't talk. But here we expose it. Are you hearing me? You see, church, explosion of church in our land, it contributed more than half. I say more than half of the problems we are suffering today, because he pushed everybody to understand that there is a miracle way of getting money. And every man, he want to get money. Every boy, woman, he want to make money. Somebody will travel, a woman before in our land, a woman travels abroad only exclusively for schooling. I say exclusively for schooling. Women in our land, Igbo women, they don't travel to hustle. No, never. But since women started, these churches, they pray, you have visa. Women go, he say he's going to Dubai. He's going to Dubai to hustle. Pastor will bless her and prophesy to her that don't worry, you go there, all your way we go through. Miracle, just be sending your tithe and everything will be okay. You don't ask her, what are you going to do Dubai to go? Igbo woman, you encourage her to go now, one shower, and we are shouting today. And you say, make a man, no, don't talk about that. And somebody is wallowing in gullibility, telling me that this is not a problem. Now, let's live here. It's not. It's about belief. What a useless belief are you talking about? Let us enter more deep and deeper. What is happening to us? This question of Ibutike is the same thing with miracle money. People will be in church. They tell them that, look, if I pray now, you get money, you get a lot in your account, and there is no government to control them, to come and arrest that person, to tell them, look, if you can have that power, okay, we want you to do your brakatabra so that Nigerian debt will be paid. Money will enter Nigerian account right now, because Tinubu, according to news, Tinubu has been servicing Nigerian debt. You know, for 3 months they say whether 3 point something trillion naira. Since only 3 months, and Nigerian debt has reached 142 trillion. And the borrowing continue. And you have people inside that country that have power to pray. Holy Ghost will collect money from heaven knows where to put into people's account. They don't pray, hold them in. That's why when I see, when I see what Soludo, some of his outbursts they continue going the wrong way. They know. Instead of bettering something, modifying to better something, they don't do. They go the wrong argument so that they pursue people to all that matters to them is, you know, making some people happy. They don't want to upset some set of people that helps them to rig them into office. The worst thing the Europeans did to Africa, mostly Nigeria, is to impose this thing they call democracy in our lives. This system of government where they spend, in every election they spend billions and billions of dollars to organize a farce they call election. I say a farce, FARCE, shithole they call election. Instead of using that money in order to better people's life, they continue every 4 years. They spend billions of dollars for nothing. It's something just to do abracadabra, just to deceive the world. They held the election. It's a democracy. This is the worst thing, one of the worst things they did to us. I'm telling you. Africa is going nowhere until we dig out our own system of governance, our original system. Do you know why the Middle Eastern countries are developed? Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, all of them, because they retained their system. Look at United Arab Emirates. It's an emirate. I'm telling you, people don't understand. You know, in Nigeria, once we hear emir is the king of an emirate. In Nigeria, it is for subjugation, colonization. But you are happy. Some people today, maybe they were given Dubai visa, maybe yesterday, or they have applied for Dubai visa. It's Emirates. You are entering into Emirates. It is their system. They modified it their way. They are not there going for election. That money for election is being used for the interest of the people. Nothing like all those type of election. But in Nigeria, they impose everything. So even Tinubu is talking about 2027 election. They have started campaign, spending money. So once they enter office, they don't care about the population. They care about those that put them in power and those that will retain them, help them to retain them in power. Ordinary Nigerian has not that power. That is why they go and still give you 1 kilo of rice as a miserable person. Now go and eat 1 kilo of rice for another 4 years. I'm not here. You are nothing. That is, they insult the population. You see later, Ifan Yoba, I saw him that I was throwing the cartons of bags of sachets of Indomie to the population from a moving car, a moving vehicle. And the people are now boya. Is giving you miserability, doubling your miserableness. You don't have power. Once they enter office, that's why they enter office. They don't do anything to protect your interests because you are nothing to them. You didn't put them in power. What matters to them is those individuals that help them to write right results, that help them, that have media houses to come and pacify you that look, if you don't accept, go to court. These are just few individuals These are the people they satisfy. So the so-called democracy in Nigeria is catastrophe till tomorrow. I say catastrophe. That is why if Biafra comes, we will go back to our way of, our way of governance, original way that even the West will not understand. When the Europeans came to Africa, came to Alibo, when Britain came to Igbo land, they were baffled. They saw that there was peace, everything was going normal, but there is no head, apex head. It surprised them. How are these people going? We have court system. For your information, we have court systems. We have way of representations. So they see that we are not accumulated in one big place, but we make decisions and everything will be passed. You see that everything was organized. So they say it baffled them. In order to topple, in order to scatter us, they must be in charge of our head. And they saw that no single person can make decision and impose it on others in our land, like monarchy. You don't know. So they then baffled the British till today. They studied us and they continue studying us till today. It baffled them. What did they do? In the north, they fought and killed the monarchs, and the came and bowed down to them, negotiate with them, say, look, leave us, just use us to talk to the people. They say, okay. Frederick Lugar say, okay, better for you, better for us, is good. They say, don't touch our people, don't educate them, don't enter them, because we hold them. We don't want them to be educated, we don't want them to to be awakened. Leave them for us. But anything you want us to do, if it is to get tax, we command them. They pay us tax. They pay, and we carry the tax. We give to you. But they say, okay, it's good. That is why how they are left in that Almajiri system till today. When Goodluck Jonathan came to power, he thought he would change what Britain was not able to change. He built hundreds of schools for them, and today they use some of the schools as mosques. Do you see that? But in our land, they saw that there is no single person in complete control. Our people make unanimous decision. It baffled them. They saw a system that they never see. They saw that women are even active politically in Igbo land. That we treat women, there is nothing like man or woman in our everything. Everybody have equal rights. If it is for woman to be this position, she will be there. What I'm telling you is in antiquity, in 18th century, in early 19th century. Are you hearing me? These people that are coming now, Britain are coming now to lecture us on woman rights, right? Treat equally, equal right. This world is a wicked world. I'm telling you. Do you know that before, women in England, UK, Europe, England, we are treated worse than Afghan women of today? You know that? They are not allowed, they stay only in the other room. They make food and produce children. Even had a son. I'm telling you. Let me tell you, because you don't need history now. That's why you take yourself as inferior. You might know the Africans taught the Europeans. Soap was invented in Africa. You don't know that? Before, you don't know that. How about here hygiene? You don't know that. How to take shower, how to bath. Amazing introduce soap from Africa, exported to Europe. That's why sometimes even you don't even merit I just leave you and go away, because where will I start? Where will I start to lecture you? Where? Your ignorance will allow you to listen. This woman right, this and that. In England, in Europe, it started only 1918 of yesterday. Just a little bit more than 100 years. Do you know that? 1918. During the end of the First World War. Let me tell you what happened. Why women became so prominent and started even wearing trousers in Europe, doing the work of men. Before, they were seen as let me use Afghanistan. The way they treat women, even they treat women in Afghanistan with dignity. They don't allow women to even a woman can never ever reply to a man, to his husband in United Kingdom without bending her head as a slave. It was during the First World War, which started 1914. The English men were sent to the war front. They were killed. They lack men. So back in England, they have shortage of men. So women now started going. They started inviting. No go feel work, do this, and they started working in factories. What I'm telling you is, this is a historical fact. It's not something it just entered my head. It's a historical fact. Now they started working. Women started now carrying their children at the back, coming to work in factory because there was shortage of men in England. So you can no longer say, man, all of them men that time. Woman never enter into military now. They know. I said the work of women that time in England and every other part of Europe is to produce children, be in the room producing children. They don't have no voice even in the family. That's why when they came to our land, when Britain came to our land, they saw our system that women are active you know what they wrote? They say it is anarchy in our land. Why should Igbo people allow women to be even taking political positions, being in decision-making positions in our land? Because we had Umuada, I will Umuada till today. This Umuada you are hearing is not something that started yesterday. It has history. It has very deep history. So they saw that the women can also make decisions which should be applied in a village, in a community, in our land. They say no. Britain, you are seeing today that is giving us a lecture of woman rights, this and that. Oh wow, a very bad place. I am telling you. They saw it and said, no, how are these people coping up with women? Because they know that in their own country, a woman has no voice, no single voice. You don't participate until 1918 of yesterday. That time they have amalgamated Nigeria. That time they have conquered the Ekumeku. Because Ekumeku fell, I think, 1906. Finally, after 31 years of resistance, our ancestors are calling that they don't do anything. You don't know that with our system, why they resisted Britain for 31 good years. We bleeded them. These are some of the things that is making Britain not to trust us. For your information, Britain conquered the Fulani like the Northern Caliphate with just under a twinkle of an eye. They've killed many emirs and the people they bow down. Yoruba, the same thing, Yoruba land, because it was a monarchy also. It is only in our land, in Igbo land, that they encountered fierce resistance. For your information, when men were men, when our ancestors were on ground. Now they have their system whereby they will choose something, and you see them Hana was like the fastest animal, jaguar, or what is this animal. The inside bush you cannot see them. Britain will carry all their guns, you cannot see them. Before you know, you don't know what happened. Well, they cleared a platoon of British soldiers. With our lie, when men we are men. For 31, do you know what it means to fight for 31 years? How long have we been here on this platform? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came 2012 actively, 2012, 2013. Today, our people, many of us are tired. I'm confused. Now, wow. But our ancestors resisted Britain for 31 good years. And you are telling them that they don't know anything, that they are good for nothing. You are good. This generation is the generation that is good for nothing, for your information. So Britain, you don't know why the hatred of Igbos by Britain. That these people needs to be, you don't need to give them gap. If you give them gap, they will treat you. That is why Britain came. When they came, they saw our social setup. We don't differentiate between male and female. It baffled them. And we don't have one single person as the apex. No. Yes, we have a person, you know, like an elder, the eldest person, but he doesn't make solitary decisions and impose on others. No. Things we are working normal, absolutely normal. Britain said, no, these people, we cannot understand them. The only thing to do before you can control this type of people, you destroy this their way of life, destroy this their culture, destroy them. If you cannot destroy their culture, you cannot control them. It's impossible. You cannot control them. So they come, they destroy that, all those elders, everything that are contribute to Umunna. Now they started eliminating them one after the other. Those that do not agree with Britain. Are you hearing me? That is how the conquest, the colonization entered our land. Are you hearing what I'm saying? This is a historical fact. Now they started pushing those that they converted into Christianity. They started making them as warrant chiefs because they are serving their interests. I don't know. Do you see again? A religion have come up again, pop up again. Do you see that? Those people now, they brainwash them into seeing them as their brothers. The white people, and most of them are evil people. Are you hearing? Are you getting the gist now? So they use religion. Those that mostly those are evil people that committed different types of crimes in our land. Those exiled, ostracized in the community. Now their preachers, the white church preachers, have to now take them, convert them, tell them that your sins are forgiven. Who is whom? These people, who are there to say that you are sinners? That Jesus Christ, who is the Savior of the world, he have forgiven you. So your community now, they are now pagans. They are evil. Before you know, your coach, Bunye Bible. Now he become their warrant chief, their agent in our land. That is how things fell apart. Those people, they were happy, the evil people being converted. They told them, look, you don't need nobody's apology, or you don't need to apologize to anybody. Once you come, look at, I am a representative of God. They show them the priest. Confess to me your sin. Your crime is what? He say, I say, forget that. As you have confessed it, don't worry. I will solicit for God for you. That person will be happy. Say, if you say I'm not true, because he was ostracized. Before you know, they take them. He started with a bunch of, they told them that, look, you don't know that he came for sinners like you. These are where they use all these things to brainwash everybody. Now they turn them against our people. The same way Samuel Ajay Crowther was used in order to Christianize both Yoruba land, because he's a Yoruba person. Honestly, they used the annoyance in him. He was a captured slave, a sold slave from Yoruba land direct. Ajay Crowther was not his real name. I've forgotten his Yoruba name. He changed. They see the annoyance. They brainwash him. They say, look, it's your brothers. Look at them. These people you are calling your brothers, but they sold you into slavery. You see? So be our agent. We make you, you go and preach to them. That is why he used annoyance in order to do what? To start converting people by, if you know Grey, we call a British army. They will come and burn your village. That is how they work. You see that? So after all these things, that is where all these things, all this evil started in our land till today. But people, when I see people talking, they don't even know history. They don't even try to understand what happened in our lives. No. Matthew, it's a program anyway. It's a program. It's not easy to quench a program. So Britain, their women started being active, both factory, both in the society, being conspicuous in the society. Only 1918 of yesterday, 1918. When they saw that, women can also do it, after they promulgated the law, even I think 1931, they now made a law that women can even participate fully in politics, vote. I think from 1931, where female can vote from the age of I think 26, whereas males you can vote from 18. Do you see that? Do you see? But today you don't know all these things now. They will not tell you all these things in BBC. Nothing in so you feel that they are superior. They have a superior civilization. This and that. That is nonsense. Absolute nonsense. They learn many things from our land. So what am I trying to say? Because today what I'm saying, I will open my line very quick. If I have not even taken up more time. Now, okay, very good. I'm sorry. Now, as I'm reading something somebody sent to me right now. Very good. Now, there is this thing I want us to also listen. When you arm yourself with all these historical facts, you become unshakable. When you meet a British PhD holder, you lecture him. He will be listening to you with apt interest. Say, how do you get this? The way Chinua Achebe was speaking to a British journalist. I think either a Swedish intellectual told him, man, boy, the way you are, if we have more people like you, we Europeans, we white people, Europeans, we have problem. I'm telling you, if we have people thinking with mentality, thinking like you, we are unanswerable. That is why we are trying. Radio Biafra is trying to raise up people, awaken the minds. That is the only thing the Europeans fear. Awaken the mindset. They can bribe you, they can make sure they give you every luxury in life so that you remain a stupid, gullible person, and also quench the awakening of your people. They can do anything for you. You understand? Because they know that once we Africans are rising up mentally, that their end is near. I mean, their domination is near. They are dominating not only because of arms, so for your information. There is arms there, but they are dominating mostly because we are gullible. Are you hearing me? Because we are gullible. Now I want you to listen to this. One analysis of one Yoruba man. Before I open the lines, please. I want you to listen.
There are so many issues on this matter. The first foundation to lay is that Nigeria is not a united country, despite all the pretenses.
Nigeria is not a united country. This guy is talking on, I think, on Arise television. It's only mostly Yoruba that can talk it. No problem. Igbo man, who born you? Who born Igbo? Listen, to go to the national television to speak. A slave can speak like this. we remove ourselves. What makes me happy is we learn from history. Tyranny does not last forever. Even if it does not stop in our generation, it must surely stop. Sometime it must surely stop. So you continue descending on people, denigrating people, subjugating people. You think it will last forever. You continue being on top. It must surely stop one day. If Holy Roman Empire can collapse, if Alexander the Great can be stopped, if different Greece as a world power, England as a world, the royal navy, royal force can be relegated to the background today. They are today pursuing, licking the ass of United States. If a great country like that, if their reign can stop or diminish, my brother, my sister, my comrade, be of good cheer. Let us continue what we are doing. Tyranny can never continue. It can never continue forever. This subjugation of our people, we are shouting and crying everywhere. It makes them happy that they are in police checkpoints, in the military checkpoint. Do you know where they have military checkpoints like this? Do I shock you? Go to any such table. List of military checkpoints in West Bank and Gaza Strip. Occupy the territories. That is where they have this military and police checkpoints. You know that? Go and go there. You see now, it is exactly what is happening in our land. When I tell you that we are under more occupation than what Israel is occupying Gaza or Palestine. Some people think I'm just making a bogus statement. No, it is true. They said that they counted 90 military checkpoints. It's military only. They don't count. Once it comes to all this official something, they will be diplomatic and they will be this thing with the truth. They know how to do it. They don't talk about the police checkpoints. They don't talk about civil defense checkpoint. They don't talk about the naval air force checkpoint. They don't talk about custom checkpoints in our land. They don't talk about immigration checkpoints in our land. Only military, which they are economical with the truth. Even with only the military. Go where they have checkpoints, where you see this thing is in occupied Palestine today, where movements are restricted. Anywhere you want to go, you must pass through checkpoint. Now, where are you going? Okay, Roger, in Biafra land, in our own land, where we are born, where our umbilical cords were buried. You cannot move freely without Rogering. Does it start today? Because some mischievous people will be saying, it is this thing now, it is IPOB, the rise of IPOB, yes, said. But it is life from the pit of hell. All these checkpoints have been there, only that we thought that it was normal thing. I could remember the time we were small, one night. They used to, I think it was during Babangida regime, there was a coffee, I could remember. That time we used to play, as a small boy, we used to play table tennis. in opposite our house, near our neighbor's place. So we can play like weekends till 12 midnight safe. Before we just disappear. I could remember military checkpoints near us that time. One time they came and pursue us, say, "Oh, everybody, oh yeah," in our place where we are playing table tennis, children. I could remember another day, one motorcycle that was passing, that military man just, hit him with his gun butt. And the man fell, the motorcycle fell, and the man fell, everybody. We ran. That time we are thinking that, we don't know nothing. It was normal thing. So it is not something that started today. Only that our eyes became open. Like your Bible story we tell you in the folktale that Adam and Eve were naked, but they didn't know. Their ignorance of their nakedness does not change their reality, which means that they are ignorant doesn't mean that they were not naked. It is only when they ate that fruit, that awakening, fruit of awakening, then now say, so we are naked. But they didn't know how long they have been there like that for. It has been so long. Who knows how long? I mean. So what am I trying to bring out here? All these military checkpoints we are talking now is because of the awareness we have. Otherwise, it has been there right from before the war. Immediately after the war, our land we are occupied till today, from 1970 till today. But we didn't know. Our people did it that time. They didn't know that this is abnormal. Or maybe few people that knew, they couldn't communicate. No means of communication, or they cannot communicate. They don't want to communicate out of fear or anything. But it is now that we are bringing this. It doesn't mean that it has not been there right from time. That's it. So when you are moving from one place to another, you must roger. You must be afraid. And now when you see military checkpoint, your heart will jump inside the bus or inside the car, because they might shoot you. They might start making one trouble or the other. So it is the characteristics of occupation. Go and Google list of military checkpoints in West Bank and Gaza today. It is what they are suffering. We are suffering more than them. But because we are not able to communicate our issue to the world because of lack of cohesion. Join IPOB. IPOB is the only entity that is championing our issue. Are you hearing it now? That is why now people are now understanding that we are under occupation or checkpoints everywhere. Where you see checkpoints like that is in Palestine. The checkpoints in our land. So let me continue playing this because I didn't want to take more time. Please continue listening.
We are North South since 1914. It has not changed. The North, at the flip of a switch, they are able to shout Northern interest. The Southerners are laid back, hoping that we are civilized. We don't want to talk about tribalism. Tribalism.
Do you understand what this man is saying? Right from before independence, the Northerners, the North, so that is the caliphate, they didn't hide their feeling about their own land, their tribalistic, nepotistic way of feeling, which also I don't blame them. Ahmad Bello, he has been talking Northernization agenda, but what baffles me is today, whenever these are the people that will come and call you a tribalist. I see it as it's intimidation. They try to intimidate us because they see us as gentlemen. There is something Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said in his broadcast. Welcome, the Son of Man. There is something he used to say. He said, "Look, We are not gentle. We are not gentle people like Igbo politicians. That IPOB, we fight dirty. If you think that maybe we wear white clothes, we don't want to fall into gutter. He said, before you even enter gutter, say you do poto. We are there already waiting for you. We rubbish our share. We don't even care. We fight dirty. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Do you understand what it means? So, Ahmad Bello took advantage of this, and that mentality has been there. It is only the coming of IPOB that tried or have been trying to untwine it, remove it from our people. Say for you to say, hey, you are gentle. Oh, we are gentle people. Ahmad Bello, right from time, he started giving Britain problem. We don't want to be in Nigeria. We don't know anything. We are cattle rearers, so me I no care. What is your Nigeria? If you want us to be in Nigeria, now we'll be in control. Cattle rearers will be in control, because I don't care for any other person. Now the North, now the Caliphate, where I did, now where they bomb me, now I care. Azikiwe was there trying to, joke with words, or they tell you they rub powder and everything. No, as a person that is, he thought that it was civilization. He was civilized. No, he was primitive, because he didn't take his people first. As a wise person, you must take your people number one. That is why, as Trump is, he say American first. He's a wise person. America first. He tell it to everybody in the world. I want now my people first. If not be my people, now you are going to say first. Now my people first. So it's for you to go and also care for your people first. This is what Azikiwe failed to understand. He thought that being civilized is going to Harvard. That is the mentality he brought in our land. Very bad and wrong mentality. Without knowing that the most civilized is Ahmad Bello that was caring for his people. Shouting Northernization. Northernization. No. There is nothing you can tell me. Now, Britain, nothing you can tell me. Me, I'll be cattle rearer. Our people, we don't know anything. So we cannot be with these people. We dare our own, I beg. I don't know them. Britain said, leave now, or come now, come. He said, no, if I can come, I will give you conditional. They say, give now, give. Okay, you will be calling not right from, you see, no, as I'm talking to you, please, go to Google. Write map of Nigeria. Go there, go to image, check. You see all those colors, check from where is the north. And we say, oh, we are civilized, we are knowledgeable. I know they continue intimidating us. Now I say, oh, sorry, we don't want you to vex. No. I can do something, but I don't want to do anything. I demand my. I'm civilized. Ahmad Bello said, full civilization, we know that we be cattle rearers, because Ahmad Bello saw that what he was doing was working. He was defending his people. This one is defending Nigeria. No, we are one now. Now we win. Now let us do this thing. Ahmad Bello said, do I know you? I beg you, come out there. No be Britain brought us together. Do I know you before? You there for that you are forest. I don't even know you. We there for our Sahel region. So which you know. Okay, Britain. If we must be with Nigeria, one condition is that the place we call north in Nigeria in the map, he must reach down to Benue. He must have border with Enugu. Some part of Enugu must be north. So, as I look at the map of Nigeria, look at the geographical distinction, the north and south. Look at it and tell me who did this to us. When you say you are gentle, you suffer most. You lose. That's why they continue using that mantra. They know how to catch our people. You don't be a tribalist, or you're a tribalist. Whenever an Igbo politician try to talk something that maybe will benefit his people, want to defend a bit the right of his people, Igbos. They will fire him. Oh, you're a tribalist. Don't be tribalist here. Be a good Nigerian. You know, they will give you example. You know Azikiwe? Imitate Azikiwe. He is a detribalized Nigerian. They know it's a mental intimidation. They will psych you so that you start defending. No. I'm not talking. No. I will not treat Igbo man like me or different. I will treat everybody different. I mean the same. But we are brothers now. You start defending, explaining. That is the way they have pushed us into a corner till today. That is what this man is saying. It's what the man is explaining. For us to understand how we are. When as they push us, we are claiming we are the best Nigerians. But we suffer most. That is why now, in order to express our disdain and our annoyance and frustration, we express it against our own people instead of expressing it in a federation or federally or nationally, because you don't know what to talk. They will call you a tribal. Igbos, I said now, Igbos are tribalists. Look at it. But they are free to defend their own all the time. Say we the not. If there is nothing for us, they're not. We know they do. What is for us, they know. But go and say what is for us is something. Hey, you defend Nigeria or be a good Nigerian. They position us. Peter Obi can never talk without putting Nigeria. A Fulani man can talk freely, openly to defend his north, which is the caliphate. But somebody like Peter Obi, he will come and, if something happened in maybe he heard that there is flooding in Nasarawa, he will go there first to be the first person to donate, so that he will be labeled the tribalized Nigerian to win their heart. Our people are foolish. If Britain cannot woo the hearts of the caliphate, you can't do nothing. Defend your zone. It's better they call you come out on national television, say yes, as you people are tribalists, I am also a proud Igbo tribalist. What is it? I defend my people. These are the people that I'm defending. They push our people into a corner. This is what this Yoruba man is trying to explain. I want to rush it, please. Just listen. Time is no more at my side.
This is at play. We are pretentious about this matter. Look, the North has taken us for a ride for too long. They foisted federal character on Nigeria over 40 years. They foisted quota system over Nigeria over 40 years. Have they benefited from it? Only the tiny clique in the North is holding the whole country to ransom.
Of course.
It's enough time for Nigeria to wake up. We are not together, not plus out.
Is this not what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is preaching? Is this not what he's preaching? That's why he is there in DSS dungeon. Is this not what IPOB is preaching? That what is good for the geese is also good for the gander. But they say Igbo man carry bring him to kill. They connive, they brainwash other indigenous people in Nigeria in order to hate Igbo. Even some part of Igbo to hate themselves. Oh, it's a very deep work. These people, they worked on our brains, on the brains of our people. They worked on brains of indigenous people in Nigeria. They worked on it. They brainwashed people to hate Igbos for nothing.
Now they are talking the elite, the few elite in the North, like if the bottle is going to be removed from their mouth. That's what they are doing. They are shouting. They are forming a group now, lead of Northern Democrats. The governor of Bauchi was talking. They won't be able to pay salaries again. They won't be able to do that. Look, the North has damaged Nigeria fundamentally with this attitude. Who are the Nigerians who are now Japan now? They are Southerners. The South invested in education massively in the 50s and the 60s. The products now are being driven out of Nigeria. Can you find the Fulani man in London? Or
is it not what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been asking? Show me a Fulani man that is an inventor. Alright, the North, when he talk about the North, it is the Caliphate, the Fulani Caliphate, because they are in control in the North. No, you will see in a community, in a state that is a 98% Christian and indigenous religious people that are not Fulanis. Who is the governor there? A Fulani person. Who is the emir? They impose on them emir, a Fulani, in the midst of indigenous people. You know, to support IPOB. But when Igbo man say, hey, leave Igbo man, kill Igbo man, these are the people that are suffering. Or do you see what Britain created there is so sophisticated, highly sophisticated. I'm telling you, the only thing that can stop all this is breakage of Nigeria, nothing more. So that everybody carry your burden, carry your cross, every side carry your own cross, go and settle. If now civil war you enter, so be it. If now killing ourselves we enter, so be it. If we kill ourselves, we settle. That's it. So they impose everything on us. Hatred. They carry everybody along on hatred against Igbo, which I always say the hatred against Igbo hatred is the black spot of Nigeria, and it is destroying Nigeria. Go on, listen.
In New York, practicing medicine, practicing engineering. It's Yoruba, the Igbo Southerners that are marginalized. It's time to call the bluff of the North.
Look at this man. He's saying Southerners that are marginalized. I can agree with him. Yes. In Ekiti now, they have Sharia law. But the same Yoruba people are being used also to marginalize the Igbos that are being marginalized. Do you see how sophisticated this situation is? Highly sophisticated. The same, if for example, the Yoruba as a people, they understand this. Now, why are they against, let me say, their brothers, the Igbos? Why let me read one listen, please. One news headline in order to substantiate what I'm saying. Let me see. Where did I put this? Just hold on. He say the South now is marginalized. Okay. Now, why are they also, the Yoruba, that why are they helping the Fulani in order to marginalize the Igbos? Why? Now, see, is it today, the 21st day, that is day before yesterday's news, Tinubu approves inland dry ports for Ogun, Oyo. Do you see that? We have been shouting, no seaport for us. No, where we have water bodies everywhere in Biafra land. Nothing. Now Tinubu, he approves inland dry ports for Ogun, Oyo, and the worst part of it is that we, the Igbos, the people that call themselves they are the socialites, those that are burying their mother with the $2 billion. Or holding funeral ceremony for their mother with $2 billion, exhibiting wealth. They will help this issue. Say, yeah, it's good. We have a branch in Oyo now. We can in our goods. And you ask them, what of your own? What of your own? They have dry ports in, is it Kaduna or Kano, where if your goods, containers from the north, if it lands in Apapa Wharf, they use train direct. You don't clear it there. If you are in Kano, Kaduna, the whole of part of the north, you just go to their dry ports in the north there and collect it. Very easy. They make life easy for them. Very easy. Now, because of congestion in Apapa, Kano, all those wharfs in Lagos, now they are commissioning. Tinubu is commissioning other dry ports in Ogun and Oyo, Whereas we have a region, there is a race, Igbo race, Biafrans that have been shouting, no well, who born you? And we have political representatives that should be shouting more than us. And you say, no, we are not marginalized. Every place is, every part of Nigeria is marginalized. Oh, don't you see that we are right in crying? What we are shouting, that it is more than truth, that we are suffering. Tinubu is in Yoruba land, in Ogun and Oyo states, dry ports. That is, winner takes it all in Nigeria. Loser loses it all. All of them, they have a conspiracy against the Igbo, just nothing. Look at gas that is coming from our land. They bypass southeast. You see our so-called rich people showcasing Rolls Royce, carrying hundreds of armed soldiers and military in their convoys, making noise everywhere. They don't talk about what concerns us. Sometimes or they come with a nuclear weapon, sink everybody. I'm telling you. And on a video on social media, you are nothing. You nothing. Tinubu has other dry pots. You know, go and do you. Whereas we are there zero, nothing. Nada, niente, what are you? Noise makers. Oh yeah, our people are being. So when this man is saying that the South is marginalized, okay, why is the Yoruba also doing this to us? If they feel that okay, we are together, why can't in a tripod, 3 people, 2 is majority, finish. The other one collapse. 2 rise up, is finished. The other one is a minority. He can't do nothing. But the Yoruba always go with them in order to also be against who they see. This man is talking that we are all marginalized in the South. What is the rationale there? What is the rationale? Remember, Britain said right from beginning that their nightmare is Igbo and the Yoruba being together politically, that they will never allow it. For you to understand that man can create, man recreates man, that their night they will make sure that Igbos and Yorubas, they never go along politically, that they will not be sounding together politically, so that things will be easy for them, because they know. Harold Smith, he said it in an interview before he died. He said that British Secret Service, the British government, put it in a way that they will make sure that forever, as long as Nigeria continues existing, that the Yorubas and Igbos will never get along. So you see that all these things are artificially created. Are you hearing me? It's natural. It is not natural. It is artificial. Let's listen.
Not because we even support what Tinubu is doing, but we have to converse about Nigeria. Nigeria is not, we are pretentious. Let's go to the brass tacks. That's why we are calling for regionalization. The North is separate from the South. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. Unless we are deceiving ourselves.
All right, Dr. Fakunda. It looks to me like a lot of people might consider your submissions a bit concerning. The way that you are addressing issues that have to do with the northern part of the country. When you say that we are different, does it appear to you that it might sound like you are trying to breed division? Does it appear to you like you are in a way sounding like Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservative Party in the UK, who is of Nigerian parentage and who says that, have got nothing in common with the North, and that they were even enemies, of where she comes from, which is of the Yoruba stock. You, of course, will have noticed the backlash that attracted, and people criticize that that's not the spirit that Nigeria is trying to work on. So when you base your argument of regionalization on the fact that we can be together, even though we can be good neighbors, don't you think, sir, that you might make things a bit difficult for somebody like President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is Yoruba and who has been accused anyway of trying to Yorubanize the entire machinery of government? And therefore, if you are proposing to him that he should do more of restructuring that regionalizes, wouldn't that appear as anti-North at a time that key northern elements are saying that no, come 2027, it doesn't look like we'll support you? Aren't you making things a bit difficult for a Yoruba man like yourself, sir?
Do you see that situation of maybe being what they call educated? Do you see what sir? If you are talking this, aren't you trying to bring division in Nigeria? Northerner will sit down with him and open his mouth, say, no, I need my own. I'm fighting for North. How many people used to do it? Every time they used to come on television, say it. We in the North. We in the North. Bauchi State Governors, Bala Mohammed, he said it. He said our nationality is Fulani first. They don't call him, say you are bringing division. They don't tell him all this educated nonsense. Be civilized now. You don't say that. Do you see the inferiority complex? Do you see that? The same way, if we are talking about exposing the evil history of religion, which is imposed on us, people will come, hey, don't say that. You want to bring cause confusion in Biafra land. It's the same thing. You want to cause confusion in IPOB. You want to bring a division. There are some, people are financing this, so don't make them be annoyed. I say, so I now swanya people money. There is no need now. Now I may share everything on your Nagawaro. So, because of maybe one person being or another person being annoyed, or so we be economical with the truth in what we are saying to opening people's eyes. But the same people are the people that every Sunday they are casting out ancestral spirits, that there is no other power except Jesus' power, that Muhammad, I cast you, more ancestral spirit, you are dead. They insult our thing. Is that colonial mentality? The same thing the Fulani is colonizing us with. Exactly. When you try to defend your thing, they say you want to bring division. Be a good Nigerian. Be a good Nigerian. Be a good Nigerian. Don't talk there. Don't go there. But they themselves, they can come as a superior and talk about their region, talk about what they want in their. They don't care about Nigeria. That woman, which have been playing her clip, that he met Tinubu before during the campaign time. He asked Tinubu, what is there for us in the north? He didn't say what is there for us as Nigerians. No, he didn't mean anything. But if an Igbo man go there and say, what is there for us in the east? He will be labeled a tribalist, a tribal bigot. Hey, you are not a good Nigerian. Do you see the difference? I equate it with religion. When you talk, hey, Mazi Jonathan, my people, both people that are talking to me privately, they don't know. Like this. Don't say it like this. Don't make people be annoyed. So okay, I will no longer reveal the historical facts about what is holding us hostage, because you want some people not to be upset. This is exactly what this man is saying. If he's I say Bala Muhammad, the governor of Bauchi State, he stayed there and many times he said Fulani is their nation. On Nigerian national television, you can't ask him that question now. You can't tell him, are you dividing the country? Are you no more in Nigeria? Instead, they are even the journalists are even jittery. They are the ones shaking. They cannot talk to him because he's superior. But meet an Igbo man, tell him that we are Igbo. We are not. We don't care about Nigeria. A Fulani person stayed there in studio several times. Both Ganduje say they are Fulani. They care about the Fulani. They bring every Fulani from everywhere in Africa to settle them with Nigerian funds, with taxpayers' money. They must benefit. Well, they don't have any nationality that is Nigeria. Well, they don't care about Nigeria. After all, I played a clip where Buhari regime gave Mieti Allah Fulani headsmen. They terrorizing our land today. 100 billion naira. That's the one we had in the open. Talk less of the ones they give them secret. How do you explain it? They continue. You want to bring division. Oh, you want to cause confusion. Oh, you want to bring. We can start fighting. If you start this religion, don't this and don't go there. But they will be happy singing, bringing the town crier, condemning what I'm doing, condemning my culture openly. It doesn't matter. No, don't talk. We are gentle. We are no more gentle, for goodness sake. Either we do this or we don't do it. That's what I'm saying. Either we do it or we don't do it. Don't tell me again about how people will be upset. They stop paying money. This and that. That is nonsense. Stop now. All of us are suffering it. My happiness is not only me. All of us are suffering it. You land in airport, Murtala Mohammed Airport, or if you go to airport, you suffer the same thing I'm suffering. Not one on you suffer the same thing I'm suffering. Yeah, that's the thing. If you can hire one policeman or two military to guide you, I can also do the same thing. So can you hear me? They kidnap your brother, they kidnap my brother. You pass through bad road. I pass through bad road. So that that thing you say we avoid is that thing we are saying. Either we do this or we don't do it. That's the way it is. So nobody should be above. Not like in George Orwell's animal distinct. All animals are equal, but there are some that are more equal than others. That's it. So we don't take it here. It's exactly what he's asking him. Imagine he's a Fulani man that is talking about the North, how the North. He cannot even dare to ask him this. Oh, you want to break Nigeria? They always talk this to Inti because he has been the norm. Because they feel that, why are you saying this? You are intellectual. They want to trim you with that word so that you should boogie, so that you know how to put your mouth. Don't talk again. Don't talk like that now. When you say, what of Balamoa? He said, no, those people, do they know anything? I beg, leave them. They don't know anything. You don't know that it is you that don't know nothing. I beg, let me finish playing this.
The president.
Thank you very much. It's a fact that we are divided. We pretend that is totally I don't understand it. The North knows what they want, and the South are reluctant to say what they want. President Tinubu is about to put all the cards on the table, trying to pepper over it and say we are united. Of course, we are not united. We are not united. We are divided. That's just the truth. I've told you now that the North brought federal character. The South agreed to okay, fine, we are united. Where is the result of it? The North brought quota system. Southern agreed with it. It's in the constitution. What is the result? If we now bring in tax to say, okay, get more VAT in the north at the expense of the south, so what will be the result? The division will continue until we remove the feeding bottle. Let everybody just work according to his own dictates. The North sincerely believes in Sharia. We should not draw them for that purpose now. We should let them be. They want Sharia.
Do you see, if we talk east-west, religion coming, the North has taken, the caliphate. They took Sharia is their culture. Let's not forget that this world religion, it started in 16th century only. Before that time, there has been people don't know what that word called religion. They don't use it. They use people's way of life. That is culture and tradition. Once they see a people, they know their culture. They know Jews. It's their culture. They practice. Everybody know their culture is Judaism. So there is nothing like religion. Religion came into existence. The word religion, the word from religare, it came into existence right from only 16th century when there was this Reformation. When the Reformation by Martin Luther of Germany. You know that. So that is where they now start putting, okay, it's my own religion start. That word religion started. Otherwise, before, people know what people call it your culture. So what am I trying to say? This man has also now expressed that they want Sharia. What is Sharia? It is their religion, it is their culture. So when you come in our land, you see that also religion plays the highest role in people's life. That is their culture and tradition. It plays the major role in people's life. It shapes people's life. Him now as talking, is a Yoruba mama, maybe he's a Christian. He have to know how to talk so that he doesn't offend the people, so that he doesn't offend his Muslim brothers in the north. So, but when that his Muslim brother is talking, he don't care who he offended. What matters is that thing he is doing that concerns him and his people, because his Quran told him that others are infidel. That is things that are something that they don't need to near you. They are just managing nearing us. You understand? They need to kill you. When they see a very dirty pig. Let me call it like that is what it means. But in our own, they say accommodate everybody. Do you see how this our culture, which we call religion, shapes us to be behaving, and that is why they are taking advantage. Do you see that? So that when person tell you that no, it's not religion, it's not what you believe, tell that person, God, you the lie. Our main problem, number one problem that shapes our character is the religion we are in. That is the thing. When they continue preaching to you, if somebody don't make problem, be peaceful. That is what they continue preaching to us, so that we be pacific, be peaceful, even if it is at our own expense. Continue being peaceful. But it is not like that now in this world. So you see the man, he said, these other people, they have Sharia, their culture. And we should be okay with it, but let them go. Let us also be on our own. This is the message of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This has been the message of IPOB right from time. This is the message of which we are still preaching on this hallowed platform. Why is it? Why do they now are they turning it as another thing? Whereas somebody is still preaching the same message on national television.
In the south, there are Muslims. We don't want Sharia. Somebody brought us in Oyo to do Sharia in Oyo. Everybody put it down. The Muslims in the south don't want Sharia. So why are we pretending? In the southeast, some few Muslims, but they don't want Sharia. Let's accept who we are. Let's accept reality so that we'll not stop talking and motion without movement. That's what it is. I'm not ashamed. Okay, look, if President Tinubu succeeds now, 2027, 2031, every Yoruba person in Abuja will be cleaned out of the system.
Do you understand what this man is saying? There is a point, very big point he's making Yeah. For people that think that being the president from Igbo or from Yoruba is a problem, just is the solution. Just let Obi be there now. Is our now you don't be with your little mind. Okay, let Obi come and put every Igbo man in position, reach a few elites, the person after 80 years that will come, we clean off everything. That is where Nigeria is evil. That is why we are clamoring for separation. It can never work. Whatever this person does, this man, the point this man is making, if Tinubu, okay, imagine he build honey and milk and honey everywhere. What about the next person that is coming? The next Fulani Northerner that is coming, he will use annoyance, he will destroy everything, and we go back to status quo. And everybody continues shouting, Nigeria, we'll get it. What kind of evil place like this? What? The man is making his point on regionalism, but I'm making my point on outright breakage. We are not one people. We can never be. The hatred is much. So people should take care of themselves. That is what the man is saying. Just listen to him. He's finishing.
Because Buhari started with Fulani, he is doing Yoruba now. Let the Igbos come. We cannot block the Igbos if they put 99% in all positions too. Is that the way we are building the country? Let Yoruba man go and rule Yoruba land. Let the North agree on who will rule Northwest. Let the Kanuri rule Northeast. Let the Igbos rule the Southeast. Let the South agree. Then the temperature will come down. I would not want to be running.
Yes, what he's saying there, but there is something that made me laugh. When they come to Southeast, they say when they call on tribes. Just imagine you call on tribes. Let the Fulani or Hausa rule the north, okay? Let the Yoruba rule the southwest, okay? He said, let the Igbos rule the southeast. But when it comes to south, he have no name. I don't know whether people, there are things you pick out, very little things, but matters a lot. Which means South has no indigenous name. It's just a creation, like the same way they created Nigeria. Oh, let the South rule. Why can't he go? Which tribe is there? Do you see how we defeat them with superior argument? He called every region, mentioned their indigenous names, that people, the tribes that control that place. Let the Hausa or Fulani rule the north. Let the Yoruba rule their own, the southwest. Let the Igbos rule their own. He called southeast. Now, south, he said, let the south rule their south. If you call this man now, for example, if I'm an interviewer, I will not allow him to get away from there. You say, south, who are there? Oh, yeah, call. You see, he will be stuttering. No. I said, let's have any person there. South. You see, the same artificial concussion. So, our people are the worst on the ladder. The last on the ladder. Britain created Nigeria. Now, the Caliphate created some part of our people called South. And they are answering the name. They are happy. I'm a Southerner. I'm a Deltan. I'm a Niger Deltan. You tell him, but what? He said, no, I'm a Niger. I'm a Deltan. I saw one video. All these things they used to do, I think, is it blind death or something like that? One girl being approached by a boy. The content creator, the skit maker was there, introduced them. He said, okay. The girl said, I can never go out with any woman. He's a Yoruba girl. He said, I can never marry a Yoruba, an Igbo man. The boy was trying to explain. He said, no, I'm not Igbo, I'm a Deltan. He said, no. The girl said, no, Igbo. He made me, yes, I could remember. He is on Patrick Ikem Chronicle. That is his timeline. I saw it. I laugh. I said, you go explain tire how you a Delta, whether you are Delta, Nile River Delta. I don't know. People that deny the identity. They are like that. You use them to football everywhere because they are nothing. The Yoruba guy say, I cannot, not that you are fine or you ever, but I can never marry an Igbo man. The boy was busy. He said, no, I'm not Igbo, I'm a Delta. And he said, no, you're an Igbo. All are Igbo. Very, very pathetic. I'm telling you.
Federal election with 200 million naira form. Because I have to run from Sokoto to Ikotekpene. I will campaign as a premier of Western region, where people know me. And
he said, instead of spending these huge sums of money for election campaign from Sokoto to Ikotekpene, why not we simplify life for ourselves? Everybody go your own side. He said it's better for him to stay where in Yoruba land where he is known. Very simple. With little money. He will use his language and speak and people will understand him. They will, any person they want to choose, they choose. Instead of you have to make sure to pacify the North where they don't know you, where they call you an infidel. You have to go this side to lie down something you don't know how to do. Obi, it's not our culture. Obi have to go to the North and walk around, lie down, sit on the mat and be eating something he never do. That is not his culture, that is alien to him, just to please those people. This is a suffering. Oh, suffering and suffering they put us. Why can't we follow the very simple and light way? Why can't we follow the simple way instead of this sophisticated and complicated way Britain put us?
I know them. I know what they want. The Southwest want to bring all Yorubas who are Japan, bring them back to Nigeria. Nigeria is too hostile for the Yorubas now. Nigeria is a poisoned environment for Yoruba because we invested in education so much and we have lost all the human beings. They are developing other societies. The North will not care less. How many doctors do they have in United States? How many doctors do they have in Europe?
That's the thing. They are harnessing the natural resources in Nigeria from our land. When they talk, when Britain say, we need care doctors or caregivers in Britain, do you see any Fulani man from Nigeria? The answer is no. The whole people they are harnessing is from South, Biafrans and Yorubas. It's true. It's true. And it's good for the Fulani. It's good for Britain. It's an agenda. But people don't know. You think you are doing well. Oh, yeah, you are sending money. You are sending money from England. Oh, you are sending money from... Oh, you are doing well. Whereas the people, they are taking over the land. They are taking over the land. A time will come, if care is not taken, we become visitors in our own land. It's happening even. It's happening. So we need to open our eyes and make haste while the sun shines. Let me finish playing it. I will open the lines.
Facts and put on the table now. I don't need to sugarcoat anything at all. We are divided. Let's just accept it. It's no fight. It's no war. The North will come up on their own. We will respect each other. But this matter of trying to play some games, President Tinubu is better. In fact, if he runs only one time and he brings this temperature down, his name will go down in history. But if he does not do anything in the next 6 months about restructuring, and he goes to use all the money to run election in 2027 and he wins, and then what? Yoruba should become endangered in the political system because once he leaves, then Nigeria not safe for Yoruba again. Sorry, let the Igbos come. They have right to come too. Sorry.
That's it. That's exactly. For people that are saying no, once you give Igbo man sense of belonging, let the Igbo man become president. are you calculating what about after his tenure? What will happen? I will open the lines, and before I do that, I will go into just few minutes break. And there is a press statement from EFCC, where EFCC bans sting operations at night. Yes, in line with the newly reviewed procedures on arrest and bail of suspects by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, the executive chairman of the commission, Mr. Olakoyede, has directed that sting operations at night time be stopped in all the commands of the EFCC. He gave the directive in Abuja on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023. Okay. Sorry, this is what happened. Okay, this is what has been there, but they are not respecting it. Do you see that? Do you see that? Which led to the killing of, they go in the night in order to kidnap. But even since, it's not a breaking, it's since November 1st, 2023. But are they respecting the law? I beg. Nigeria is a horrible jungle where everybody behaves as he likes. I will go into a few minutes break, and when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling in. Please do not go away. I'll be right back.
It's interesting you ask this question, and the reason I don't know what the Southeast Governors Forum are doing. I don't know what they discuss when they meet, but there are critical areas that we must address and we must bring to the table as soon as possible. The Southeast, yes, is the only region that does not have a high pressure gas transmission pipe to take natural gas through it. You have the AKK, the Ajaokuta, Abuja, Kaduna, Kano. There is a second phase of that AKK that goes to Gausu in Zamfara. Now, in that AKK, you have pressure metering and reduction stations in Gwagwalada for Abuja, you have in Kaduna, you have in Kano, and then you're also going to have in Gausu when the second phase starts. That AKK is what the government hopes to extend for transnational gas pipeline through Niger Republic to Algeria, even if I don't think that will be feasible because of the lack of diplomatic relationship between Niger Republic and the Nigerian government in Abuja. Okay? The Southeast does not have a pipe that runs through it, despite the fact that Abia State produces a lot of natural gas. In 2007, Ibe Kachuku designed Nigerian Gas Master Plan, and in that master plan, he put a 121-kilometer pipe that is supposed to extend from Aba to Owerri, to Enugu, to Onitsha, and then to Nnewi. The government says that no, they want to do a TNGP pipe extension from Abia State to Ajaokuta, and the second phase is going to go from Abia State to Enugu to Ajaokuta. That is going to take gas away from the Southeast, not through the Southeast. You need a pipe that extends that, because you need gas for glass fabrication, you need gas for urea, you need gas for power. 40% of the gas that is typically produced every day, either through associated gas that you get when you drill crude oil, yeah, or through non-associated gas fields. It's used for electricity. So how do you want to increase generation and increase feedstock to the gencos in the Southeast if you don't build a high-pressure transmission pipe? Whose responsibility is it to make sure that this happens? It's the Nigerian Gas Infrastructure Company, which is a subsidiary of the NNPC Group. So my question to the management of NNPC is, why have they refused to commission FID for gas pipes to the Southeast? Why has the Southeast Governors Forum not gotten into a meeting with the president to ask him why the region does not have a gas pipe that runs through it? What exactly is wrong that it seems that there is like a calculated power share between the Northwest and the Southwest, and until every other region in Nigeria gets permission from the Northwest and the Southwest, nothing happens in their region. It doesn't make any sense. How can Mr. President be talking about renewed hope and economic transformation and increase in the per capita income of Nigerians and prosperity for Nigerians about building a $1 trillion economy when everything is centered around Lagos?
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from our province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct Today is the 23rd day of January 2025. Tatabo Bochafo. Our lines are now opened, and our WhatsApp and Signal line is the same. Please listen. I will bring another line, but just let's be using this one first. It's a matter of time. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. +61 405 142 547. I have a first caller. Mazi Jo, can you hear me, please? Welcome to the program. You are the first caller.
Hello, sir. Good evening, Mazi.
There, Mazi. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Without wasting much time, sir, what drew my attention on this your program was when you were talking about the importance of history. I have discovered something that even inside our IPOB, many of our comrades are not well grounded inside history, because many of them do not know who they are. Many of them have not sat down to study the past, to equate it with the present period and the future. You know, you spoke about how our ancestors, the Economic warriors, fought for 32 years against the British. Now, have our people ever sat down to ask themselves, what my ancestors that time were able to fight this people for 32 years? They had only Ben guns. They had only what else? Why? I mean, how? You know, many of them don't even sit down to ask themselves logical questions.
And they inflicted heavy losses on Britain. You know, it's all those annoyance that is making them to hate us today. I am telling you.
Exactly.
Yes. But when you look at our people, many of our ancestors, they are evil. They didn't do nothing. Look at IPOB, only a little bit more than 10 years. Many people are tired. If it's not like, wow. Not an active war. Mazi, go on, please.
No.
Diara.
You know, Mazi, I mean, wait, but Mazi, do you know that the First World War was fought for only 4 years? 1914 to 1918.
Of course.
The Second World War was fought from 1939 to 1945. Just for 4 years. And they defeated, the Allies were able to defeat the Axis. That's Germany, Japan, and who was the other person? They were a train number. I forgot.
Mussolini.
You know?
Yes.
Sir?
I say Italy also was Mussolini.
Yes. Germany, Italy, and Japan. Yes. You know, and Mazi, do you know that if not for the involvement of Russia against Germany from the Eastern Front, Hitler would have taken the whole of Europe.
Many people don't know that.
Our people, Mazi, do you know that our people have refused to even learn, to understand, to even ask themselves, how did our ancestors fight the British for 32 years? That, Mazi, do you know how many British officers died in that battle? British officers. Before we now talk of other ranks that they brought from other Commonwealth countries in Africa, that our ancestors fought with our land. They fought these people with every deity that we had for 32 years. Mazi, if you are a Briton and you are an ancestor of those soldiers that died, will you forgive the Igbo people? Wouldn't you want to do anything to suppress them to never rise again? Mazi, those people that went to, those people that fought that war against Ekumeku, do you know the reports they would have told their British commanders in England that these people, no, these people are going to use rope to tie them against a tree, that they will never move. We need to make sure that they don't rise, because if these people rise, we're in trouble. Now, do you know that the British they had to wait for a time to punish the Igbo, which was the Civil War, the Biafran Civil War, because they knew that they can use. See, these people, they fought 2 wars. They've gotten experience. They know what propaganda can do. It was propaganda that they used through the BBC against Igbo that made everybody to now say it was an Igbo coup. Till today, we are suffering from it. But most of our people will never want to learn. None of them wants to sit down to even see. Even right now, as we are talking on air now, many IPOB members are not even listening. When they see that you are beginning to talk about history, they switch off. When they see that you are about to talk about the impact religion, brought on us, they say, no, this one has started again. This one has started again. What has Christianity done? These people does not know that the first poison that these people brought against us was religion, Christianity. They used Christianity to bring back our into our land. People that they have pushed away into the forest with the evil deeds that they did, they brought them back into the land. But that land can never grow. That land will have problems, because everything that the person has done has come back, and the access to our deities have seen it. They will be looking at us. That when we are ready for them, they will be ready for us. Look at what Soludo was talking about, or rather is still talking about. So the problem of Soludo now are Chado practicing Igbos. So that is his problem. I could remember that when he entered, I think it wasn't up to 2 or 3 months, he was talking about, eradicating all these places where our people go for consultations, traditional consultations. But that agenda is from Britain, is from Downing Street, because they know where our energies lie. They know where our spiritual power lies. Christianity has brought damage upon us. It has brought problems upon us from the family. Look at our women. Look at our Igbo women. Our Igbo women are now wrapping stocks. Look at our young men doing all kind of negative vices. And our people they don't want to know the source of what their problem is. I keep trying to educate some of our Igbo brothers, but they will be saying, no, and then leave that past. The past is gone. We still have a long way to go, but we shall still continue. Thank you, Mazi. This is my own contribution.
There were Mazi, of course. Many people don't understand. Do you see the Europeans? They don't forget. They don't forget like us. Like we in Igbo. Now let the bygone bygone. The Europeans, they have the same mentality with the Fulani. Even if it is 100 years, 200, they still keep it there. They must deal with it. Do you know one of the main reasons why they destroyed Somalia? Somalia helped to fight against colonization. To many, even actively, he helped some other African countries to fight off their colonial masters. That's why after the Europeans, they kept that record. You don't know, they kept it. So when you see what is happening to us, they knew that, look, these people, they put it in record, so that every successive king in United Kingdom, every successive prime minister will see it. Is a policy. You understand? Look at what these people did to us 300 years ago. Look at what they did to us in so time in 17 something. They keep it. You don't know. You now that don't want to know about the history, say, no, we got to move on. No, forget bygone, because you are a gullible idiot. You don't understand. Caller on Mazi Isaac, please hold on. Let me take this caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Please go on. Make it as brief as possible. Many people are calling. Yes, Mazi, go on.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mazi. I will start by saying, talking about why our people become so cheap and behave the way they behave today. There's some post I come across today that talking about why the world changed so fast. Say what is missing in the world now, and it really affected our people. Is people are shameless now. People are not ashamed this time around. You know, before there's something you will do, you become ashamed that these people will talk about this. People will see, when people see do this, they will say no, you become ashamed. You say no, I'll not do this because of shame. But today that shame has gone out of our people. That is why we have Igbo girl today in Europe, hustling, looking for money, and they tell you that you want to do this, you want to build house, and the Igbo lady want to build house. Before, when we were young, Igbo girls normally stay in their father's compound. After they stay there, and the husband came there and married them, take them to city. But today now they are all in the city because there is no more shame. Shame has gone completely. So people are now shameless. That's why they can do anything, and there's no problem. So it contributes to what we are suffering today. That's why our politicians will be there like a chicken. Where they have power is to treat our people like animals. Even politicians will go to Abuja and they be like cow, like chicken. But when they come to Eastern region, they become so powerful that you'll be asking how to handle these people. But when they go to Abuja, we don't know that there. Both the senators, they go there, they lie, they even sleep. When they come back, they become so powerful that no one talk to them. Now we have a lot of problem, and we have a long way to go, just like our brother said. You see, in this IPOB we are today, some people claim to be atheists, calling our ancestors' way of life, the way we resisted colonialism a long time. They call it a cake way. He's a atheist now. He's looking forward to what European is doing now.
Let me ask them. That say, oh, why? Because there is this comment. You remind me. There is this comment that if our the tradition or our deity is strong, why do they need to conquer? Why did the Europeans conquer us? It's a stupid statement. They fought. This world is about defeat, conquer or be conquered in a way, in every way. You that is calling the God of Israel, you are using Bible. Do you know that Israel you are seeing today, Israel was conquered how many times? For thousands of years. They were killed and treated like animals everywhere in Europe. No, they don't think about it. You know, they don't. It's now, since 1948 Israel came into being. Now you don't know that for thousands of years they have been living like, you know, people without a house of abode. Now you ask, where is their God then? It is for you in this generation, in order to join hands for us to get what we want. You don't blame anybody. You understand? That is it. Mazi, please go on and round up.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi. Thank you. You know, I always tell them, I told them that you were talking about civilization. I see today now, this region are saying, Italy, everyone from Monday to Sunday, their burial ground is open. They go there to commune with their dead ones. But like, ask Igbo man, how long do you remember your dad that died long time ago? Oh, is that thing? Leave them, one week with that. And we are suffering today. We are suffering it. Let us come and get freedom now, the way they are doing. You want to use the Western way of life to get your freedom. They are the way of their since they become this westernization, what they have they produced, the way they stop us in 18th century is the way we are still living till today. The food our ancestors discovered is what we are eating. Even the way they are harvesting, the way we are farming, we are seeing the way we are doing today. Mas, let me stop right there.
There were very senseless arguments with some of these people, honestly. Caller on signal, please. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me, please? Mapoyoso, Mazi Ebona, please. Make it as brief. Caller on signal, Mazi Ebona. Are you there? There is no time to waste. Mazi Ebona, are you there? Once again, caller on signal, Mazi, can you hear me? No. No, I don't know why. No. You can call back. Why is it that when I want to cut you, you talk? Go on. Yes, go on.
Speaking, maybe my voice is not coming out. Biafrans, lovers of freedom, my name is Mazi Ebona. Mazi Jonathan, I must thank you especially because the awareness is what we need. Because we can't take people who are ignorant, who are gullible to battle. You make a mess of yourself. At the end of the day, they will be the one that will blame you, give reason why they failed. And the blame will be on you. The way they wanted to demonize Ikemba, those days when we are growing up, most of us never liked Ikemba because of the information on the narrative, the false narrative. Even the people who educated the world with, they are carrying some of all these Elena there, brothers, I don't know the people make mistake. Even my father, how it's a veteran. How that secretly all that bag that he had a man's way. He didn't start today, it has been like that. As I'm not being patriarch, more with the slave trade for them, but I know that knowing how one day we must make sure we find our way out of who dies here because he's heading to the stuff now. Like I will say, one of our a nice music, only few that are gullible. Not always good to take it to the bank, unless you are not blowing up or you're not in social space. Only few are gullible because the majority understands the movement, but because of the few now, they infuse among us. They say with Yoruba say in their north, they say the China, and use money. They are fighting. Not really, but people don't know me, but to decipher one that. That's why when you must know when your fellow person is speaking and when the Fulani so there is nothing there to say our people is because we have refused. When it comes back to that, it makes us strong. The ability is feared us. Or I we don't give way. Don't look bad when we want to revenge for that which is rightfully against us. If I may use that word. So, in what we do, we are fighting for freedom. And freedom is our right. Because they can't talk of life without freedom. Without freedom, there's no right. So there's no everything centered around freedom. And if somebody is coming to say that the right to freedom, we don't deserve it because we are Biafrans or because we are Igbo people, because of the stigma of a British man writing about us and our fellow black people allow British to deceive them, and they are using this sentiment to put us in this vicious cycle. Nobody is moving forward. They are not moving. We are not moving. Rather, they are trying to subjugate us. We have come to reclaim our rights because it's our right to live. So today, my kids lost for tomorrow. Remember, our children will come back. According to how it's being done, we are not asking for something that is alien. It's something that.
Mazi, round up, please. Mazi, round up, please, round up.
In this, I would say,
Thank you, Mazi. Your connectivity is getting digital. I'm now joined by Mazi Nnamdi. Mazi Nnamdi, thank you for holding on, please. Can you hear me? Are you still there? Yes.
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you very well. Thank you, Mazi. Good evening from me. Good evening to our audience and Biafrans and IPOB worldwide. My name remains Mazi Nnamdi. Mazi, just a very quick one, because sometimes we sit here, listen to this presentation from all our broadcasters. Sometimes you can't hold yourself. Tonight you just force me out again just to join you to just after all the marathons we've been since last week, and I said that we will continue to guide and talk to our people so that they can understand what is going on and how other people are being progressing as the case may be. Here, you see, in this country where I am, I've been in Europe for a very long time, and I've traveled almost across Europe, including United States. Now, what I've managed to learn from these people, once they are doing something, all right, they will not like their children. Listen very carefully. Our people should listen tonight. So, and more especially our youth, they should listen tonight as I'm talking, and including IPOB members. Now, what I have managed to learn from these people, and I have taken time to be actually studying them, is that these people, once they are doing something, they don't want their children to waste time, too much time in schooling. They will engage their children with whatever their parents is doing as a profession. For instance, if their father is a farmer, as their children is going to school, they would channel their children to learn towards that their profession, which is farming. Maybe some other kids, if they have up to 3-4 kids, other kids will be into other stuff that is necessary, that will help them for the future. But one of their children would definitely learn what their father is doing. If their father is a carpenter, one of their children, in fact, sometimes, in most cases, all of their children will learn exactly what their parents were doing that actually kept them. You will see a lineage of profession dating back up to 100 years. They said that 100 years ago their father used to be a farmer. 100 years ago their father used to be a carpenter. 100 years ago their grandfather used to be this, and they maintained it. So their father owns a shop, they maintain the shop. Their father owns this one, they maintain all these things, and you see them, they never wasted time in their life. Now, looking at what is happening within our youth today, you see our youth, they have left what their father used to feed them, sometimes farm. In our communities, there are communities that has it. You see the particular family that has it. Nobody is maintaining that. Nobody is interested in agriculture or a kind of and then I produce red oil. Now red oil is exactly red oil processing, and now red oil now become one of the most expensive stuff in our community now, which is not supposed to be like that. You understand? So these are the things our youth are missing, which is a very big lucrative business. If our youth engage in that, all those things, we don't need to bully our people when they are doing that as a profession. Carpenter is a huge business. Anybody that is a carpenter here is well respected. In fact, they are the most respectable people in the community. Farmers here. But you come to where we come from today, our youth doesn't want to touch such thing. Our youth doesn't want to be engaged themselves in farm. They don't want to involve in palm processing. They don't want to involve in anything other than he can go to church. Somebody, instead of here, this thing in now, I say, why don't bring church here? Don't bring issue of church here. Now, church will gather our youth. Go to church in Baka now. Go to church in Baka and see our youth. Being promised, prophesy that you will be rich, you will have this, you will have that, this year will be your year.
when you have nothing doing. You have nothing doing. People, our youth will finish school, spend almost from nursery school to primary school, secondary school, 6 years, then go to university. They spend almost 6 or 7 years there. Look at that youthful age of a man being wasted. Look at it from primary school to university. That is the best time in any youth life. That is the best time. Youth here before they reach up to 30 years. Some of them will go their own house here. Some of them on a mortgage here. No, here. Even our youth Biafra here have also, Mondika here. Before he wrote 30 years, he hold the motor Hana Bacha here. Because of the as they are going to school, there is job opportunity. Now, our youth to feel no indoctrinate them, don't encourage them to work, don't encourage them to go to farm, don't encourage them to do carpentry work, don't encourage them. In fact, they work even mechanic, they send mechanic on
that they should believe in miracle.
Now, there's a
believe in miracle.
Now, introduce now. Knows the miracle. Messing in Dokite, the advertising. Okite, in the last 3 years, can be the know about Okite. Na social media. Throughout my youthful age, back home, I've never had anything name Okite. All just in the last 3 years. I've been here. People know I've been here. I blackmail our ancestors. I blackmail our ancestors. As soon as they buy in a match here, Mazi, nobody can be here. Not even only here, around Europe, around the Western country here. Come now, even elephantitis here. But somebody got nuts in the buying a match here because I am the source. I am a mechanism to dictate what was the cause of swelling foot. No. Our people against each other. Mazi, it's terrible what these people have done to our race. The only race now look at what they believe man accused without any evidence. Pastor Gano, why somebody black churches that without anything, without any process. I black church, somebody bend their men in black church, bend their you from their boxers, say bend their down. Nyane made deliverance. Here bend their you for their boxers. Oh no, my wall, man.
I saw it. I've seen it before. I saw it. Very, very terrible.
Some people defended this thing that have turned us into animal. We promote to hold on our society. The same way kind of condemn this no you can put it because I am in a church. I am the church what are this thing. Our people need to go back to the root. They never tell you that is a name no gap in the way that there's manna will be coming from heaven. And our ancestors ever encourage that. Now I need to decide is it praise St. Paul, St. Philip, St. Matthew. The same people that go our ancestors, who are our people. Wonderful here, men have sent here. Now, where is African scent? Why don't we have one single scent? Scent. All the whole hosts of heaven, all the whole hosts of heaven. Which I mean Dutch and Dutch. No single one of the angels in heaven. All of them won Dutch and Dutch. I know let's say but these people they busy now cut away our resources. I know kidnap. Like you rightly said, this is so-called the influencers. I've done a social media. In where young youth, a young boy, you want to social media never go. Imagine what is the meaning of that? Indicate the money now control Nigeria. How I make this struggle in is very, very difficult, Mazi. Very, very difficult. Because once we are lobbying people, these people the video of Undia Bani learning this man in Nigeria. Look at them, look at how they are lavishing.
Yes.
There is no other race that is richer. How can you get a video? Look at them. Na lagoon. What I see, look at the India one day other tribe and they are one day other, but look at this ones here. When I tell them, Mazi, when I always say to them that our people do not understand politics, what I hear, and you can never play politics of emotion. You don't do that. Now, let me just round off by saying this. Some of the things played within the Indian man. Now some of the intelligent Yorubas now, like this guy Kuroku, now this Ipro his audio. Some of them, they very clever now, have sensed the danger. I hope the Tinubu's government is also sensing that danger. What will happen after his regime?
Of course.
I hope he is sensing it, and we have predicted this before even Yabanya Nochiche. Because if you're looking at his government now, according to Tahashina Kowena, all the whole parastatals now are headed by Yorubas. Even Rufai is nowhere to be found anywhere. Maybe it's maybe but in the Yoruba, one of the best sophisticated politics. One of the best, one of the best. Now, if you look at how Tinubu played, Jagaban played the politics. He has smarted in the Gwawasa. He has smarted them, and I'm saying it with my hand. He has smarted them, which is very, very clever. How did he do it? This man was coming, pretend like Niana water and Echi. Pretend like just to fool the fools.
Yes.
Mazi, just to fool the fools.
But they thought that by now the
don't worry. Let him go in there. Here already their own. One of this guy near no road advice that many man will win the next 2 or 3 months. They don't know that the man is healthy and sound. That is playing smart.
Mazi, can I come in here? Mazi, are you hearing me?
Yes, come in, please. Yes, come in.
Do you know what you said? You are completely. I am in the same wavelength with you.
Mazi.
Do you know that is the reason? Do you know Tinubu? His medical vacation where he treats himself is in France, right? Not in England. Had it been in England, in United Kingdom, you know, Fulani, they have the
maybe the result would have been different.
Yes, they would have even poisoned him with English here. That's why he's running to France for protection. You understand? He played the big one on them, and he continued playing. There is something where this man is heading, Tinubu. I will not. There is where he's heading. Mazi, continue, please.
Yeah, exactly. So he played the most sophisticated, pretend like he's so much sick that he's not gonna make it. Until this thing amateur, the man Abanye was a pure time gladima now. Was in the Fulani Nandu Gwawsana Kawasa has complete, which in there they will never ever forgive him. Even they convinced Dangote to come and station the most sophisticated oil refinery in the world. The station on this thing. That frustrated was the man. Now frustrated big time. Dangote cannot remove that from Yoruba land. You can't remove that. Also station, the station. Also we can now the Yoruba rally around and contribute to Egonia. Say for 50 this thing. Yagawa. So India played very well. They played very well. Now they are taking their time now. They fix it and they fix it. They come now June their ban and say our people are making politics. They don't know. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu provided the politics. How go our politicians? we go our politicians see Gani Gagiden in Nnamdi Kanu, you want presidency. I want to president. When you're not naka here, Gagiden Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Giden IPOB, demonize label this one, proscribe them, and then kitchen Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, then you have president. Ndi believe. Abuato. Let them Hagara Gawu Gawusa or Gawa Abuja. Let a hancha, Wundi Kebu. Disband everybody, proscribe everybody. Even allow this guy, this very short man who labor this thing from Ngige. All of them, they played them. They even played them. They collect each one of them 100 million for presidency ticket. Where are they now? Mazi, where are they with the dirty Igbo presidency? All of them, they duped them, collected money. APC collected money from them, which is APC was formed by Tinubu. Tinubu owns APC, and he used it to collect money from all these blind Igbo politicians that doesn't understand politics. That is why Soludo was not recognized. Soludo was treated like a charlatan. They done a Tinubu inauguration. They don't know whether Soludo exists. Soludo now turn around, instead of him building, strong allies with his own people. Now he's turned around now blackmailing IPOB, blackmailing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot bring insecurity. They cannot solve the problem of insecurity. Knowing that Nandia no one like it. He didn't learn anything from him being kicked out on inauguration day. Imagine one of the governors in United States coming to Trump's inauguration. They kick the person out. Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is? The insult. They see you as nothing. You don't exist before them. Instead of Soludo, we will create history in Alibo. Now he left what he's supposed to be doing and begin now to create a division. Nandi Christian. Anambra is a Christian state. As if the whole entire East, we are not. We are Muslims, or we are Ndigene, among children. Just to create division because of his election that is coming. Our people need to understand the kind of politics in Nigeria. Man, that without them supporting IPOB, without them supporting IPOB leadership, that is on international stage now, engaging people that matters, our people are going to be Fulani, Awusala, Igbo land. Since they don't want to understand anything, we keep coming here telling our people, face the reality. Face the reality. There is no other race and humiliated their wife and children. No other race like Igbo race. Church. Go and look at the videos. Anybody sensible, go to social media and look at what these pastors are doing to our women, our race on social media. Very, very disgraceful. Yorubas also do it to their women. Adeboye, on a mere to their women, on a mere to the Yoruba women. Oyodipo, on a mere to Yoruba women. Tell me other race in a mere to the, go to the north and a mere to their women. Go and touch a Fulani women. Can Nigeria born not today? But to see what these so-called pastors using the name of Jesus, look at what they are doing to our women. Look at what Ebukobi is doing to our women. See how many deliverance. Something that is fake, lying to themselves. Look at how they have turned our youth, turned our race into a laughing jackass. While other people are moving on, playing a very sophisticated game. I go me the other time right here. Tell me what will be the state of Igbo race in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. What is the plan for the youth? All the Igbo governors, the Eastern governors, what is the plan for the youth? What are you planning? What is the plan in the next 5-10 years? What is the future holds for the youth? Are we going to develop? Are you going to build a new road? What is the system you're putting in place for the whole entire East, both South and Southeast? We are telling our people to see what is happening, the way the world is moving on, the way the Europe is moving on, the way the Africans are moving on. It's only in our land that our people are being humiliated all over the place, dividing all over the place. Our politicians cannot come together. Our clergymen can't come together. Everyone with their own God, with the God who speaks to me. I still hear from God, talking rubbish, fooling our youth, dividing us all over the place. Now Soludo left what he's supposed to be doing, talking about Christian and the Omenala, just to divide our people, just create confusion, instead of sitting down and finding what is the problem. And now I gotta create another militia. But we have a state security network that these people are supposed to Ghana as for more support to her, and more token have they disbanded them, have Yoruba governors disbanded them. Isba in the north, have they disbanded them? Do they not have Isba in the north? Do they not? They don't have a Motoku in the west. Why is there security? Why is our people, demonizing it instead of funding it? You see how we have lost in this whole thing. If not this IPOB, now they have spent money now employing bloggers to be attacking IPOB, and our so selfish politicians are gearing and supporting that. Why the Yorubas are busy now building their own future, building everything. Now, let me tell Yorubas, as I said, if they like, I let them listen to us. If they don't like, if Tinubu go out, anytime Tinubu goes out, what Yoruba will face in the hands of Fulani is only Chukwuabiama knows. I'm telling you. It will also affect Indigo, but how they mend the Yoruba, they will ostracize Yorubas. Should prepare now and they help and split this country or regionalize it if they like. Let them write today's date. When it happens, we will ask our media to go and dig out this kind of broadcast we have today and let them play it. The Yorubas should know that the Fulanis are not happy with them, and they should prepare. At least if they can, it will go in the line of history. President Tinubu, it will go in the line of history. He never believed in one Nigeria, and you are seeing it now. These people are gearing up, waiting for you. Do the right thing. Let everybody ask. This Yoruba man that has spoken, you played his voice. Have you seen it already? At least there are people who are also seeing through the eyes of IPOB what we have been saying here, that after Tinubu's regime, the Yorubas will suffer what they have never seen in their life. So if they like, let them listen now and do the right thing. Tinubu should do the right thing and not let this his regime go without regional, at least outrightly. Either they cannot, at least let's split the country. Everyone go and rule your state. As you said, you forgot that when he was saying the man was speaking on the voice listen you're playing, he mentioned Kanuri to rule the middle belt. Well, you only remember just only 3, but he mentioned Kanuri. Then he came to the east. He mentioned south to south without mentioning any clan there, because they are all Igbos. They know now. They know that all these people are all Igbo descendants. But like I said, our people do not understand politics. We will continue to encourage. We will continue to guide our people to deep into the history and see what happens to our race. Our forefathers, they fought very, very hard. 1967 is the last one of the last one they face, and that's why I've never believed that our people, our fathers, lost the war. They didn't lose the war because they fight a defensive war. They were there. They brought war to them to eradicate them, and they resisted it. And some of us are alive today because of that resistance they mounted. So they did what is right, and it's up to us to continue. People condemning our ancestors, condemning our fathers for not have done anything. What are they doing now?
What is their own invention? What are they doing? Ordinary pipe bomb water cannot fix. Nothing. But you are blamed and if blackmailing those who have kept the land for you, hand it over to you. Now the land is slipping away from you. Go to the burial ground here. I will video it, Mazi. You will see a burial ground that holds almost how many thousands of acres. These people, every blessed day, they will go there and lay flower to their ancestors. Those who went to Africa and scattered and pillage and steal and come and develop their own area. They are enjoying today. It's only our people that does not recognize our own ancestors. And look at the state of us today in Nigeria, because we spit on the grave and the land where our ancestors sacrifice their blood to defend. Our people need to wake up and start pouring libation and start recognizing the work, the effort our ancestors did, and for us to be at least have a place we are putting our leg today. And we are sitting there and watching it now. Other people are Mazi, this is what I wanted to contribute in your program. Thank you so much, and keep on the good work. We will continue to guide our people, and we are not going to back down. And we must say the truth, regardless who is affected. We must continue to tell our people what we are seeing, both in abroad here and also what other people are doing. Thank you so much, and keep on the good work, Mazi. Thank you so much. Good night from here.
Well, there was Mazi Ayoba. This is Mazi Ayoba. He's a member of the TOS. We must continue. Just before the last caller, our people are playing politics of self-interest, and that is what is part of primitive character. That's why in Kule and Alhaji's bug the interaction. Alhaji said that when they talk about the Igbo politics, no, we know they are businessmen. We don't trust any of them. Yeah, they are businessmen. They are not politicians. Everybody is playing politics of his own. Me, myself. Now they have promised Hope Uzodinma that he will be the next vice president. And that's why he is on the rampage, killing our people. The same thing. They continue deceiving our people. The same thing. He's now saying, what is happening? After some people say, we're all going, we're nothing. All that selfishness in them is inbuilt in them, that they know. The Fulani, they know how to handle all these people. Even man, you will tell him somebody has problem, he went there, he has problem, and the next person you warn him, he said, don't worry, that person knows Sabi, I know how, he will go there, die. Another person, you tell him, don't go, he said, don't worry, me know everything. He will go there, the same thing. That is our problem, honestly. Selfish interest in politics. You are talking. Well, why can't they come together, and gather together and be discussing? Look at the revelations of somebody about the gas pipeline that they diverted from southeast. And a politician, a senatorial representative, a senator, an Igbo senator was feigning ignorance. He don't know about this. Now, if you don't know about it, what did you know? Why are you there? Only to listen to where money will come. You will be next vice president. You hear me now? I'm telling you. Mazi Nnamdi, please welcome to the program. You are the last caller. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Mazi.
There were.
Program. Thank you. You have devoted.
Mazi, if you have, I don't know why your voice is entering inside. Do you have any Bluetooth or anything? Please, you remove.
No. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better now. It's better.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was using. I put it on a loudspeaker. That's why.
Okay,
sorry.
That's right.
Mazi, thank you so much. Your program is very, very educative. Biafrans, my name is Mazi Nnamdi. The contribution I really have in this very particular program, which Mazi Ayoba have already touched line almost what I want to pinpoint. towards 2023, Mazi, there is this our elder veteran or living historian that always come on Radio Biafra. I used to forget the name of that our father.
Mazi Nnamdi
Kanu, thank you. Mazi Nnamdi always mention how smart Tinubu is when it comes to politics. Mazi, I read the news about the dry land port, and I remembered what Mazi Chinedu posted about, let me say, 1 month ago, concerning the Yorubas building their warehouses for foodstuff. You know, all these things, when I look at it, I see how Yorubas are preparing their nation. They are using Nigeria resources to prepare their nation, because Tinubu himself, on my own calculation, Tinubu himself knows after his tenure, even this first tenure, that he is not even sure if he can go there back, or even if he eventually go there, it will be a catastrophe, because he knows that those that he brought into this, into those that he deceived, are getting ready ahead of 2027, and is gradually making every necessary social amenities available for their own people. But when it comes to our own land, nothing is happening there. That very video of V2 from Anambra State, I watched that video from the beginning. I don't know what to say, but I said, let it be at all that they have questioned. But the questioning is a questioning of a slave. It's not a questioning of demand that this is the right of their own people, but it's a questioning of a slave person, you know, suggesting to the minister if they can do something for their own people. Can you imagine a senator saying that he saw a revelation on Arise TV, which is what you just said now? A senator representing a region, or let me say a state, that these people supposed to be looking into what can benefit their own people. He never have any knowledge about that until he saw somebody else revealing it on Arise television. Mazi, all the very, very, very bad to our politicians. Very, very disheartened. So, Mazi, I don't know, but we must continue. Finally, you mentioned that on your last program. You said that they have turned us into self-condemnation. That is what we are fighting for. Self-condemnation is one of the biggest things that have happened to our race. And that is the reason why many people are not paying attention on what is happening. Most of the times when you come in a place or in a group of people to educate them, they will condemn you and make you to feel, you know, bad for educating them. And it's very, very bad. To be honest, it's self-condemnation that is dealing with us very, very, very well. Mazi, because I would like to suggest last program Mazi Nnamdi made, I wanted to, but the call could not include me. I don't know, I would like to suggest, like when such a program come, if people that, because if we take almost the whole call, it cannot, many people cannot come in. So I don't know if possible there is a avenue in which if you cannot get through call, you can drop your question or suggestion, so that maybe before the ending of the program, you can read out the question. Since also person asked this question, so that you can compile it, then the Mazi will address it. I think it will also help everybody.
Thank you very much. I will make that. I will try to make that provision another time. I will try to make that provision. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, man.
This is where I'm going to switch off the phones. We are lagging behind. Any people that are lagging behind politically, their generations coming is in danger. I am telling you. They are coming, future generations are in danger, highly in danger. That is what is happening to us. You know, I said it, and I continue saying it. What we are suffering today is the neglect of the problems that started yesterday. We neglected it, both in religion. When our musicians will be singing nonsense, we praise them. They will be used for campaign, governorship campaign. We should control normally. The government should control what is coming out, even in the music, because it's in the music industry, in Nollywood, because it is affecting the mindset of our people and this religion also. That's why I am condemning, what the way Soludo is taking this issue. He is trying to cause more problems than solution. Normally, any person that is found to be a scam, it doesn't matter the religion, it doesn't matter whether he is calling himself a Menala or church, he should be arrested. That is normal thing. But when you come and start attacking a set of people, and there is something I see. Let me say something here. When people are mischievous, I'm talking about those that call themselves Christians. When they see that they are, maybe the government is attacking another side that is not them, they'll be happy, supporting, quietly. But once it's concerned them, why you? This is supporting evil. How many of them that are claiming to be righteous corrected Soludo that look, we have scammers also in the church, control them. Any person that conducts fake miracle, you have to, or conducts miracle. Let me not say fake, so that we should not conclude or pre-conclude. Okay, he did miracle. He healed a cripple, right? He raised the dead in the presence of everybody. Now, that person that he healed should be apprehended and investigated upon whether it's real. Okay, you can heal. Go to the mortuary. Take you to Oya do. These are ways to combat all these things. It's not rocket science. But when people are economic with truth, with justice, it can never work. You want to impose one side and leave the other side. That is, you are breathing internal fire that will explode and burn everybody. That is reality. There is no way you can tell me you are just targeting one side. One side. Make a law that controls everybody. It's very simple. So what am I trying to say? This the evil that is befitting our land today. Youths are no longer interested in learning work. It is the miracle mentality of yesterday. People are clapping. When you raise children up, every time is to pray. Make them understand that you are going to pray. It's God that does everything. It's there they will focus now. You make them understand that somebody that does nothing, somebody that has no handwork, all of a sudden he can become rich. It is a miracle of God. That child will grow with that mentality, and anything he sees as even if it is criminality, he will enter, see it as the miracle. Now my miracle don't come to me. Is it not something that is common in our land? Somebody will pick, for example, money that another person threw away, maybe that fall out from another person's pocket. He will say, now God don't butter my bread. That small statement you had, it shows the sign of the mental state of us, our mental state. God don't butter my bread. Hey, God don't answer my prayer. Hey, now wow. Because that is what you believe. So why are we not discussing the cause of all these things? Instead, we are shouting, hey, look at what is happening in our land. What is the cause? Let us discuss it, for goodness sake. I say either we do this or we stop. We stop talking. We stop acting, deceiving ourselves, or we expose the real cause of all these things we are seeing today. We expose it. When Nollywood was demonizing our culture, making, praising or encouraging Ibutike in their videos, making this, destroying our tradition that people were clapping that is a good actor, is a good action now. Wow, you don't know that the effect of what you are doing till tomorrow. You don't know the tomorrow's effect. We don't have think tanks that we control and say, look, this thing shouldn't be. This thing, yes, is good. The scenery is okay. Everything is okay. It's sweet to look, but there is a bad effect we have in our children. We don't have people that are controlling. What matters in our land is anything to get money. Now do it, even if it is. That is why you see people are now killing that, because it will reach to that. It will reach to some extent whereby things become uncontrollable because you didn't start controlling it right from beginning. It's just like when you are training a child. When you have a child, you start from babyhood. Start training him or her the way you want it. You are building a character. It's not something you start later. I said no, let it be later. Maybe do something as a child, as a baby of 1 year. Go still her Cerelac or Similac without authorization. You make him understand that, look, whenever you want, if you're hungry, tell me. You are building a character. That small things you are doing, it is building his character. But when you look at it, they say, no, it doesn't matter, a child. It will reach a time he will start stealing your money. From there, you say it doesn't matter. You have reached 10 years. From there, before you will know, you have gone outside. And before you start training her, it will become too late. That is what is happening to us today. We are shouting, that is happening in our land. Look at the insecurity. People are killing our people. But when they are promoting miracles in the churches, everything, your people kept quiet and promoting it. Say, yes, God, hallelujah. You are shouting hallelujah. Now today is they are practicing that miracle, because also anyway in a way that is what miracle means. Miracle is the same thing. You're not trying to achieve something or get something or done, but not through the due process, in a mystic way. It can be in a way that surprises me. You don't know. Abracadabra, I don't get car. You just go outside and before you know, now you do one dangerous racket. People, you bought a stolen car. A stolen car that the value is 30 million. Now before you know, you don't buy 3 million naira or 2 million naira. You don't get car. It's a miracle. You come and praise God, give a testimony in church. I don't get a car, and you don't ask yourself. People don't control you now, but this you are work. What are you working? That you can get this car. People around you will not question you. These are what we are suffering today is the accumulations of diseases that should have been removed right from beginning, but we didn't do it. Our people, we kept quiet and continue pampering it. Today it is busting out, and all these politicians are playing lip services on it, using it to do politics. No, I will form Agune Chamber 1. I will form the Agune Chamber in order to do this. I will form this. You see that what they are doing is just they are using using all these things in order to loot money. I saw one of the Agune Chamber vehicle which they released as a chassis vehicle, not up to 1 week. Today is a mechanic. The evil begets evil. Those that will spoil this world, that will destroy the world, are not the evil people. But those that are living it, keeping quiet, looking at the evil and keep quiet without doing nothing about it, This is what we are suffering today. Until we face reality and touch where it should be, that we start controlling this miracle. This miracle is killing us. Oh, is killing us. We train our people, we tell our next generation that you must walk. Forget no miracle. There is no miracle. You churches will continue start preaching it. Nothing, no miracle. No. Just go and learn walk. Go boy. When you not go school, learn walk so that you start fending for yourself. There is no miracle. That is when you see things will start getting better, but in the future. Otherwise, we are lying to ourselves. There is no way you can talk about Biafra restoration without entering into religion. It is the source of our problem. Any person that wants to invite me anyway, I say invite me in any platform, I will come and defend it. Let people hear, let people listen, because we debate to learn, not to do no. You no point. We defend it, we debate it, and let people listen. We bow to superior arguments and nothing more. What we are doing is not a joke. It's not a joke. People have died and continue dying in what we are doing, and we want to liberate ourselves. So you know that's why I love Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso. What he's doing, he is talking to his people, exposing the reality, exposing the problem and the reality facing them, so that the people will hear, we know. This is the path taken by Sankara in 1983, between 1983, before they killed him in 1987. Without telling your people the truth, I'm telling you, you will continue lying and suffering. You can't get nothing. That's it. So we continue. We either continue talking the truth or we close. That is it. So we must continue. Thank you for listening. Biafra remains who we are. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is our ideology. We must continue upholding this restoration. It doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter what as they are holding our leader, but we continue. As I said, Tinubu is heading somewhere, but another day we'll make that analysis. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
You are kings and queens, you are prince and princess. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. I know we can do it. We are Yahweh's children. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. We are nobody's slaves. We have been always free folks. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. It is now forever, once and for all. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. It is now forever, once and for all. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. Papa, Mama, now forever. Once and for all, let's join hands and get Biafra. Brothers and sisters, now forever. Once and for all, let's join hands and get Biafra. We are nobody's slaves. We have been always free folks. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. We are no beggars, we are givers. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our noble brother, he says, come, let's join hands and get Biafra. It is now, now, and forever. It is now, forever, once and for all. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. It is now, forever, once and for all. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. Biafrans in the riverline areas, Biafrans in upland areas. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. IPOB family members, Biafrans worldwide. Oh, come, let's join hands and get Biafra. It is now and forever. It is once and for all. Oh, come, let's join hands and get Biafra. It is now and forever, once and for all. Brethren, come, let's join hands and get Biafra. Oh. It is now forever, once and for all. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. It is now forever, once and for all. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. Our prophet and teacher, Muhammad, one of Africa, says, come, let's join hands and get Biafra. It is now and forever. Our genuine leader, Chineke, a prisoner of conscience, has said, let's join hands and get Biafra. Directorate of the States, DOS, and Continental Reps, the national coordinators and the zonal coordinators, the anchors of the Radio Biafra broadcasters, the IPOB media warriors, the Biafran citizen journalists. All we are saying, let's join hands and get Biafra. It is now forever, once and for all. Come, let's join hands and get Biafra. It is now forever, once and for all. Come, let's join. It is now forever, once and for all. Come. Let's join.
His approach is multifaceted, combining increased personal security, advanced surveillance, and enhanced military capabilities to ensure his protection and stabilize his administration. These steps are crucial for maintaining his leadership and safeguarding Burkina Faso's sovereignty.
But turn around and go to Namibia. I was shocked. Namibians pay about $170 to get a visa to go to the United States, but Americans, when they go to Namibia, nothing, zero, not a penny. Just come. Now, guys, let's have a serious conversation here. Who is stupid? Whose problem is it? We are the problem. What is leadership doing? Leadership is doing nothing. Leadership is voting on sheer stupidity. Stupidity that is causing us havoc. The same people who are abusing us, taking advantage of us, exploiting us, they are laughing at us because we are jokers. What are we doing in our parliaments? And that is why you see what's happening in Burkina Faso, what's happening in Niger, What's happening in Mali? The youth are saying, now we know. Now our eyes are open. Now we know who the real problem is. Yes, we know the enemy as the former colonizers. We know the enemy as the multinationals who are in our countries, siphoning as much as they can. Yes, we know the NGOs are nothing but wolf in sheep's clothing. Yes, we know some of the embassies are no good. They are there to make sure that the instability in our countries continue. We know all that. However, we also know that our leaders could stop it. So yes, it is that the youth are rising. The youth are saying, you leaders, if you do not do the right thing, we will replace you. So we need more Traores in Africa. What's happening in Burkina Faso must be supported. What's happening in Niger must be supported. What's happening in Mali must be supported. The youth of Africa are sick and tired of being sick and tired. The issues of the root must be addressed. World Bank must stop giving us frivolous loans. World Bank must treat Africa fairly. Our ask is a simple ask. We are simply saying to the world, we demand Africa that can be treated fairly, an Africa that can be treated as equals on the world stage, an Africa that is free of racism, bigotry, and hate. Our ask is a simple one. Our position is of stating the facts, stating the truth, constants that do not change. We're simply asking that the world does unto us what they would want done unto them. Anybody that has an issue that Africa has taken is somebody who is under earth. We want a peaceful world. We want a world that is just. And that is all we are asking. That is all our children are asking. Our children are saying we're tired of watching our uranium power 2/3 of France while they call us a dark continent. Our children are saying we're sick and tired of seeing our mineral wealth fund Western education while we don't have quality education in Africa. Our children are saying we're sick and tired of seeing our natural resources fund healthcare in the Western world while we don't have access to that Western world. So it is the revolution that has been proclaimed, the revolution the likes of Kwame Nkrumah and others had hoped for. While it may have taken us years to get where we are, the unfinished business that our Pan-African fathers started back in 1963 must be completed, and our youth in Africa are acutely aware of that. The leadership that is not awakening, the leadership that doesn't understand that imperialism no longer has room in Africa, neocolonialism no longer has room in Africa, colonization no longer has room in Africa, exploitation of Africa can no longer continue. A leader who doesn't understand that is a leader whose days are numbered. The African youth are not taking it anymore. The African youth are awakened. Their eyes are open. And they're saying, you either stand up and defend what belongs to us, or we will replace you. Plain and simple. The unfinished business that our Pan-African fathers, the unfinished business that Kwame Nkrumah and many others started, it must be completed. It must be finished. You and I, we have a responsibility. You make us accountable as your elders. Make your leadership accountable. If your leadership is not accountable, replace them. I thank you. As I was getting ready for today's lecture, I came across a quotation from the man we are honoring today, His Excellency Kwame Nkrumah. He said, a state in the grip of neo-colonialism is not master of its own destiny. It is this factor which makes neo-colonialism such a serious threat to world peace. Following him, there was Marcus Garvey. Prior to him, he said, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without root. Jomo Kenyatta also reminded us that when the missionaries arrived in Africa, the Africans had the land and the missionaries had the Bible. They taught us how to pray with our eyes closed. When we opened our eyes, they had the land and we had the Bible. Finally, Patrice Lumumba said, the day will come when history will speak. Africa will write its own history. It will be a history of glory and dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment.
Come on, we are live. Let's go.
It was 3:10 a.m. as I was fast asleep in my bed in Tennessee when my phone rang. On the other end, there was a woman by the name of Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. She was the then chairman of the African Union. She proceeded to inform me that the then ambassador to the United States, the African Union ambassador to the United States, had just turned in her resignation and that she was going to be running for president of her country. A wonderful thing indeed.
This
What was surprising, however, was that she wanted me to be the next African Union ambassador to the United States. Keep in mind, I am 1,000% scientist with zero experience or knowledge of diplomacy or even politics. I left Zimbabwe as a teenager to go to the university in the United States. Had a degree in general chemistry, a master's in organic chemistry, went on straight to medical school, did a residency in general surgery and another one in family medicine, and went on straight to practice medicine for 25 years. Nothing to do with diplomacy in any way, shape, or form. So to my surprise, I said, Madam Chair, why on earth would you want somebody like myself to go to Washington, D.C. and be an ambassador? She said, well, look at me. I'm a pediatrician. I said, but you went to South Africa. You took positions that took you through the ranks of where you are now. I have no experience and you just want to throw me into the wolves. She said, no, we're tired of getting our rear ends kicked and we need somebody who understands the Americans. I said, I do understand you think so? She said, yes, you do. It took me 6 months of back and forth with her until finally I said, you know what? The joke is on you. I'm going to go to Washington. I'm going to have fun. I had not taken sabbaticals since coming to the United States. I'm going to drink tea and be wined and dined. And after 6 months, I'm going to look at her and say, Madam, I tried, but I couldn't do it. So that was the plan. I actually did not look for an apartment. I stayed in a hotel for 5 months. I would go into the meetings and I would sit and I would be laughing at myself to say, what on earth are you doing in Washington, D.C., pretending to be a diplomat? What I ended up doing is sitting in the meeting rooms, and as a medical doctor, naturally, I'm making diagnosis. Oh, you got a goiter, I need to see you. Oh, you got bipolar, I got a pill for you. I'm making diagnosis of the congressmen and other politicians and ambassadors that were in the room because I did not think I could contribute to anything that was really going on. But from time to time, a comment would be made that would make me wake up and say, did I just hear that? Was that not an insult to us? Did that individual actually just abuse us? And I'm in the room with seasoned ambassadors. Ambassadors with years of experience. I'm waiting for one of them to say something. To my surprise, nothing was said. So the first month, I'm the new kid on the block. I'm just a medical doctor here. I just don't know what's going on here. I'm watching and I'm listening. And slowly I begin to realize there was something wrong going on. Why is it that we're not speaking up as ambassadors? We're here to represent 1.4 billion people who need our voices. Why are we mute? Well, you know, having been born and raised in Zimbabwe during apartheid, we fought. I was a young teenager when I saw many of my colleagues leave and join the revolution, and many died. So when it comes to fighting, I was prepared. I got to where I got so sick and tired of attending these meetings because I was sick and tired of the abuse. I attended meetings on the African continent, and the abuse continued, and the mutinous from us also continued, until one day I said, enough is enough. I'm an African woman, and I have been given a platform, and I have a mandate. I shall exercise my mandate. You see, as a medical doctor, every day you're faced with people that come to you. Sometimes patients understand what's wrong with them. Sometimes they don't. We have a responsibility to help people figure out what's going on with them, organize their lives, make a diagnosis, give it a name, and help them deal with it. And in my stay in Washington, D.C., early on, I made a diagnosis. That which was ailing was our ignorance and understanding of what was really going on, our fear of those who don't look like us, and the fact that we have been lied to, we have been miseducated, we have been misinformed. That had to change. So it is, I sought out to execute my mandate, which included, in addition to engaging the US government, it also included mobilizing the African diaspora to participate in the development of Africa. How could the diaspora participate in the development of Africa if they are ignorant about what is happening in Africa? So I started speaking to them. I summarized it in a very simple matter. That we have a responsibility to finish the unfinished business that was started by our Pan-African fathers back in 1963 when they met in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sadly, when our ancestors, our Pan-African fathers, went to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, they were divided. We had the Casablanca group, which was led by Kwame Nkrumah. It was Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. They were the Casablanca group that said Africa for the Africans and African Union now. They wanted change. They understood the importance of unity. They knew for Africa to move forward, Africa must speak with one voice. They demanded an Africa with one customs union, an Africa with one central bank, an Africa with one military, an Africa that...
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. Today is the 3rd day of September 2024. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this revolutionary radio. This is Radio Biafra London in defense of freedom. This is our rallying point where it all started. Therefore, we must draw nearer to our listening devices in order to continue receiving the message of liberation, the message of total liberation, self-determination, the voice of the voiceless. Therefore, you can tune in parts of Biafra land in our FM 102.1 in some parts of Biafra land. And other places are coming up. Therefore, we are also on satellite, free-to-air satellite. We are in our homepage, ipob.org. ipob.org. You can enter the website and click on Radio Biafra London live broadcast. Moreover, you can donate through our PayPal. The section of PayPal is there. You can donate. Because what we are doing, it involves money. So, it is our collective stake. I've been saying this. This revolution, because the restoration of Biafra is a revolution. It's not ordinary independence or flag independence. No. This is a revolution. Because we want to take back what belongs to us. We are in Nigeria, in a place that has killed us, that has subdued us. Britain tricked us into being inside a country. They formed a country through backyard and tricked us into what is killing us today. Are you hearing me? They tricked us into, relinquishing ourselves, relinquishing our natural selves to their artificial creation. That is it. Therefore, this time around, it is enough is enough. Enough is enough. We must take back what belongs to us. We must make sure that the road being gone or the road being passed through by others, even including America, that we must pass through it. And what is that road? The awakening. That is it. We are sick and tired of running, trying to jackpot, running to places where jobs, factories, jobs are created, and we are contented with that we are working in other countries that have factories. And what made them create all those factories? What facilitates them? The things, the natural resources, the money being looted from our country. Is it not the wisest thing to do, instead of being lured to go and work outside? We create all those jobs in our land. And how can we do it? In Nigeria, it is impossible. Because we have no same value system. We have no common value system. That is what people do not understand. You see people always blaming, it's the leaders, the Nigerian leaders. If they do this, if they can get a lead, it's impossible. In a place where you have people with no common value system, organization is impossible. It's impossible. There must be problems. Britain, they created Nigeria on a tripod, which is abnormal. A country should never be created on a tripod. You ask Britain, those that are telling you, you ask them, what is Britain on? How many stands is Britain created? Is it not a reasonable question to fire back to them? Why do you have to create Nigeria on a tripod? Whereas in your own country, your country is created naturally on its natural stand. On its natural stand. And natural stand does not have tripod. Instead, they have 360 degrees wall. No leakage. If there is any pothole, it could be managed and fixed without shaking the whole structure. But in the case of Nigeria, they created it on a tripod, so that once they break one leg, one of the tripods, everything will collapse. That is not a country. It's a business center. I was just playing the clip for you to understand what we are in. We are in a serious fight, very tedious fight. Like the young man in Burkina Faso. You heard what he's going through. Every few days you have a military coup against him. People that wants to assassinate him. It is not, these are people that are acting, many of them by ignorance, others by greed, or hired by foreign agents, foreigners, France and the West. Because our misery, the misery of Africans is what makes America, the West, very rich. Are you hearing me? They load Africans with debts. Don't you hear the last time Tinubu made statement? He made a presidential speech. He said that he met upon entering into power. Nigeria, the past regime was using 97% of their total national revenue to service debt. Where do you see this kind of thing? Servicing of debt takes 97% of the total Nigerian revenue per year, every year. They are servicing debt. And he boasted that he has reduced it to, I think, 68%. How can a country using 68% of their total revenue servicing debts succeed as a country? You know, Nigerians are highly ignorant, sentimental Igbo haters. That is why they don't pay attention to anything governance. Because they are sentimental against Igbos. So, anything, even if they are being slaughtered, even if anything can go, no problem. As long as they continue with the status quo being left to them by Britain, because Britain is #1 hater of Igbos. For your information, they use the Igbos in order to amalgamate Nigeria. That is historical. It's a historical fact. You cannot deny it. They saw the Igbos as very smart, but their smartness goes without wisdom. I am telling you. Now Britain started using them. Why don't you ask yourself, why was many of our past prominent Igbo politicians born in the north? Have you asked yourself all those questions? Azikiwe was born in 1906 in Zungeru. Even our Eternal General Ojukwu was born in the north. Kaduna Nzogu, when he was Kaduna, he said he is only Igbo by name. He is born in the north. Many of them are born in the north. Don't you ask yourself why? Because Britain took their parents at the early time, the early 19th century. When Frederick Lugard came into there, now he started scavenging. He saw a very smart race in Igbo people. They know it even right from transatlantic slavery. So they started, these are our people, Igbos. We are people that can learn fast. Our people, ask all the people. They will tell you, our grandfathers, they'll tell you. Our people can learn very, very fast. So Britain knows that. They remarked us. Something that Onyofe man can learn in 2 years, Igbo man can learn it under 1 month. He mastered it, even know it more than even the teacher. So they remarked this. They now saw partners which they can use in order to create a business entity called Nigeria. That's why they chose Azikiwe's father, Nnamdi Azikiwe Obededon. And they Christianized him. They baptized him, gave him a name Obededon, the servant of Edom. Do you see? They started, pushing them, carrying them along as what they see, district commissioners, translators, teachers, to the north. To the north. to the northern places to help, because they saw them as, people there will be seeing them as fellow black people. Now they used us in order to capture the mindset of others. That's why you see many of our people were born there in the north. Many of the old Igbo elites, their parents migrated to the north, courtesy of Britain. But Britain remarked that, look, if we form a country and leave it and left it in the hands of these people, the Igbos, that Britain will have no gain, no benefit. They will not allow for exploitation. They will develop the country. So Britain purposely used the Igbos, form a country, even negotiate, make way for negotiation so that there will be an authorization agenda. So that, everybody will come on board. When the motion for independence was first raised by Akintola in 1957, Ahmad Bello said the North is not ready. That if they want, they can have independence. That the North will be will still be with Britain. And Nnamdi Azikiwe will continue waiting. Say no, let's wait for them. What does it tell you? People without correct political sound judgment, according to how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu call it, sound judgment. People that cannot make sound judgment, future sound judgment. People that cannot look, that cannot do something based on futuristic, based on the future advantage to their people. No, they don't know that. They are blinded. We are a people blinded by what we can gain now. It didn't start today. What Azikiwe wanted a big Nigeria where he will be in control. But since the clip I was playing, the whole big Pan-Africanist people, the past presidents, the independent fighters, do you hear all those people mention Azikiwe? It's not common. Once you mention people that fought for real Africa, that want Africa to progress, you see Kwame Nkrumah, you see Lumumba, you see others, Ameka Cabral, all of them. No mention of Nnamdi Azikiwe because of the fundamentally flawed politics he has. His greed for power, for that big thing, made him overlook his own people. And that is what we are suffering today. Some people, it might not be palatable when some people are listening to this, but that is the reality. Otherwise, with the type of people we are, right from beginning, everything was in our hands, in the hands of the Igbos, and today, things turned upside down. How do we get here? Do you want us not to talk about it? We gotta move on. No. We cannot move on until we understand the mistakes of the past. That is why I continue saying, do you see the struggle led by IPOB? It should never be a family business. I continue maintaining it. It should never be regarded as a family business. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. We must get this struggle with every alacrity. Because we are not doing it to get money. We are not doing it to get fame. No. We are not doing it to get fame. We are not doing it to get money. We are not doing it to get anything extra. The only recompense is for us to be genuinely liberated. Because the way we are going, the way we are, it is not good for us. We don't like it. That is why it is time for us, in order to put in everything we have, all our energies, in order to make sure that we do not fail. When you look at what happened to us, the tragedy, the hate of the British against us, they didn't hide it. Even normally, apart from even IPOB, normally, Igbos should be every day protesting in the streets of London. If we are a people that has political knowledge, but lo and behold, we are greedy set of people, individualistic. That is why IPOB have come to gather us as one family, so that we flow towards one direction. That is it. Because what Britain did to us is horrible. Let me play this clip before I continue. Let me play it.
It's not the duty of people who are not involved to deny the pain of people who are involved. In Nigeria, there's this big embargo about Biafra. You must never talk about Biafra. We have to move on. You have to forget. You have to just move on. Forget about it. But it's not the duty of people who are not there to forget. If the people who suffered want to forgive and forget, it's their prerogative and they can do that at their will. Well, Steve Jobs, has anybody read his autobiography? Yeah, he stopped going to church because he read about the Biafra war. He said,
Steve Jobs, you are using Apple software, Apple telephone, Apple laptop, Apple everything, Apple. The founder, Steve Jobs. You know what happened? You have had this history, maybe. You've had it several times. But we continue narrating it. Steve Jobs, the billionaire, he stopped going to church. During his, when he was little, because of news about Biafra, he saw on the page of a newspaper in the 60s, during the war. He saw on the page of newspaper, Biafran Kwashiorkor children. And he carried the paper, he went to Sunday school. He asked his teacher, he said, these children, are they guilty of anything? The Sunday school man said, why are you asking? He said, no, answer me. He said, no, they are not guilty. He said, why do we say we are worshiping God and God cannot save this type of children? And we are Christians. And he asked them, these people, Biafrans, are they Christians? He said, yes. He said, why then are we not supporting them? Why do I have to go to church every time we are shouting God to say Jesus, say Jesus? And these people are the same, worshiping the same like us. But we don't support, we allow them to go through this hardship. Say, no, I cannot worship this type of God, the heartless God with the heartless people. He stopped going to church. He stopped Christianity. The Christianity you are defending. A slave, you know, slaves, they defend their masters too much. But people that sabi, people way sabi, they ask hard questions. They think deep. And they say, no. This is we are just playing hypocrisy. If we cannot with our power, we say we are Christians, and our Christian brothers with innocent children like this that are Christians are suffering like this, and we are not helping them. We don't want no. Say we cannot. Instead you are supporting people of other religions to kill them. Say no. I stopped going to church. It's just we are not practicing anything that we are preaching. There is no need of worshiping that God. I'm not among, and he withdrew from church to the amazement of his Sunday school teacher. That is Steve Jobs, the story of Steve Jobs. Continue listening.
And if Christians can do that to people, why should I worship that God? I don't agree with him, but that's his view. He felt so bad about the war. Bernard Kouchner, former French foreign minister, remember him in Kosovo, digging every last bone to understand what happened in Kosovo. But where did he start? He started in Biafra. He was there as a Red Cross volunteer. He resigned from the Red Cross. He said, we can't be impartial in such a situation. He founded Médecins Sans Frontières, MSF, because of the Biafra situation. And
the French Kushner, the former foreign minister of France, some time ago, he resigned and formed what you call Médecins Sans Frontières, medicine without doctors without border. It started in Biafra. He resigned from Red Cross. You know why? He saw the Red Cross. Oh, we are just helping, and you can do something. You can do something other than just giving normal help. Bring Gary Gabon. He said, no, we have to tell the world what is happening. That atrocities are committed here. You are not doing it. And you are telling me that you are good. Okay, let us stick. It's our protocol. A protocol is just let us give one person Gary Gabon. Let us administer medicine. He said, this is rubbish. He resigned from Red Cross. He said, this is hypocrisy. This is what people saw in our land in Biafra during 1967 to 1970. It changed their life forever. But do you know what? The people that suffered this, they are even hailing the religion they use in killing us, the religion that refused to accept us as our brothers. The funniest part of it is that our people are still sending money to that religion, to Rome, to Anglican, to England, through religion. Happy slaves. Simply happy slaves. Whereas the people saw the atrocities and resigned, and it changed their lives. Our people that suffered the thing, they don't even understand. They continue singing praises of the God of Britain. They continue going, look at the recruitment of British Army. You see people that are promoting it. Let us jackpot. You go to the Britain. You happy slaves you are. If what we say here is you don't like it, you switch off your listening device, please. You don't need to go to mass to do that. You just switch it off and continue dangling in utter stupidity and gullibility. Because how can we pity ourselves when we see the suffering we are going through? How do you want us to pity ourselves? Why can't we? It's better we administer the bitter pill so that we rise up, so that we have righteous indignation in order to challenge the difficulties ahead. We didn't enter into this struggle because it is easy. No. It is a do or die affair. It is life and death issue. Because for you to challenge the status quo, for us to try to deliver ourselves from the misery which Britain put us into, blood must flow, and is flowing. Example is, look at the Burkina Faso president, the young man. You see, no month or 2 months does not pass by without his life being threatened. No, because he's fighting monsters. That is the same way we are. Are you hearing me? They have come through different ways, thinking that when the rendition Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that IPOB will collapse. It didn't happen. And Nigeria is still continuing. They are not folding their hands. They are using Mazi Nnamdi Kanu siblings in order to do their dirty job now. That is why I am saying it here on Radio Biafra, being established by our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out tomorrow and become a constituted, a blockade to destroy IPOB, we will resist it with everything, every alacrity we have. We will resist it. Are you hearing me? That is what we must make sure that we succeed. I say we must make sure that we succeed. That is why I say remove sentiment. Remove sentiment. Look at Kanuman. He went to Switzerland. He went to take a photo in a United Nations office. Just the gate. United Nations. Nation units. To deceive the gullible. That is, the many things will be thrown at us. The gullibles will fall off. Oh yes, do you see? Anybody can go to that place and take photo. Why should you be deceived, all ye people? It is time for us to have a retrospect. It is high time that we take the bull by the horn. Continue listening, because something terrible happened to us. Even Britain is still amazed that even we are quiet. Let me tell you, British intelligence service, British government is still really amazed, still surprised that we are behaving the way we are behaving, quietly, without nothing. Embracing them. Many of our people are embracing them. And the government, you are jacked to London. Oh, you want to walk. They take us as idiots. Because things happen to us. Let me continue.
That's what Biafra did to him. John Lennon returned his MBE to the Queen because of the Biafra War.
There was a protest against violence, war, especially Britain's involvement in Biafra, which most of the British public aren't aware of, because all the press, TV and radios slant all the news from Biafra. All the stuff I learned on Biafra from journalists, off-the-cuff folks, is a different story, and I began to be ashamed of being British. And I'm a patriotic nationalist, if the truth will out, and Yoko can vouch for that. I'm always fighting about what Britain invented, radar, and what all the different things we've done. But every day I just began to worry a bit more about it, and I was going to send the MBE back anyway. I could have done it privately, so the press would have found out anyway. You would have been here a week later instead, less impact.
Jimi Hendrix was playing
somebody like John Lennon, the famous British musician, he returned the whole medals given to him by the Queen, by the British government, in the open place. That is what I play. That is what we had in his voice, because of the atrocities committed against Biafrans. But those that suffered it, they don't understand this. They are moving sheepishly. They are moving. What are you talking about? They took us as idiots. I'm telling you. They took us as idiots. They hold John Lennon. He returned the medals given to him by the British. He said, if we can do this to people, human beings, without remorse, no, I can. He said, I have been a British nationalist, patriotic citizen of Britain, highly nationalist, but I cannot understand. I disagree. I will not be among those counted to be doing this because I'm a Briton. So I returned the home medals that I earned. He returned it. One time I said, if our people are knowledgeable, after the war, what would have happened? We would have done massive renunciation of Christianity in protest. If I say it now, people say, you believe what you believe. I believe what I believe. Sometimes we legit ourselves. Or them can say, I military in your name. I am telling you. Had it been we are a people with at least political brain, we can get and say, no, let us take a stock. We are Christians, okay? Britain is a Christian country that even they brought Bible to us, yes. America, the same thing. But these people now, we trusted them through the religion. Now they armed other people, other religion. They armed the Muslims to slaughter us, and they are happy openly. So it's a very big reason for us to even massively renounce Christianity. But you will see one now here that come and say, no, I believe. Yeah, I believe. No, they don't understand that. Look, you must be alive to believe. We act politically, but no. Who are you going to call? Who? If we have done that, it will send a message to the world. But I'm even going far. I'm talking of people that even after 1970, they went back to the north, to west, that slaughtered them without reserve. Is it the people that will do this type of thing? People that went back, not that they went back with brain, no. They went back and started, embrace one Nigeria. They started building more things that hook every one of us now, hook them and all of us. They built properties that is now used to hold everybody hostage. Because anything you talk, they will tell you, you see, if you venture this Biafra, the whole Igbos in the north, none of them will go out alive. We destroy everything. You see our people will come say, wow. You see, 60% of properties in Abuja alone is owned by Igbos. 75% of properties in Kano is Igbos. You know, I don't know whether we are idiots naturally or is it artificial? I cannot understand. How can people suffer this? 1966, 4 years, how far? No, less than 4 years after suffering this immense atrocities, they still ran back and entered into the same hole. How do you think that we are redeemable? Please, when the lines open, please, you let me know, because the lines will open for just few calls. You let me know. How does people that acted in this way, how do you think that we merit even pity? Sometimes just so, but otherwise, let me say, that is because I the foolish. We are completely foolish. We went back. People saw what happened. We used to remember Bruce Merrock. Very easy. I want the easy go. 30th May, we remember Bruce Merrock. He burned himself. Do you know what burning somebody, burning himself? Do you know what it means? Burning oneself. Do you know what it means? Because of other lives, because of Biafrans. Do you know what it means? But the people that he did that for, do they recognize? If we recognize, we wouldn't have even have properties in Lagos as we have today. We went back to one Nigeria, which means even Bruce Merrock, we call him Mumu, say, why you burn yourself? You don't die for nothing now. Because our people didn't show. Not most of our people, not all. Because there are some knowledgeable people that, they learned lesson. Yes. I'm saying that. They learned lesson naturally. They said, this thing that happened, I can never go again to north, to southwest, in order to invest heavily. No, I will use my brain. Our people didn't do that. We continue pursuing that is the thing. We continue. Once we perceive the order of money, hey, now money they here, I beg you, call him now, they may not Lego, now batawa, and with an azala, pata, everywhere. Oh, Sabongeri and Yagala. You tell these people are good, though. You don't know that they are building foundations of holding you hostages. That is what they are doing. It would be better, instead of investing massively in northern Nigeria or outside Biafra land, even you go to Cameroon and invest. Go to every other neighboring African country. It's better for you. You are more safer. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? Look at people, John Lennon. Many of them internationally that time, because of what happened to us, the many Steve Jobs of Apple, he stopped going to church, he renounced Christianity. He said, if God that he is saying he is serving can do or allow this thing to be done to human beings, fellow human beings that are also Christians like him, say no. There is a lie somewhere. He stopped going. But the people that they are defending, the people that they are doing this thing for, they defend that ideology, that Christianity till death. Oh, Chineke. Sometimes you see, no, there is the problem is in our head, and that is why we must cure it. You know, with which mentality are you going to run Biafra? Is it the mentality of Kanu to Kanu? Where we go and pose now. Ask him what is your people, what are you working? What is your investment? Is IPOB now? And now my brother is the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. So I merit going on Bentley in Germany. So you know. Oh yeah, go from politicians. That is the way they put it, the way they took it. Do you think that this is the mentality we must use in order to get the country we are looking for? Is that what you are telling me? Is it the mentality of when money is being contributed by people to enter, maybe because you are the owner, the holder of the account, you can do it in America, you swallow the money? Is that the mentality? Is that the mentality of how we are going to run Biafra? Which means we want to run away from frying pan and jump into the fire. We will never allow it. That is why this awakening, this enlightenment is highly important. It's very important prior to physical restoration of Biafra, so that we change the way we reason. Let me continue playing this.
To raise money for the children in Biafra. It was raising money to feed people like me. I would have died if those flights hadn't come in. 3,170 flights in 3 years that came in with all the food we wanted, because there was no way to feed Biafra. And of course, part of the war strategy was to have all the awards from.
Part of the war strategy by Britain is to starve and kill everybody by Britain. Have you ever had where this type of atrocity is being committed? Have you ever had it? That hunger, they blockaded everywhere, so that we Biafra land will be a mass grave for you. Stay and collapse. Everybody stay and collapse, so that they come and they see nobody. If they see you are still breathing, they kill you. As Adekunle said, he will shoot everybody, anything that moves, and even if you are not moving, he will shoot you. That is the plan. That is the hatred of Britain. And that is why anywhere in the international community, United Nations, the question of Biafra is being raised about the genocide committed against us. They will suppress it. Britain will veto it. Don't talk about it. They will veto it. That hatred is what they transmitted to Nigerians. Are you hearing me? It started from Britain. They worked with the Azikiwe family, but with disdain. They hated us like that because they don't want to smart people. They don't want people that can rise up to challenge them. They want all, as they are royal. They want to remain that royal to everybody. So that they don't want, if they manufacture car, you manufacture car to challenge them. They don't want it. That's why they organized the whole world against Biafra. Britain did it. Are you hearing me? Do you know what happened? Because that time was the peak of Cold War. The West fighting against communist Russia, Soviet Union. Not open war, but Cold War. Are you hearing me? But do you know one thing? Biafra made them, even Britain, not to be implicated. Now he went to their sworn enemy, Russia, and said, okay, you know what? I will do you a favor. Because Russia was not interested in anything Africa. They were not interested. because they didn't have the colonial mentality of the West. That is a historical fact. They don't care about coming to Africa to steal, to colonize, to invade. No. What matters to them is their neighbors, the same people, so that they can be peaceful. That is what matters to them. What are they stealing? They have everything in Russia. Siberia have oil, have crude oil, quantity, gas everywhere. Is it rare earth, cobalt? They have all these things everywhere. Gold, they have them. So they don't need to go and steal. So what Britain did was to call them, say, okay, now, we are enemies, but we can allow you, sell your MiG fighters to Nigeria. No problem. And make some money. We know we are enemies, but we can be friends. Make some money. So sell your MiG fighters to Nigeria. Britain is doing all these things so that they will not be directly implicated. And Russia, when they are direct business, to do business, they say, okay, Nigeria, come and buy our MiGs. We heard that you are fighting war. I don't know, is it with who? With the Biafra? They don't even understand. Go and buy. Nigeria brought money and buy huge sums of money. Britain also, as go between, they got their chunk of commission. Are you hearing me? They exploited Nigeria also and got their chunk of commission. And that is it. So they are making money everywhere. Gowon is a person who is, he don't know nothing. Go on, they tell industrialization. You say, what is industrialization? You don't even know what is industrialization. So Britain is completely happy. So the hatred of Igbos you are seeing today, it was transmitted by Britain. After all, they started it in 1966. They called it, BBC called it Igbo coup. What Britain organized. They called it Igbo coup. In order to get the result of what you are seeing today, the hatred of Igbos. They now say, yes, they cut it. Do you see? That is how bad it is. But the issue is this. You that suffered the thing, you that our fathers, our people suffered it, even people that suffered it are still alive. Do you even recognize it? Are you doing as somebody that, agbọshigba otele ya mụrụ akọ mana agbọshigbara otele ndị Igbo nweta akọ gbaa ofu mgba n'owe de onye mụrụ akọ atọ our people collectively ya mụrụ akọ never agbapụ ishikwa onye ahụ na apọ na ikposhikwe na aga na look at the Britain will come to our land and tell our people to come and, go and register and fight for Britain. Ndị Igbo will promote it. Chai! Chineke. Ndị Igbo that suffer this type of tremendous hatred. They learn about the Burma War. How Britain used Africans, mostly even in Igbo land. Send them to fight the Burma War, Second World War, Vietnam War. They fought all this. They were slaughtered and massacred. And now they are coming back shamelessly. And our people are, you see content creators are announcing this in the name of when I make contact. Let us stop hating ourselves with these characters, please. Because this is self-hatred. I call it complete self-hatred. Let me finish playing this.
Yeah, CBE, MBE, everything, right up to the knighthood. They returned all of that to the Queen because of the war.
If you came away from some of the earlier tragedies of the Biafran War and some of the wars in Africa and the AIDS things I photographed, there wasn't enough darkness.
The next piece is also by Alex Baranovsky. It's called Biafra, and this was actually written for a documentary which just came out at the beginning of this year. The documentary is called McCullen, and it's about the very famous war photographer Don McCullen, who traveled around the world over the last 30, 40 years, taking the most extraordinary photographs, mostly of war-torn areas. And Biafra was a former province near to Nigeria, where they had a most horrendous civil war in the 1960s. And
the most horrendous civil war. Are you hearing it? In the 1960s. Don Macklin, a photographer, he went and saw what he went and saw what affected his life until he died. He saw children. He saw an open space that filled up with children. No person cares for them. Children, they dry with hunger. They will be dropping dead he's photographing. He was photographing. When they saw him as a white person, they thought that help has come. But nothing. He came with only his camera. Children abandoned in a big field. No person cares for them. They cry. This one fall down. This is what our bitter history. People don't understand this. This thing. That's why now Britain lies in there. You people merit mass slaughter because you are idiots. I am telling you. Our people don't understand this. If we understood, we will fight. We will be making waves everywhere. Even in the streets of London, every day there will be protests. There will be every kind of thing. They will say, yes, these are the people you hated, you killed, you want. How do you think, this Britain wants every Biafran all to be killed, to be massacred. That's why they blockaded everywhere. Stop. Do you know, have you gone hungry before for 1 day, 2 days? Have you gone hungry before, please? No food. No food. Children, do you know what is children? Toddlers. Children, 2 years or 5 years, 6 years, being left alone in an open field, thousands of them. What you'll be hearing is mama, papa. Anyone that cry, no water, no food. 1 day, 2 days, if he fall dead, he die. Others rotten. What happened to us is ugly. I want you to understand that. So that you want to register to be a Commonwealth. You are a complete idiotic slave that doesn't merit even pity. Are you hearing me? Normally, every Igbo man, supposedly every Igbo man, considering what happened to us, normal. Supposedly every Igbo man, not against ourselves, no, but against all these people, Britain, against Nigeria. And the only way you can manifest it is to support what we are doing. That is it. The only way you can is to support the effort. That is it. Instead of Igbos in the US spending 3-point-something billion to build church. You were this one, you got hung the Gabekwan and defend the I know not the same struggle. As a priority, here our priority to build churches in our land. Get how that we are missing it. And also now what is happening in our land? There are many things we are contributing because many of us are ignorant of what happened to us. Many are ignorant. Let me finish, please.
And there was a particular colony, a children's colony, which had been abandoned, and thousands of children were left there to die. And
do you know what is this man? What this man described as children's colony? You come in an open field, for example, in a place where you have only children that don't know how to help themselves, with nothing there. Thousands of children. Do you know what it means? What a gory sight. The only thing that can match the description is the Jewish Holocaust. That is the only thing. The Jewish Holocaust is second to, maybe you can equate it with the Jewish Holocaust of 1945, 39 to 45. Nothing more. You can not. How can you, children? A world that say they have conscience, a world that have institutions helping. America is there. I was there. All these people are there. They left. They know what was happening. They left the people. Children. Thousands of children. That is in a colony. Just one village, one place. Everybody run away. They left the children to run. These are people that their parents abandoned. Some their parents have died. Some, So children, they gather children one place, and the people taking charge. Nothing again to do. Nothing to take charge with. They run away. They left the children there in a colony. Every day the children we are dropping dead in their hundreds per day. And once they die, within one day, 24 hours, they start smelling flies everywhere. And the flies will be eating others alive, waiting for them to die, eating them alive. Flies. I want to stir up your righteous indignation. You don't know what happened to us. You didn't know. Yeah, you are naive and ignorant. I say, had it been, we are people with honor. Immediately after the war, whether one Nigeria or no one Nigeria, we first of all do what? Igbos would have first of all removed themselves from Christianity. Say no. It's a sign of protest. Because some people may call and say, no, Caritas help us. Caritas, that one person, one individual. No. What did the institution do? They have the opportunity, or they can influence their governments, but they didn't do it. Only one individual start doing. It's one individual will take flight, come, say, no, I don't understand what is happening. I want to help. I'm not talking of individual help. It should have been, they should have influenced, the church should have influenced their governments. Campaigned heavily against what is happening, but they didn't do it. And today you are still paying your money in Anglican Church, the Church of England. Do you know the head of Church of England? The overall head is King Charles. Do you know that? The overall head of Church of England is King Charles. The arch enemy is him. Rome do the same thing. You are sending your money to Rome in the name of everything. They give you debt and give you religion. They give you debt, give you Bible, everything. Carry the waka they go. Carry the go. Happy slave, very happy slave.
Don McCullin arrived at this place in Biafra to find all these children there. And the children thought that he had come to save them. But the truth was he was there as a photographer. He'd come to take photos.
I'd walk into a school in Biafra and I would see 800 children dying. And as soon as they saw the white men coming, you could see they thought there was some hope at the end of the tunnel. And what did I bring them? I brought them 2 Nikon cameras around my neck. And I saw these children dropping down and dying in front of me. And we live in a world now where the media isn't that particularly interested in the real tragedy in our lives.
You feel that?
I'm convinced it is.
And it was something that he just never...
This was this photograph of Don McCullin. He was being interviewed by Christian Amanpo in CNN. The person that he said he came to this children colony in Biafra, where children were abandoned. He said they were dropping dead in their hundreds. Every hour, hundreds will drop dead. And he was photographing. Nothing he can do. He want to document everything. Thousands of Igbo children dying. Biafran children dying every minute. And I know that's that we are happy. Sometimes I'm looking at them and say, don't we merit what is happening to us? Don't we merit it? But for the sake of the awakened, let us continue preaching. That is it.
Never really got over, never really recovered from.
He said the man never really recovered from that sight till he died. I don't know the date he died, but I watched it. I'm watching it in the video. An interview, which the man himself granted to Christian Amanpour of CNN. The man, he died. They said the thing troubled him. That sight troubled him until he died. Imagine. But you, that your brothers suffer this, your fathers suffer this, you are busy doing, one Nigeria. Then now go Jackpan, I want to enter into British Army. You are not here.
And Alex wrote this particular piece based on that, and it's in the film, which is the most extraordinary documentary. I would urge any of you to go and see it. It's just out, and it has picked up 2 BAFTA nominations, in fact, just recently. So this is Biafra by Alex Baranovsky.
This is the solemn music one man wrote about the tragedy. I put it on my timeline, even it's on Mazi Nnamdi timeline too. You go there, you watch. Watch for yourself. What happened to us is our bitter history. And we will never stop talking about it. Because if we keep quiet, if we stop talking about it, we are the most foolish people on earth. I say, I didn't know why all these things, everybody, our fathers, our uncles, they fought like lions, but ended like grasshopper. Do you know why I say that? They kept quiet. Everybody kept quiet. Nothing was happening on the ground, nothing. Everybody went to your tent, oh Israel. Everybody went and go and survive. Go and survive. Some Baiganeko, like Mazi, our indefatigable veteran, Mazi Ike Peters. Now Baigaman, didn't I just go. Nothing like na na 2, 3 people, 4 people, 5 people are na cause havoc. Nowhere. We will never forget. That is why we are here. In order to we are here genuinely. We are not concerned about money. I'm not here because of money. If it is about money, I will not even enter here because I'm spending. And many of us like that. But there are people that are they are there only for money. Using people's blood. Eating people's blood. They are the vampires. It's very sad. Honestly, it's very sad. It is time for us to rise up. Britain did not want us alive. I say, when they see you as an Igbo man, it doesn't matter you are in British Parliament, they are not happy. Because the original plan is complete annihilation, genocide of everybody. Because I don't know why they are seeing us as threat. I don't know why. It's because of our natural endowment. The only one, okay, let me give you an example. According to what is written in the Bible story, Herod that was there, he don't want another king to be born. Just because of a child of maybe a few days old, he could not find. In order to kill him, he gave order that if from 8 years old children be beheaded, be killed. 8 to 0 day old, be killed. That is exactly what Britain wants. Because they don't want people. Britain said they don't want another Japan. Because Japan is causing them harm already. If they're exporting, Japan is exporting. Who is Japan? Who is the Asia country that will be exporting? But is one other bad news to them, to the Euro, to the West, is the rise of China. The rise of the dragon. China now is exporting even to themselves, to them, Britain. They commonize technology. They simplified everything to the common man, everybody. Do you hear it? Do you see it? Do you see how things work? Because the Europeans, they don't want to have competitors. Never. That's why you want to come out to prove to them that you're a human being, you can do something, they either manipulate you or they kill you. They either take you to work on their side or they try to kill you. That is the way they are. And I wonder how this type of people will give us a straight road to heaven. We'll go and live with them in heaven. I cannot understand how this grand deception, how this people that are doing this now, they tell you that St. Matthew, you will live with St. Matthew, St. Charles in heaven. All of us will live very happily. We are us in this world. Look at how they are exploiting us everywhere. English, a test of English proficiency, a test of English as a foreign language. Before you, no matter this, you from kindergarten in Nigeria, they are teaching you in English. The primary school, secondary school, tertiary education is English. But when you now want to apply to go to England, they tell you, say your English is not enough. You have to take exam, English exam. And that you pay every Saturday. Millions of Nigerians and Biafrans, they pay. Do you know how much they make only on the TOEFL? Do you know how much they make? Do you know how much they make every Saturday? You don't count on, what about the visa fee? They are exploiting us 360 degrees. They don't want us to breathe. Never. And what they give us free is just Bible. Read, and read and gulp it and take heaven. Take heaven. Free heaven, oh yeah. Okay, it is time for retrospect, for thinking, for reasoning, critical thinking. All these things will make you focus on our struggle, what we are doing. What we are doing is the genuine liberation. Look at what the Burkina Faso president, the young man, what he's suffering, what he's enduring. The same thing goes to Mali. Because they don't want a place. Do you see how they openly sponsored, they are sponsoring jihadism, Islamic terrorists in the Sahel, in order to justify their presence. The world is a place of business, for your information. Oh, when you take things like that, the only thing is that work towards your interests, towards our collective interest. That is the thing. There is all these things about religion, but they all are nonsense. It's just, these are tools. Nothing more, but you take it serious. You take them serious. They are using the Islamists. Look at how they are slaughtering their fellow black people in the video. Very disgusting. Boko Haram, the same thing. For them, they are very powerful. They don't know that Brigade, I think Brigade is in Nigeria today. He want to come and explain, he want to inspect the job. How is it going? They will give him reports. First-hand report. Now, don't worry. We are doing the job. We are in charge. Boko Haram, they are killing. ISWAP is killing. Didn't they kill? Is it today or yesterday? In Yobe. How many people? 100 and in Kaduna, the same. Everywhere, the same thing. They are killing. For those idiots, they thought that they are fighting for Allah. They don't know that they are being used by higher hand to obtain their interests. They are being used by America. They are being used by the West in order to do what? To obtain their interests. Are you hearing me? They tell them, go and mine in Borno, in the gold mine, in California mines. You will bring, we'll be giving you weapon, and you'll be, Allah will be helping you. They will use Allah to twist their brain. The same way when they use Jesus to twist your brain, it was a naked wire. Now, no brain again. That is the same way they twist the Boko Haram. It's exactly the same thing. All religion, they are the same. They are the same. They twist these idiots. Don't worry, Allah will help you. They don't know that they are using them for business. They give them different types of guns. Guns worth of $200,000. In return, the Boko Haram will gather the people, the area they are in control. They gather the Californium worth maybe $5 billion and give to them. And they will praise them that Allah will give you victory. Islamize everybody. Allah will give you victory. Hey, the Africa, the religious. I'm telling you honestly, I know they even look at your word. I look at you as lower in thinking. Honestly speaking. Yeah, that is the reality. Because you cannot make sense. And there is no sense, no logic. You can be manipulable. You can be manipulated. Look at how they are manipulating these terrorists to kill their people. In Nigeria, in Niger Republic, in Burkina Faso, in Mali, the same thing. For them, the Allah is helping them. They don't know that it's a human being using them to get what they want. This is very sad indeed. This is very sad indeed. When you are irreligious, you are awakened. You are unmanipulable. Where will they come to manipulate you? To tell you that, oh, no, don't do. Jesus will not be happy. Shut up. Oh, no, Muhammad will not be happy. Oh, no, Muhammad, no. That is it. But unfortunately, they are using this. The same way America used the religion in order to fight the Russia from 1969. I say I used to watch their documentary. When America CIA will come and address, after giving them arms, they will address the Mujahideen. Allah will be with you. Fight, oh, you fight the infidels. I say Americans in video, in documentary, not made up, no, real video. You know, all those things we are declassified a few years back because it's gone. That is how they do. After some years, they will declassify some documents and bring it out to the public domain. You understand? I say I shock. I say Americans now telling the Taliban, the Mujahideen, don't worry, fight. These are the infidels that want to take your land. Yeah, Allah will fight them with you. Allah will give you victory. Hey, they shout, Allah Akbar, people are kind of religion. Hey, man, so good. The CIA, their handlers will go. Leave them to do the dirty job. Do you see? We should be wise. What we preach here is common sense. For you to understand that this world is about manipulation. Anything you can use to manipulate, but for collective interest. The reason why we are running away to go and because there is work in Europe. Why? Because there are factories. They produce. Why are they? Because they are stealing from Africa. They prevent all those factories to be built in Africa. Do you understand now? They don't allow it. Instead, they get raw materials. Now, raw materials. Now you are happy as you're in Europe. You video say, look, I'm working, I'm being paid fine. But for you to help in order to establish all these things in your hometown, you don't want. Are you sensible? Are you sensible? That's why I used to say it. Once you are in this struggle genuinely, in this IPOB, as a genuine IPOB, you don't need no side interest other than the restoration of Biafra. You just watch, go to the toilet or in a big mirror, watch yourself, and the time we are small. That time our madam will say, if you pass, he will tell you, clap for yourself. He say, because you are contributing to the effort of, undoing what they have done to us. For us to have our roots, to step on our feet. That is what you are contributing. Are you hearing me? But when you see some Neanderthals, all that matters to them is money. How anything that happened, we go to the back and use it to cash out, using IPOB's name. To the politicians, they think we don't know. They think we don't know. And the politicians too, they are not morons. They have video evidence, everything. And some of them, they have shown them, say, hey, if you don't do this, I tell you, I will release it. And that's why they are doing dirty jobs, because they have no other option. That's why they want to destroy IPOB through their greed, because they are under influence. They are under some outside influence. Hey, so they now show them that, look, if you don't do what we tell you, we will reveal everything, and you will even go to jail. You will be shamed forever. And they have to do it. They have to travel to Europe in order to start, it's a dirty job. But it's dead on an arrival. IPOB, we are at alert. We are at alert. Therefore, my people, this struggle, I am telling you, I say if we fail, of which is, I don't see any possibility of failure. If we fail, we are all gone. Nigeria has nothing to offer for us. Do you see it? Nigeria want us in the east to be rotten. That is ruined. People that wanted us to be all annihilated. What do you think? That's why there is no government. Look at the report. Let me read a bit. Just a report in is it in Soka or any part of one part of Enugu. We are a Fulani policeman. We are a Fulani policeman. Just because of one other Fulani peasant to go and went and steal in Osoka. The place is Alumona, to be precise. Fulani Hesman stole 3 cows from someone who is selling. Come and unfortunately, they catch him. On the process, they took the boy. So that he will show them. That is the community people. They caught the boy so that he will show them. I'm reading from the report. Kept the cow. Sorry. They took the boy so that he will show them where he kept the cow for them to take it back. The boy, unfortunately, escaped. He ran away from the villagers. You know how our people are handling Fulani as a Quaker now? No, don't hold him. No, he will not run. Don't let him. But if it's our people, if it's Igbo man, before you know, I'm fuel. When slave is dealing with his fellow slave, utmost wickedness. That is one. It's psychological. When slave is dealing with his own slave, his own fellow slave, maybe he know he's in upper hand. Hey, there you will see wickedness. So that is it. But this one, as a Fulani boy, they will not even hold him. They say, don't worry, we touch you, because they know that all is an egg. Then the Alhaji that is in charge of the Fulani headsman in Nsoka East reported the case to police. The DPO turned the story upside down and said the Eha people killed the Fulani boy because he have escaped and buried him. Did you see? Any northerner they are bringing as police DPO, they give him precise instruction. You are going to the Onyamiri, deal with them precisely. Any slightest chance you have, kill them. Without fear, we'll protect you. That is what they are doing. So the DPO turned the story upside down and said they have people, they killed the Fulani boy and buried him. Immediately the DPO who was posted not up to a month now and have been treating the community to make life miserable. He will have been threatening the community to make life miserable for them. But who is the senator in charge of that area? You know, even people don't even know that it is their representative that they should talk to him with clamor. But no rule of law, no rule in our land, no presence of government. The whole senators, Igbo senators, they are living in Abuja now. Do they care anything? It's only when election comes, when they want to get vote, now they start coming to share money. And the gullible Neanderthals, they will start collecting. They will be throwing them bags of Indomie. Indomie that causes cancer. You don't know this Indomie. Oh, bag of cancer. You don't know what is causing sicknesses, kidney failure, the liver problems, this and that. You see young men and women dying prematurely because of what you consume. Go and continue eating. What pains me is that when all those sicknesses come, you will go to your man of dog. He will tell you that it is your uncle, it is your family people. The one they have done you this, and you hate innocent people that didn't do you anything, not knowing that it's what you consume. You eat noodles. You cannot eat natural food. You don't know that natural food is the most organic, most healthy. Apple, all this all those things in area. You see, we're healthy people because we eat healthy food, but they came and corrupt everything. And they put noodles. You put 1 carton of noodles. You don't tell your family. It's in the children. Let them be eaten. 1 carton of noodles. Very easy to prepare. You are eating poison later, poisoning yourself little by little. Before you know it, you develop one kind of cancer or the other. That is it. That is it. So this DPO now, he started threatening and arresting the villagers. Even when they saw the boy, they finally saw the boy, and the DPO still doing the same thing. He didn't care. You are a fool. You have a mission. Anyhow, sad DPO, any northern DPO, policeman that is in our land, he is there on a mission. All are part of jihadism. You don't know that. The hatred is too much. There is no country where people are, the hatred exists in the people, in the tribes there that can. I never see any place like that can succeed as a country. It's impossible. Britain transferred the hatred of the Igbos to every other tribe in Nigeria. To the extent you will see even our own people that claim, some of them that claim they are not Igbos, but they are Igbos. You see the type of things that come out from their mouth. Hatred. But will it stop us? The answer is no. One thing that makes me happy is this. Nothing really lasts forever. You understand? Nothing really lasts forever. A time will come, and the people, our people will come. I mean, a time will come. Now, people will start understanding that this hatred, it will bounce back on them. I am telling you. A time will come, everything will end. When we will become free. Remember, the same way, when in 1962, between 1962 and 1965, Singapore and Malaysia, they marched together. Malaysians hated the Singaporeans like anything. They hated them. They hated them. Every time is killing, killing, killing. But today, Singapore is even more developed. In 1965, when they were pursued from Malaysia, because they were virtually pursued from Malaysia, and the first Singaporean president after being pursued, he was virtually crying while making the announcement. We have been pursued, we have been sent off Malaysia. Please, now let us lick our wounds. And they took courage. They unleashed their talents. Today, don't you see them? Singapore possesses, I think, #1 passport of the whole world. Among the whole countries of the world, Singaporean passport is #1. Visa free to everywhere. Visa free to everywhere. Don't you see it? Because they are highly developed. Before you live in Singapore, you know now, very costly. They made their country so, and they are proud. Had it been they were in Malaysia, they will, all their problems will be, all Malaysian problems will be them. Blame them. The same way they are blaming Igbos. Give us Biafra. And under some many years, you see many of them coming to seek asylum in our land. That is the reality. And we will accept them. But to show them that, look, it is the world goes round. What they don't want us to do in Nigeria, because they feel that they are discriminating against us. They hate us, so they don't want us to do anything. Now, when we have our Biafra, we will unleash our talent. That is it. That is it. There is something I want to read here before I open the lines. Let me see. Sit at home, insecurity, secessionist agitation, deep FDI, thread in Southeast. All this. Okay. With a mega 6% foreign direct investment, 6% foreign direct investment inflow going to the Southeast region in the last 4 years. The region's economy may be descending a steep slope faster than its stakeholders want to acknowledge. Yes, the challenge is not unconnected with the growing cases of kidnappings, killings, and sit at home on Mondays, coupled with the unfriendly tax policies of current administrations. Finding showed that numerous challenges, though not peculiar to the region, are responsible for investors' loss of interest in the region. The loss of interest is a policy of Nigeria. Is a policy. Do you know that if you, as a foreigner, if you want to come to Southeast, even to visit as a foreigner, now when you land in Lagos, they will discourage where you want to go. I'm going to Onitsha. No, don't go there. They will kill you. They will discourage you in Lagos. You know, people don't understand what we are suffering. Do you see some Yorubas? They are doing very nasty job against us. They will discourage foreigners. Oh, don't go. Oh, there is a no-go area. Oh, no, it's a jungle. Don't go there. Don't go. They will discourage the person. Now, instead, the person now, if he wants to invest or if he wants to look for an opportunity for investment, he will now look it in their land. That is how they roll. That is how they roll. When you talk about insecurity, let me tell you, the North is #1. The North has wars going on in the North. Do you know that many territories are in the hands of terrorists in the North? Do you know that? But do you know that Igbos are still there, living there, doing their businesses there? They don't care. Do you know that? In Zamfara, Igbos are living there. But I cannot understand this. I cannot understand. Terrorists are everywhere in the North. But people are still going there. Projected, they have an international airport landing. over there. In our land, they will tell you that this is the worst place. Oh no, don't put it. You now see that it is a highly crafted policy and agenda against us. Right from since 1970, they want to make their intention was to make our land a no-go zone, only for exploitation of our natural resources. Don't you understand that? Don't you understand that? They will tell you no-go area is a no-go, but you go, you see Shelley's they are exploiting. You see different types of companies are exploiting gas, marble, gold, coal, iron ore, different types of drilling oil everywhere. But it's a no-go area. Don't you see that? That there is an agenda. They want to make our land to be a rubbish zone. That is the reason why when Buhari borrowed $22.7 billion from China, which is also one of the things causing, servicing the credit today by the Nigerian government, by Nigerian revenue, national revenue every year. They removed to Southeast from any benefit, from benefiting from what they want to build with that $22.7 billion. But do you know what? They use the crude oil in our land as collateral. That is what we are suffering. We are in a mess. This is why we are everywhere hustling. Do you know that the reason, the number one reason why our land, our people are stable, our people are still making a living, eating food in our land is from us in the diaspora. Do you know that? It's factual now. The money we send there, that is what the number one finance that keeps them going, that keeps the economy. This money you are, this $100, $1,000, $200, $300 you are sending every week, every month, every time. This one called, you send. That is what keeps the money, the finance that keeps our zone mostly going. Do you understand that? So, if you know all these things, why won't you at least be annoyed? I want you to have righteous indignation where you are, the annoyance you will have will catalyze you into doing something to help the situation. And that is what we are doing. Are you hearing me? They demonize our region and they are using everything. You know, this thing, let me tell you, this ESN, do not be surprised that Nigerian government has their own people killers. That sometimes they wear ESN. They say, we are here. They can come to a community and say we are ESN, and they commit atrocities. Don't be surprised. Nigeria directly have. They have. Nigeria government has their own killer group because as I said yesterday, what they are doing is just to cause confusion so that our people will no longer have confidence in what we are doing. Our people will be confused about this Biafra, what is it? Everything. They will kill and say, we are ESN. They will sit at home. They kill, they shoot people. They kill. Many of them are direct Nigerian agents, Nigerian military, that take different uniforms coming out to cover their face and say we are ESN. It's very simple. This is katakata they are causing in our land. It is a policy that has been there to cause everything because they don't want us to be organized in order to put up a complete fight against Nigeria. I said this yesterday, like what happened in 1967 to 1970. They don't want it again. So that is why they are creating confusions everywhere. Before you know, here, they come from another place. They say we are ESN, we are fighting. We sit at home, All these are the things they are using. They are targeting to confuse our people, to turn our people against, so that our people will the Kukuma say, now all this confusion, beg, we don't want anything Biafra, let us continue in Nigeria. That is what they are targeting. Our people, any part of Biafra land, please understand that this is the target, this is the plan of Nigeria, this is what they are doing. They want to confuse you. They will carry people, criminals go full ground for our land. Government, even military, Nigerian military, they can act like this. Just they remove their uniforms, they carry guns and come to a community, harass them, say sit at home. Before you know, they shoot and burn some houses, kill people, say we are ESN, sit at home, we are maintaining. Just to confuse you. Now you will think that they are real, that they are the real ESN. It is a lie. These are agents. These are Nigerian agents meant to confuse you, to make you hate Biafra restoration. This is a policy. The one policy is what they are practicing in this time around. That is what they are practicing. They don't want to go all out war. Because they know that if we organize ourselves and come all out war, that we are not going to, that Nigeria, we are going to pursue them till the north. They know. So what they are doing is causing confusion, causing distractions everywhere, dividing our people. These people, they will use a Kanu family. Come, hey, we are the real IPOB leadership. This one will come this side. This one problem. So we'll be dealing with internal problems without having time to face them. This is a strategy. Let us understand this. This is a strategy. We'll be fighting ourselves, fighting the internal things we are fighting. We will no more have time. And the more they see that the thing is working, the more they are increasing the tempo. Because Nigeria is a government. Are you hearing me? So, remove yourself from criminality. Stop being used. Stop imposing sit at home. There is no sit at home anywhere. Any person that is telling you sit at home 1 month, does he want you alive? Do they want you alive or dead? Is it not only dead Biafra, dead people? Would they see Biafra? Who do they want to rule in Biafra? These people, have you seen them going after the Fulani? Have you seen them committing anything? Going, say, go to Lagos and commit something. Have you seen them? Oh, have you seen them gone to, for example, 82 Division Enugu and taken over, fire the whole military barrack there, fire and take over, said, yes, we are here, said. Have you ever seen them? No. But what you are seeing, they are targeting our people. That is where you know that they are agents. Directly and indirectly. Whether it's from Ekperima, they are all the same. They use them in the same way. Are you hearing me? So we should always be wise. This is where I'm going to end today's program. I will go into just a few minutes break because I have another schedule. And in a few minutes, I'll be right back. Please do not go away.
Was truly integrated, because it is only that Africa that's going to deliver true African liberation, economically, politically, and otherwise. Failure to accomplish that is a defeat for the African people. There were only 7. The majority were the Monrovia group. There were 35. They said, let's kind of hold off on this unity thing. You see, they had tasted a little bit of this superficial, fake independence. Let's kind of go slow. 2024, we're still going slow. The Monrovia group were the majority, they won. We often say, Africa lost in 1963 when the Casablanca group succeeded at thwarting that which the Casablanca wanted. The Monrovia group failed us. Year in, year out, the African leaders would meet. The issue of an Africa that spoke with one voice was tabled. And year in and year out, NATO nations were in full force to see to it that the African leaders do not vote for an Africa that spoke with one voice. Not only
before bed tonight, try this 7-second brain trick to help attract money while you sleep. It comes from
remain in full force to make sure that Africa never gets to be united. We have failed Africa. Our leadership has failed Africa. Allow me to describe what I call the African tree of life. A tree of life that once upon a time thriving. It gave the most luscious fruits, beautiful flowers. A tree that everybody counted on. A tree that fed the African people. Something happened. The flowers don't bloom as beautiful as they used to be. The branches keep falling off. The leaves are never as green and luscious as they should be. So they, through the media, mainstream media, through the NGOs who come in sheep's clothing, we know they are wolves, through the embassies throughout Africa, they have made you believe that it's your problem. See, these fruits are not doing like they should. It's because it's your problem. Focus on the fruits. Focus on the leaves. Focus on the branches. They don't want you to focus on the root. You see, if you don't address the issues of the root, you will forever be talking about the flowers, the branches, and the leaves of this tree, year in and year out. And that's what we have been taught to believe. On top of that, while they continue to lie to us, while they continue to show us a shiny object and want us to focus on frivolous things that do not address the root, don't forget, the biggest defeat was the mind. When they made us believe that white was bad, black is bad, you are like the devil, you represent the devil, your color is bad, and you must denounce even yourself. And when you are denouncing yourself, you must praise them. Even though we know very well that their skin is a mutation of the original, which is you. The original DNA. Anybody else that does not look black, the original thing. They made you forget that. They made you forget that. So you see, they set the stage. They've been lying to us for years, for centuries. They even taught you to hate yourself. So let's go to the bottom, to the root of why the African tree is ailing. They started with the mind. And until you realize that as a black person, you're suffering from the legacy of colonization, until you realize as a black person, you're suffering from the legacy of slavery, nothing, and I mean nothing you do is going and fathers of humanity. One who must stand on top of the tallest mountain and proclaim to the world who you are. Why are you failing to do so? Because you've been put asleep. You have been lied to. And it is only you who can make that change. It is only you who can look in the mirror and say, I am beautiful. I am the mother of humanity. I am the father of humanity. What will it take, my brothers and sisters, for you to understand that basic fact? And until you do, your ability to change Africa is going to fail. Tell me why. That we are all very much aware that the World Bank and IMF are using the rating agencies. I'm now talking about the issues of the root. They're using rating agencies
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name is Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. Today is the 3rd day of September 2024. Therefore, our lines are now opened. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 and 547. You can call us and give us your view. We must continue preaching this gospel, because if we are going and you never reach home, do you know that you continue moving? Just tell me, why is it that if you are, just imagine you are going home from a far place, you see good mansions, you see good houses, but you never reach home. And where you are going is one village, you know, your humble home. You cannot enter because it's not yours. You continue going until you reach your home. That is what we are doing. We will continue preaching this gospel, enlightening ourselves of the issue. We must continue enlightening ourselves, continue preaching the gospel of emancipation until victory is ours, until we become, many of us becomes enlightened. That is it. Are you hearing me? Until many of us become enlightened. That is when we can make a genuine change. When we can enlighten ourselves. I mean, when most of us becomes enlightened. Are you hearing me? Otherwise, without it, we will restore a quagmire. Change starts from our mentality. You can call now. You can call now and give us your view, please. You can call now and give us your view concerning the issue treated, because I have just few minutes. What we are, or we pass through, and we are passing through, it is abnormal, and we have to treat it in an abnormal way. It is only a stupid son that does not care what killed his father. And if you do not care what killed your father, honestly speaking, what killed your father will kill you. We don't want what killed our father to kill us. That is why we are enlightening ourselves, making expositions of all this, so that we arm ourselves. The best arm is what? Information. We arm ourselves with information. Are you hearing me? So that we become wise. That is it. I have callers that are lining up now. Let me see. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Call on direct line. No, it's gone. Let me see. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Call on signal.
I hear. Yes, Mazi Jonathan.
Call on WhatsApp, please. Hold on. Call on WhatsApp. Call on signal. Mazi, continue. Mazi, continue, please.
All right, Mazi Jonathan. Mazi Jonathan, good evening.
Hello.
And I greet our HODs. Mazi Jonathan, my name is Mazi Fine. Mazi Fine calling from his location. Mazi Jonathan, I hear your topic this night. Mazi is very, very sad.
what our people passed through during the 1967 to 1970. Our children was starved, and all of them was killed by Britain. Mazi is very, very sad. Look at these journalists that came to, take a record of what happened during 1967 to 1970. He recorded everything. How Britain killed our people. Just a little child that did never know anything about war. Those children that was killed by Britain don't know what is war. They have no idea about war. But Britain, because of the jealousy and the hatred they have in us, they decided to eliminate all of us. Now it's very, very sad. But one thing is certain, that the Biafra we are pursuing under the HOD leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can never be a business, family business. We can never allow it to be a family business, whether their siblings like it or not. Because IPOB is not a family business. Whether they like it or not, if they like, let them go to heaven and come down. And as you said it, that's how it be. If our leader comes out and think otherwise, Mazi, we will resist it with any alacrity. We must resist it, because the people that die, they not die because of their family. People die because of they want to freedom. Because of they want freedom, that's why people die. And that is why we can never allow anybody to toil or mess up this struggle. Mazi, you see, even during the war, see all the whole churches supposed to at least raise alarm and agitate. But you see how they are keeping quiet. Even up to now, Mazi, just see how they massacre about 150 people. The so-called Christendom did not make any noise. All of them is quiet. 150 people was massacred by these terrorists called jihadists. But none of the Christians that shows or make any move that shows that yes, people that they was killed is the Christians, followers of them too. We see us everywhere. Even I don't know how to put it. People was quiet. They massacre 150 people just like that. Mazi, in fact, and also support ESM, because without ESM, by now every Dick and Tamu in this Biafra land will be at wrong. Mazi, may God bless them, because they are doing a wonderful work, and we stand by. We are on ground. No matter what will happen, we can never allow Fulani, and the Biafra must come, whether they like it or not. We are not fearing any bagger.
Of course.
We are on ground watching them, and we must achieve our aim. Mazi, whether if I finish talking and I did not talk again, I'm okay. I must fight for Biafra for the sake of those children that was killed by Britain. Mazi, we are not going back. May God bless you, Mazi. God bless you, Mazi. Good night from here. We are not going back.
You see, caller on direct line, I think is Mazi Chuku. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Let me see. Mazi Chuku, can you hear me? Just hold on. Let me see. Whether it's a wire, I don't know. Mazi Chuku, can you hear me? No. Why? Let me see whether it's off. We must continue what we are doing. Let me check. No, it's off. Now, caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mazi Jonathan, good evening.
There, Mazi.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Mazi Jonathan, ọ na-ewute m so much na ihe ndị na-akọwa ọ na-agba m anya mmiri. Ịghọtala, ọ na-agba m anya mmiri nke ukwuu, mana m chọrọ ikwu ọ na-ewute m na ndị Igbo anyị achọghị ịmata ihe nọ n'ime ihe meganụ na this country anyị nọ n'ime ya, because ile anya na this thing ị ga-achọpụta that na many things emeela anyị ka na-emekwa anyị up to this age, and nke na-ewute m that people don't want to know, people achọghị ịmata. So achọrọ m ka ị na-aga n'ihu, Mazi Jonathan, anyị na-ege gị ntị. We are listening to you, we are learning, and after this we will all celebrate. Thank you, sir.
Mazi.
Thank you, sir. Yes. I'm na first time mekpọ gị, and I'm very, very happy with my friends here. I lean on Negege every night. We know Ayana Abaji Negege every night. Always listening to you. We always listening to your preachings and your words. Thank you, sir.
We must continue. Caller on WhatsApp too. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Hello.
Yes. Mazi, can you hear me?
Hello, Mazi Jonathan.
Udo
Chukwuka Madre Ohamadike, our Reverend Father, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Udo Chukwuka Madre Radio S Nine, Radio Presenter Nine. Mazi, our Reverend Father, Mazi Jonathan, Chukwuka Mazowagan, where you gave me Mazi. Mazi Jonathan, it's from Biafran land were Biko Mazi Amanko Sidere Mazi Anom Nabemnege program Mazi Mkankina one movie there no Mazi 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. Ijiana Tabu Mazi Tadi Moa Ungebeno. In that's not easy Makomo, they go to Mazi Mazi when you were. Can you go to an example? Because I go to reason and do massive. You go to Mazi sometimes. I got not to go to a nation in the go to Norfolk. Oh, my dad, and you presume Mazi only 2 days, 3 days.
And what on you take care of them? Thousands of them. They want to be you know?
Oh, Mazi, yeah, Mazi, sitting there, is Jana. See, you go to Mazi, then they go to not sitting to go down, forget the white that I when I do you one Mazi. When I do you one Mazi, when I saw Naka. So, Mazi, because Ian Sekanti to become Mazi, can walk more. It will open up on your ever and die pubic, and we walk on door why you because we name a Pela Mazi. Mazi Biko Kapuagarutua. Ifu Fabia Gone Noa Nando Wamatai no Bife. Ifabia Gone Noa Nando Wamatai no Bife. Nandi Bisenkai Wede no Africa Matai no Bife. Ifabia Gone Noa Ndo Wamatai no Bife. I pure Bibi Senkai were no Malami Imata no Bife. Ifabiago ne no Ndo Amata no Bife. Mazi Unibife. Mazuna Kosekwana. Una Kosekwana, Mazi Jonathan, Manamana, and the mother Nakoze Dakanon, my IPO got to guy. In our people see her Mazi, they go to Radio Biafra. In a solution, ije go na missionary journey, je be diga, je yeni na scam. chọgodu Radio Biafra ka awụcha gị isi na ihe na-eme gị si n'ụbụrụ gị pepụrụ a na-agbagharị ihe na-eme anyị si anyị n'ụtọrọ maazị nenegide ndị mmadụ ya ihe maazị Nnamdi Kanu na-asị na ụmụ okoko nsị kezi na ebe anyị na-awụ wee jee ị na-ayọ ndị mmadụ ga-egodo redio IPOB Community Radio ụtọrọ ka ị bịaba ka ife ihe na-eme gị si gị ihe na-eme gị dịgo n'ụkwụ ya na-achọ ya maazị pepụrụ ada aghọta maazị jisi na ike unu akwụsịkwa na adịkwụsị unu kwụsịkwa ya maazị ọkpụ
nwere ngwa ka ekwena ya maazị ọkụkọ hapụkwa nkwọm ka otu ọ ga-esi zụọ
nọ na Biafran land maazị
biko
maazị ewu obere nchọ ka m kọmplen o ewekwenye iwe ndị DOS nebela na ya biko lejuo anyị ekwu ebe
ọrụ na-aga
confirm because maazị people na-adapụzi n'okwukwe people na-akwadozi ịdapụ n'okwu a na-asị kezi ebe na ya because IPOB bụrụ na ewezi ndị na-adịghị egewuzi Radio Biafra ha na-eji stọpụ maazị ma n'ime aka masọm ndị jọbụ na-asa ha wee ndidi na
ọ ga-alọghachi sones
ana m ebuzi ọnụ ego data maka ma anụrụ ọnụ gị maazị adịmanụ kwatawa isi ma ada anọ biko gaa n'iru biko unu akwụsịkwa na-agaba n'iru anyị na-aga biko udochukwu kada mata eru unu biko dịrị maazị Nnamdi Kanu oji ga-eme anyị emego anyị kpe mere anyị mgbe e mere anyị wezi ya ga-emezi anyị ọzọ maazị
Ndewo, thank you very much. Ndewo. We must continue. Ọkụkọ hapụkwa nkwọm ka ihe ọ ga-eji zụzie ụmụ ka otu anyị ga-esi kwụsịzie mba. Call on direct line. Mazi Chukwu, can you hear me now? Mazi Chukwu. Yeah, can you hear me? Go on, please.
My name is Chukwu Mano, and I'm speaking from my location.
Mazi, will it all looking now?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan, as always. I greet my leader, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who made this platform to explain so many things that was reading under the roof of heaven. I greet you once again. Yes, this evening, I want to start from the brothers of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I listened very careful during the last broadcast of Mazi Jonathan Chinedu about what happened. The one they called Kanu, after the DSS locked him up for some time, and they released him, and they sent him outside to Europe to go and deceive those that they can deceive. I think it is a time the IPOB will officially announce that Kanu and Emmanuel Kanu and their group is not IPOB. Whatever they did for anybody is for the person's risk. Because from the beginning, I started to listen to Radio Biafra for over 10 years. I don't think all the years I listened to Radio Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, there was a time we said that Radio Biafra is family business. We can never say it. So, let us make sure we find a way to pass information to our leader to tell him that IPOB stand very, very tall for him to the last taking point. We are with him. And let him know that Kanu and Nnamdi Kanu is his enemy. These people tried our leader with money, and they cannot succeed this evil country, Nigeria. And they revive. You go to Kanu, and his junior brother, using them to penetrate our leader. And that is why, when they say that they allow their family member to come and meet our leader in GSS, that was the arrangement. To use this idiot, this criminal, to destroy our leader. Our leader needs information from time to time. Very important. Let me say it again. Ndị Igbo si akwụ mbụ n'ogwu, akwụ ebo n'ogwu, ọwụ ogwe ka a tere akwụ. Ndị Bekee si first is fool, no be fool, second fool, na proper foolish. When Ojukwu is alive, 1966-67, when the war started, Ojukwu do his best to fight with the hand almost. If Biafra has weapons, who is Nigeria then? But because there's no weapon. That is why we are where we are during that time. Biafra reached Ore, heading to Jabode, according to Radio Biafra then. Before this evil man will call a passenger, they used money and infiltrated the Biafran soldiers. Ifajuna was there and others. And that is where the problem started. From there, they run down, the whole thing goes down to nature and all of that. Ojukwu, apart from using his father's money to fight for Biafra, Ojukwu go to war face to face from time to time. Ojukwu go to war to fight Nigerian soldiers. Any sector that is very tough, Ojukwu will go with his group, and the Nigerian soldier will push back. After that, what will happen come to happen. Now, it is our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. Our leader has given everything he has to our people. And some people are still working very hard to be Nigeria. It is very, very bad. I have to encourage our people to work hard to make sure we resist Kanu and his group. Since they are in Europe, trying to see that they will do their devilish work. Let the information pass to all the IPOB all over the whole world. Anywhere they see these evil people, let them fight them by all means. Because we cannot miss this opportunity again. We cannot miss this opportunity again. You have seen what is going on, what Yoruba is doing, to make sure they suppress our people by all means. There is no need anybody by this time thinking of going back for any reason. Obasanjo is the worst enemy we have in Igbo land. Last time there was a clip, Obasanjo was mocking Igbo people that he will have fight with Igbo people, use Igbo people to fight Igbo people. Is it not a shame that he used Igbo people and fight Igbo people and bring them back to Nigeria? That means if you watch very well what is going on, everything that is going on now, Obasanjo is supervising everything, including this evil man we call Simon Ekpa in Finland. Obasanjo is involved with that devil. Obasanjo, the most wicked, evil black man existing on Africa, will one day die like Harold Wilson and Queen Elizabeth in England. He will one day die and follow them. Obasanjo have done more harm than good in Africa, particularly in Nigeria. Obasanjo is not supposed to come to Igbo land for any reason, but he's doing it with impunity. One day, if it's not more than one day, Obasanjo will disappear. Africa will open their eyes and see the light that Chukwuka have given them to exist here on earth. But because of somebody like Obasanjo and some of them in Africa, they make Africa to be beggar all over the whole world. Forgetting that this life is a stage. You can call as you hear now today. What do we do so that we remember when you die is to do the good thing for your people. So that when you left, people will remember you in a good thing, not for evil. Thank you, Jonathan.
There we go.
I give everybody
there we Mazi. There we
who are working hard
thank you.
To make sure we resist this evil entity called Nigeria. Chukwuka will be our strength. Thank you and God bless you.
Caller on signal, you'll be the last caller. Mazi Madabuchi. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, my brother.
You are the last caller, please. Make it as.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for giving my call and when them GCK. You see, it is a pity, like you said, that after the war, our people behaved like there wasn't any genocide on us. You know, one of the logics of people like Steve Jobs, John Lennon, Dr. Kanu, etc., you know, to give or return their awards and honor back to the crown of England, is the fact that all these countries that supported the genocide, chief of whom was Britain, was also called the Christian countries. That makes any thinking person to ask, which God and of Jesus Christ, those who supported and or participated in that wickedness, were worshipping? it is a historical fact that the genocidal war on Biafra, albeit inconvenient fact, was the Third World War. For most countries supported the genocide on Biafra in cash or in kind. Some countries claimed neutrality. You know, our people say that anybody who keeps silence is in agreement. Leonard Krishna of Messiah Sans Frontier, that is Medicine Without Borders, said that you cannot claim neutrality in a case of genocide. That was, happening in Biafra. In Nigeria today, there are many, what we call psychological operations going on in order to blind the populace. They have the one they call BB Niger, and they have Miss Universe. As people are getting out to that one, they carry a Amaka Saga boot. People must know that Bayer or Tinubu's special advisor on information and strategy, and Abike Dabiri, these people and Tinubu government, they are already on campaign mode for 2027. And their goal, their strategy is to knock the head of Ndi Igbo and Ndi Bini and Ndi Yoruba, so that the mass support that P2B had in 2023 in the West, in the Middle West, and in the East will be destroyed. That is not our concern. What we want is Biafra, but I want our people to know what is going on. Again, and as you said, there were, is it 56 people killed in Kaduna, 126 killed in Benue Plateau, and 150 something killed in Yobe and Sokoto. As we are talking now, ISWAP are trooping into Nigeria through Benin Republic, through Niger Republic, and through Chadian borders. In the hundreds of thousands. They are even making open meeting with the people, promising them that they will do to them all the things that the Nigerian government are not doing for them now. They want to carve out Islamic state. That is fine for them. But the Nigerian government, Nigerian media, and officials will not tell Nigerians the truth about the abysmal security situation in the country. What they do is engineering psychological operations and hysteria against the Igbos, saying Igbos are bad and ugly, Igbos this, Igbos that, while the country is being taken by a foreign fighting force. Only God knows who organized them. But what I tell Biafrans, crying, will not, help us. What will help us is to support our leadership, the Directorate of State, DOS, support the Eastern Security Network, join IPOB. Don't let our detractors succeed in setting our people's mind against what we are doing, because they know that our retention will come through IPOB and Directorate of State. And they must not succeed. We must get even, not get angry or get sad. God bless Biafra. Thank you, my brother. Good night.
Thank you very much, my brother, for being precise. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, what we are doing here is to create awareness, to enlighten ourselves on the situation we are in. As a people, we deserve better. I want you to check the situation we are in. We deserve better. We deserve better life. But the situation The ugly situation that all of us are living in our land is not an act of God. It's programmed by human being. That is why through human being through human acts, it should be removed. It's not something you remove through prayer. No. Because it didn't come through prayer. It's something, a policy, a human policy being inflicted on us. That is why we implore each and every one of us to join, support what we are doing. What we are doing, it is just. It is right. It is the right thing to do. We have suffered enough. We are the only people that suffered genocide that is now, for now, buried under the carpet. Genocide of that amplitude, where millions of us were killed. Millions of our brothers and sisters were killed. Our fathers, our people were killed by starvation. You know, I asked before, have you ever suffered hunger for 2 days? Not maybe you are fasting. Because if you are fasting, there is food. You have hope that, you are going to close by 6 p.m. That there is food there. No. You are not fasting, but no food. No food. Nothing to eat. For 1 day, 2 days, you are enduring hunger. Imagine somebody enduring hunger, nothing to eat, until that hunger will kill the person. Do you know what it means? Do you know the agony the children passed? As our brother Lutana said, imagine your little children. If they are hungry, they cry, Papa, food, and you must provide food. Papa, Mama, you must provide. There must be food. But imagine where the children are left alone to fend for themselves, nothing. They don't even know how to shit and clean their ass. They are there in their thousands. This particular one is the one the man saw, just particular place. That is what existed for several places in Biafra land as of that time. When Nigerian forces enter any Biafran territory, people will come out to welcome them, our people. They will line them up and massacre them. Genocides everywhere. Hunger, through bullet bombs. The Egyptian pilots will just be throwing bombs virtually in the market and in hospitals. Wherever they see people gather, it's an order given to them. They went against the rules of war. I say the rules of war. Don't you see even the war in Gaza? Sometimes they agree and say, okay, safe corridor for people to go and come out, for food to enter. But in our own, they did everything against the rule of war. No, rule of war. They committed the genocide. Britain did it. There is a way they transfer the hatred of Igbos that is still agonizing Nigerians today. We must continue. If we stop what we are doing, we are all gone, and we shall never stop. Biafra remains our ideology. Biafra remains who we are. Biafra remains our religion. Therefore, we must continue until victory is assured. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Subsidy, and suddenly, if Peter Obi want to participate, I don't think Peter Obi, there is anything wrong, because he's an opposition party in Nigeria. So if Peter Obi decided to participate in any protest, I don't think there is any crime holding him. But IPOB They know the capacity of IPOB. They know what we can do. That is why you see them shouting, IPOB is planning protests. They are planning. They are doing it so for us to say, oh, we don't want to be involved. No, we have passed this stage. We don't reason with our feelings. We are reasoning with our mind. Do you understand me? We are strategic. We understand their game. We understand everything they are playing. Now, the reasons IPOB will not participate in this protest a lot. Number one, in 2020, when the protest happened in Nigeria, the NSAS protest, it started in Lagos. Many people killed in Lagos were Igbo people who helped and championed that protest. Nobody talk about them till today. But where they killed most of the people that participated in end protest is in Igbocha. It is the end protest, end SARS protest that led to the massacre in Obibo. Because they say it is during that end SARS protest that people burnt a police station. Because of that, Wike unleashed that mayhem in Obibo. A lot of people were killed. In Abia State, many people were killed. In Enugu, we know many people that died during that NSAS protest. But when you see them, they talk about NSAS protest, it looks like it ended only in Lagos. And that's a complete lie. Now, secondly, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was still walking free, he encouraged the Nigerian youth to partake, to speak up. Yes, he encouraged them to participate in the protest because they have to speak up. But at the end of the day, you see that Tinubu, they said he's the one, the Yorubas turned it that we are the ones, or Nnamdi Kanu is the one that instigated people to burn Tinubu hotels, to burn. Do you understand me? Because in Nigeria, it's always a tribal politics. Nigerians don't play. Forget about all these things they are doing. You see them. That is why you see down in the north, you see the Muslim, you see Sheikh Gumi presently mobilizing the Muslims, the Alamajiris. He's telling them that protest against a bad government is not haram. That everybody, they can protest. It is a signal he's giving to the Alamajiris. This is the Muslim, that means he has been gotten from the Muslim converts. Now, you come to the Yoruba side, they are telling you it is P2B. You know, our people are supposed to know what happened to them in Lagos during the voting period. They are telling you it's P2B. Now they turn out, because the IPOB is in control of the Southeast region, they now start putting a blame on IPOB, on IPOB, on IPOB. But I'm making it very clear, we are not stepping backward from the protest because they are saying IPOB. No, because they are thinking those things will push us. No. In this particular context, IPOB will act as the hyena. We won't kill, but we will wait for people to kill so we can grab the meat. That is our position. And we are watching everything step they take, any move they will make. That is why I said from the beginning that anything that will lead to the destruction of Nigeria is highly welcome. We welcome it. Am I still coming out very clearly? I'm seeing some noise from the background.
Yeah, there is a noise on the background, please. Can somebody please mute?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So at the end of the day, in this particular protest, Biafrans will act. IPOB will act and play the role of a hyena, waiting for the lion, the tiger, and the leopards to kill. When they kill, we go to grab. That is our position on this protest. I'm saying it. Biafrans should make sure that they do not participate. And let me tell you, there is an intelligence report available. That is why also I'm saying these things this evening. There is an intelligence report that they want to use this opportunity. If you are an Igbo, you are living in the north, you are living in the west. If they are doing their protest, I will advise you to stay in your house. Do not say, let me go, it doesn't concern me, that IPOB said we should not participate, that we should go and do what? Be do our business. Do not do that. I will advise every Biafran, every Igbo man, everybody from the southeastern region living in the northern part of Nigeria, living in Lagos, do not say on your own, the protests do not concern me, let me go to my business. Be assured they will use that opportunity. They might kill you. They might destroy your shops. So it's better, that's why I'm saying move out your valuable things by tomorrow, even this night. If you have valuable things in your shop, move it, because you are the target. They will use this opportunity to eliminate many Igbo businessmen if this protest goes out of hand. And finally, on this particular topic, Mazi, this protest, which they call the hunger protest, I want Biafrans to look at it from a different perspective. You know, the problems facing the regions are not the same. The problem facing the northerners is not the same problem facing us at the present. Our need is different from what they need. Even in the West, what we want is totally different. Our major problem now is grant Biafrans a referendum, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from illegal detention. For them, they are talking about hunger. They are talking about hunger in the north. They're talking about hunger in the West. I don't mean that things are easy for us, but every region have their priority. For now, our priority is not about hunger. And early this year, IPOB knows what is going to happen. They knows the plan. We encourage our people go into farming. And I use this opportunity. There are many people who head to that clarion call. We see some, even though we might not be on the same page, but we see some governors who participated in that, like from Bayelsa, Abia, Enugu, and Anambra. They participated in agricultural project this year. This is recommendable. In the next month, people will start harvesting new yams. They will start harvesting a lot of things. There will be availability of food. Now, in the West, it doesn't mean they do not plant. But what we think, our analysis is that you say the Western world want to push in the agricultural produce, the GMO. You know they have signed it. Now, how do you think they will implement it? They can sign it. It's normal. They can sign the implementation of the GMO, but they can sign the agreement with the Tinubu government. Then they will move to this next stage. What is the next stage? They must mobilize people to shout about hunger. Hunger. They will unleash protest. The protest Nigerians are doing is for hunger. Hunger. And when they are shouting hunger, remember, that is their purpose. Hunger. Hunger. As they are shouting for hunger, what the Western world will do, those who want to introduce GMO produce in Nigeria, what they will do is, they will say, hey, Tinubu, come, they are shouting about hunger. We have the remedy. They say, how can you solve this problem? They say, we have GMO fruits, GMO seedlings. We can plant it. In 2 months, there will be food all over Nigeria. Mazi, that is the way to introduce the GMO. Do not be surprised that the hunger protest Nigerians are talking about. You know, the hunger protest, it have an undertone. There is a little voice behind it. There are people behind this voice. And this voice is also, do not neglect the Western powers, because they will use it to push in the GMO products into Nigeria. They will tell the government, your people are shouting out for hunger. Your people are shouting they do not have food, but we want to help you. And how do we help you? It is only the GMO we can plant today and harvest after 1 month. We can plant today and harvest, and then automatically they will accept. All these things are games and tactics government use. You see them, they have signed, but they don't know. Even if Tinubu refused to implement it, they kick him out and find somebody who will make the implementation. That is how these people work. That is why we said our problem is not hunger. Our problem is not anything to do with hunger. Yes, we are hungry. People are hungry. But that is not our priority. It's not the priority of Biafrans right now. So that's why we say everybody must be very, very careful. do not participate in the Nigerian protests. The leadership is on a look, and we advise every Biafran, all IPOB media warriors. I think you will get the circular this night or tomorrow. From the night of 31st, everybody will be on standby for analysis, for able to communicate to our people, because you will be getting instructions on how we have to tackle. If you are in Lagos, you are in the north, you still have time. You can leave Lagos tomorrow, come back to the east. It is very, very necessary, because these hunger protests have a different underground hands that are pushing it for introduction of GMO, pushing it to make sure IPOB is tagged. They are looking for every means. You know, for 3 years they have looked for many means to demonize IPOB, tarnish the image of IPOB, especially to the international community. So I am talking about IPOB, the Igbos not to participate. I am talking about, if you are talking about P2B, I feel P2B have right as a Nigerian, as a political opposition, if he decides to protest, unless he's afraid that maybe people will say that they will, but he's an opposition. He has right. He's a Nigerian citizen. He's a former presidential aspirant of the Labour Party. He has right to protest in Nigeria. Nobody should intimidate him. Nobody should harass him if he wants to protest. If he wants to call for protest, I don't think that anybody have the reason or any gut to stop him from protesting. But in all, if the protest goes as those behind it is planning it, I bet you Biafrans will benefit from it. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very much, Mazi. So that's quite a long rendition there, and interesting explanations have been made, and I believe that our people are paying attention to some of these explanations. And it's also very, very important that our people follow this program, because a lot of issues will be discussed. We'll also be discussing about the said negotiation proposal of for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. All these issues will be coming up subsequently. I want to urge Biafrans to share this program. Please share this program. Tag your friends and make sure that everybody joins. As we are speaking, we get information that IPOB Community Radio is down at the moment, the application. And for now, everybody have to go on Biafra television channel if you haven't liked the channel, go and like it, go and follow it, so that you'll be able to get notification each time our program is coming up. Wanda, is there any other question you have for Mazi Chinasa before I proceed?
Yeah, let me throw one more question before you go ahead. Mazi Chinasa, the question I want to ask is this. I believe that at this very critical stage that Nigerians are confused if Nigeria is a democratic country or actually a military regime. Because we see the army at random issuing press statements at will. In this very protest, they've issued a press statement that people should not protest, that the protest may be hijacked by hoodlums, this, that. Just like they did one of recent concerning our HOD, when army just woke up and declared him wanted. In a democratic setting, do the army suppose to be issuing press statements at will or anytime they wish?
Thank you, Wanda. Everybody will know the manner in which the Nigerian army conducts itself and its activities. Presently, I will tell you, for them declaring Mazi Nnamdi wanted, presently IPOB is in court with the Nigerian military. And the 2 times the court have sat, they refuse to show up in the court. Presently, I think we made a press release during that time, and we told them we are going to court for them to come and prove why they declared Chike Doziem the head of the indigenous people of Biafra Directorate of State. We sued them to court in the Nigerian Federal High Court, and the two sittings, the Nigerian military have not attended that court proceedings, and I think another court proceeding will be coming, I think, after the judiciary recess, their holiday. So sabbatical, their sabbatical leave. I think after that, I think we'll get another date. But I can tell you, the Nigerian military, they have their, they have their Armed Forces Act. There are many civil offenses the Nigerian military is committing against civilians in Nigeria, especially against Biafra, from burglary to extortion to robbery to arson to beyond harassment. There are a lot of them. I think we will come to that later on. But one thing you have to know, the handwriting or the hands of former military generals are still ruling Nigeria. That thing is what you have to know. So we can't automatically say Nigeria is in a democratic government, just democracy by mouth. Because if you look at those who still control the politics, if you look at the northern oligarchy, there are still the military presidents, there are still powerful military army generals who are still at the background of most of these things that are happening. And you know, as a country that is full of corruption, they themselves also have sold their integrity. They work with criminals. You heard about a military officer, I think one of the Nigerian personalities was on radio, is it on channel television, talking about how a former military defense chief, or Aziza, stole over 60-something billion. And the money was, it was siphoned out of Nigeria, and the money was parked in a USA bank. There is nowhere the Nigerian government or the Nigerian leadership or their so-called democracy have never been accepted. You ask yourself, what kind of democracy are they practicing? For me, I believe there are countries. Democracy should not be the Western type of democracy, which is being imposed in Nigeria. Those who are imposing those democracy, in their own country, they try their best to carry out democracy in a very plain way where the public and the people will participate. But what they sold to us is totally different. I live in an Arab country where you can say they do not have democracy, but they have good life. You go to China, they used to criticize China, they call it a communist state. They do not have, but their life, they have developed far better than many countries in Europe that are practicing democracy. You come to Libya, when Gaddafi was there, are Libyans not living better? I do not agree that democracy is a tool for a better development or to make the life of people worth living. So in Nigeria, anything that is sold in Nigeria, you know it is designed for the interest of the Western power. For a very long time, we say UK, British government. British government is getting tired where we are, and it is the American government that have took over all these things. So what democracy are you talking about? Democracy that they somebody that have a criminal record, somebody that they say they convicted in their own court, they decided to still approve him as the president of Nigeria. Somebody they spoke about, he have fake certificates. Somebody they said there was all kind of reports against him. But still, in their own country, they won't accept that. But in our own, they impose it. Did you see how Labour won in the UK government, the democracy? Did you see members of the parliament? Did you see how young? None of them is above 33 years. But look at the people, they say they are doing democracy for us. The people that goes to the Senate, House of Representatives, even some of them that are up to 70 years, they still answer youth. They will still give them the position of youth. How many people? So I don't see Nigeria, we can't even, do you understand me, classify Nigeria as a country that practices democracy. The democracy being practiced in Nigeria is just it's on lips. It's just a lips democracy. Because if you check the way they conduct their elections, is full of rigging, thuggery, killing, snatching of ballot boxes, do you understand me, fake results, announcement of those who did not even participate in the election. We saw, everybody thought, that was why Peter Obi was kicked out, because he's coming, as a gentleman. It doesn't work. In Nigeria, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. If it is democracy, Tinubu cannot come out and tell you, this is my turn. You saw what the daughter is saying. He said, this is my father's turn. Nobody should protest. He still has 3 years. Nobody should do anything. Is this democracy? So, trying to discuss about democracy in Nigeria is something, discussing something that people won't even understand. Only the Western world knows what they are playing in Nigeria. They sold something they called democracy for Africa, especially in Nigeria. Their democracy is to help them to exploit us, to steal our resources, control our human resources. I mean, everything. There is nothing. Nigeria cannot be proud of anything. They are proud of nothing. So I don't see us talking the military. The military can never. They cannot. Look at what they used to do. Look at their activities in Biafra land. Look at their extrajudicial killings in Biafra land. People are being...
Mazi, I think we have to come to that gradually, because we'll be giving that specific topic the required attention that is needed. But in my own contribution, I would say that the problem is not the democracy itself. The problem is when you put a democracy on a foundation that is faulty, you can never get any result. So no kind of government will be introduced in Nigeria that is going to work, because the Nigerian foundation is faulty, and you cannot put anything on something and you expect it to stand. So even if you bring in the best system of government in Nigeria, it is not going to work, because the constitution of Nigeria itself as a people, the way the formation and the amalgamation itself has a question to answer, and that is the reason we are where we are today. So it's not a question of democracy, communism, whatever system you introduce.
Mazi, I will tell you it is. You know why I differ? Because that is the terminology used to build all this false foundation. They told our people, we have something called democracy where everybody will participate equally. And the British rigged the first election that they introduced. So they know what democracy, they know how it can be manipulated. So democracy they sold for us, just like the kind of religion they sold to us, is totally different from the content or the context of that democracy. Let me tell you, the Western world can never give us something that will make Africa to grow. That is why they have a problem with China. Do you understand me? Couple of weeks back, I think it's DW, one of the distant said, what is Russia doing for your country? They are now #1 export of gold. I went to their page and I commented. I think they deleted it, because I asked them, for over 3 decades, for 30 years, who are those on top of the export of gold, natural resources from Africa? They have been there. Just maybe Russia have never been even come to the top 10 exporters. But the moment maybe this year that Russia have become a top exporter, you see how they twist, and people with feeble minds will say, oh, Russia have done this. Mazi, whatever they sold to us, The democracy they sold to us, it is not helping our people. I'm telling you, I have seen countries where monarchs are ruling and the people are living better. Go to Brunei, come to Kuwait, to Saudi Arabia, UAE. They may have their parliament, and those parliament, the monarch can, the Amir or the Sheikh can dissolve it anytime they want, for those. But bringing mostly criminals, manipulators, as people who are representing people, I don't think we can get it right.
Yeah, so Maz, that is the basis to this discussion, because when you talk about democracy in the context of the Nigerian setting, the question is Nigeria put together to function and succeed in a democratic
Exactly.
So when we talk about democracy in Nigeria, we should be looking at the foundation of the contraption itself. Like I said earlier, you cannot build anything on a faulty foundation and you expect it to stand. And I think that is the number one issue that should be addressed, the foundation, the formation of Nigeria as a country. And that is why we are all here gathered today, and that is why we've been all these years questioning the basis to the formation of
Mazi, before we go far, there was a question Wada Jovita asked. He said, the military, the security, they are saying people should not protest. Let me tell you, every Biafran listen very well. The DSS have already formed WhatsApp groups. Everybody has to be very careful. The DSS, the military intelligence, NIA, the police intelligence, they have been asked to form WhatsApp groups, say is to end hunger protest. Do you understand me? And they are encouraging people who are supporting this protest to join. That is, this is where they will communicate. Now, if you look at what they are planning, they are not planning for the protest to succeed. The protest will fail because they are putting up their missionaries to divide the youth. They are putting up the missionaries to use religious issues to divide the protest. They are using tribalism to divide the protest. But that is not our problem. Our problem is the security output or the security apparatus in Nigeria. They can never respect human rights. They can never respect anybody's, even if you're a politician in their midst, if the order is given to bring you down, they will bring you down. Because all the work is for the interest of those that owns the country. Everybody knows those who owns Nigeria. Everybody knows those who dictates what happened in Nigeria. So if they do not accept, I'm telling you, people will be killed. People will be, and it's unfortunate the way they operated this protest. I have never seen any country where it's taking them months. They put up a flyer, we're organizing, they inform them, and the people are negotiating. Some people are also negotiating with government to take money from them that these people, do you understand me? You know, some people contacted IPOB, oh, we want this protest, how is it happening, so that we see how to talk. We said, get away from here. We don't talk about protest. Some people are using also the name of IPOB, threatening the government to collect money from them. That IPOB will join the protest, you need to settle them. That is one thing that you found in Nigeria. They play all these games. They play all these things. Don't be surprised why they are mentioning IPOB. Some criminal-minded people have been talking to some people. It's IPOB that is trying to foment this trouble. We need to settle them. This has been a tactic that have been using. So all these things are things, when you look at how Nigeria operates, you can't even classify them as a democratic government. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very much, Mazi Nnamdi. You see, what I think, every time I have the thinking of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, always on my mind. And I hope that soon he will be free from detention. And from what I heard recently, that the infiltrators who are also trying to drag IPOB into the protest have made certain demands including that some of the reasons for the protest is to free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You see, so a way to make it look as if that the protest is an IPOB project. But that is by the way, because we understand the game and we are ahead of them. Mazi, let us take this question because it's very, very important. Since Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's extraordinary rendition from Kenya, we have seen series of events and we have seen how things have moved back and forth and shakings here and there, both within and surroundings of IPOB, where we have also seen different activities that are contradictory to our values. Now, I want to ask, how have IPOB been able to survive, especially in the leadership, being able to manage some of these situations? I've asked you that question in few occasions, but I think I also want to ask you again. How have you been able to do it in the leadership to keep IPOB afloat?
Mazi, thank you very much. Mazi, this is a very, very, in one thing I love with IPOB, especially the present leadership, these are people that believe that it is better to walk than to make noise.
Okay, wait. Okay, Mazi Chinasa, before you proceed, I also want to let our people to know that we are live on IPOB Community Radio. That has been taken care of, fixed. And I think that Mazi Jonathan is live there, transmitting on BTV as well. We're also live. You can also download the BTV app and tune into CH1 where you can get our transmission. The IPOB Community Radio app have been taken care of, have been fixed. And for those of you who have the app on your phones and your Android can download. For those who haven't downloaded, you can also download the BTV application on your phone, on your Android and whatever phone you are using that has internet on it. So please go ahead and tune into IPOB Community Radio. You can join us from there. Mazi Chinasa, we'll continue from where you stop, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi. Thank you for that good news. I know it will be back. I know the IPOB radio will be back before the program will go far. Mazi, the question you ask is very, very interesting question. But what I can tell you is that the IPOB leadership, at least my fellow comrades I know, they believe more to do the work because we have a very difficult work in our hand. People do not understand how IPOB operates before the rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And I'm saying it on radio, that when the rendition Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leadership was shocked. The leadership did not even know where to pick up from because there are certain things that we do not have information about them, which if it is a system, I can tell you it is a flawed system. Whosoever that advised Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because I used to say it, when the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was moving around the whole world, preaching about Biafra, everywhere he's going, Biafrans was always ready to welcome him there and make sure he lives from that country peacefully, even when he came to Kuwait. But whoever and those who were behind, to isolate him from the IPOB leadership, push him until he fall into this trap. I'm sure Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wherever he is, he had known that maybe he had made a mistake. Because I bet you, had it been IPOB knew that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was being held in Kenya, I swear to God, we will never allow Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be renditioned. We will never allow it. But it has happened. That's to show you, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, we passed hell. Hell. I knew very well that when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, many IPOB officers could not get themselves, let me say 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I will tell you, one of our IPOB member, who is a principal officer, he told me he just, for many years, he has not been home. So along the line, he came home that particular time. He said the same day he arrived at home in his father's compound. After he arrived that particular date he arrived. He said he just entered his father's compound. In less than 5 hours, he arrived in his father's compound. Somebody who has not been home for many years. The moment he arrived, he heard that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been renditioned to Nigeria. Just that his passport in his pocket, he take off again. He ran also. Mazi, during this period, many IPOB members have lost their direct families. Some IPOB members, their wives left them. Some IPOB principal officers, their wife also took them, making problem, calling their own husband that they are supporting IPOB. That is how dangerous what we are doing. That is how dangerous it is. Many people do not know where their wives and children are. These are challenges. And while people are going through these things, there are people who are moving around in Nigeria, who are collecting money, sit somewhere and talk a mess about the IPOB leadership. Mazi, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, money were given out. And when that money was going on, you found out a lot of stupid people, they were all, when they give them money, they come on social media, they mess up, they talk all they have to talk. But I'm happy that it is because of our resoluteness, our determination. Because what I realized that time is that people were emitting those negative energy, blackmail, to make sure that whether the IPOB leadership will back off. And they throw in the towel. Mazi, I can tell you categorically that everything that happened was systematically planned. While you see the attack hammering on IPOB leadership because of what? The moment Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, the leadership swung into action, started to understand certain things because we didn't know. When the people surrounding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they realized both his siblings and those who are close to him, who are directly for his family members, wrong information were given to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They see the leadership of IPOB as a threat. That the leadership have started to understand certain things. So what was the plan? Destroy them, make them look bad in the eyes of the people, tell them that they are, lies do not last for a century. It just have an expiring date. They started to hammer. They started to say, do them this, do them, they did that. It is an intentional act, Mazi. I am telling you. And many people fall for this trap. There are people I never expect in my life, the role they played during the time of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu rendition. We fall apart with many people. People who, at that time, what were they doing? They start pushing the people money. They promised them. Some of them, they promised some of the girls in Biafra land that they are bringing them to America. They make passports for them. Some poor girls from poor families, they start to feed information. Some of the small girls, in IPOB who were in the family running around our volunteers start to sell information because they want to go to abroad. They were, many of them, I tell you, many of the girls, they did passport for them. These are the young girls in IPOB. They did passport for them. They were a horrible set of people. There are a lot of young girls in IPOB you see on social media. These are very, very dangerous girls. Maybe you don't see them again on social media. They were dangerous. Mazi, I'm telling you, those girls, you see all these girls you saw when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came out, they were following, making noise. You see them, they post on social media. The moment they hold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, all those girls was used against IPOB. Some of those girls, they even was working with a perima. Some of them were collecting ransom for them. I don't want to mention names, but I bet some of them, we are watching them where they are. We will put up a report in that country they are, because it's one day. Now, many of them did a lot of horrible things. There are people on social media, you see them, they are not talking because they know what they are talking. They are talking because of money. That money was given to them. And I want to tell Biafrans this thing. Everybody listen. I have said it, I said it to myself. What I don't know, I don't know. But anything I know today, if there is a need to inform Biafrans, I will inform them. Reasons are we are under oath. When I do not know, there was no problem. But now that I know, if I see it will endanger the life of our IPOB members, it will endanger the life of a fellow principal officers, I will inform Biafrans. Because we all swear that you will never do anything that will jeopardize the life of any principal officer or anything that will jeopardize the restoration of Biafra. That is why when they kick in those actions, Mazi, nobody will arrest you because of self-determination. I am telling you the fact. Let me give you an example like Julius Assange. How many years did they drag Julius Assange? It's because he released some confidential documents to the public. But they are not holding him on that. They were pursuing him because of a woman rape. All this is what they have used to pin him down for many years. That is why we said every IPOB member, principal officer, when those things happen, we are raising alarm. Do not think that the country will catch you because of IPOB, because you are fighting for self-determination. Self-determination is your right. You are covered. But what they do is they will look for something, any criminal activity that they will use to implicate you, to give them the room to be able to arrest you. For example, you are living in a country officially. You have your documents. You are doing Biafra, nobody will come to you. But if they're planning for you, they will be looking. Maybe they want to see, are you doing drug business? Are you doing some illegal things? That is what they will be looking to use to catch you. I am saying it here. That's why we continue to shout for IPOB members. But people, because of money, Mazi, the problem we had were people that were inside this struggle who do not. They saw this, some people are in this struggle, they are psychophants. They will call Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they praise him. They praise him, so that they can get something from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Some of us, many of us don't live this life. We are men of honor, we have our words, we don't do praise, we are not praise singers. Now, these people were one of the people that facilitated a problem inside IPOB. Do you know that some of these people that were given positions that tried to sabotage IPOB, do you know before that, some of them bought that position from money they were giving to some people to convince Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to give them a position in IPOB? Are you people aware? Are you people aware that this group of women, they call that Directorate of Mystery, 1 or 2 person of them, they were paying somebody money, asking the person to recommend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to recommend them that they can be able to raise $100,000 for IPOB every month. They were giving money, using it to people were doing what? That is how some of them came. That is to show you it was a long plan. Mazi, from there, these people, and there are people you see coming on social media. Mazi, I can bet you, most of the people, many of the people coming on social media to talk craps about this leadership, about the Biafra struggle sometimes, Mazi, look very well. Check them very well. They are people who have considered themselves that the fund of IPOB is their entitlement. Are you understanding me? They feel entitled to IPOB fund. So, when they go to toilet and have headache, they call IPOB to give them money. If they call Europe, they request money. They call Asia, they request money. They can't even recharge their own data to come on air without calling one IPOB member somewhere around the world to collect data money before they can be able to broadcast on Radio Biafra on their page. Many of them ask them, where is your unit? You can be around Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it's understood. But now Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in detention. Are you part of the IPOB family? No. Do you belong to anything the IPOB, official IPOB family? No. They don't belong. But you see them, when somebody gives them money in America and discuss something with them, they come on social media, they talk. These people have gone to the length of anybody they wake up, they give you bill. When you don't give the bill, this leadership does not operate in anyhow. We operate systematically. Many of them who comes on social media, if you doubt me, many of them who come on social media to castigate this leadership, ask them, do you pay dues? Do you pay ordinary dues? Have you ever put your $100 in this struggle? They don't. Some of them believe that because they are with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so whether Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is there or not, does that attachment, Jesus Christ, they cannot listen to anything again. I want every one of you to see the people with these attributes. These are the people that are problem in IPOB. These are the problem that continue. Some of them, let me tell you, I'm not going to call their names, but I have everything. I have every information. And the IPOB leadership have been able to survive because we access our information to the highest place. I used to tell people, Oboge my big man, Obe Monyaho my big man. The ability for the IPOB leadership to access information at the highest top through various means is what have kept IPOB leadership going. That's what have kept IPOB leadership going. It helps us to make decisions that have kept this struggle afloat. Because had it been, we are coming on the social media to talk about certain things, what we don't know. I used to tell people who have access to me, if you ask the people in the media, if you ask people in IPOB families, I go to my meetings, I tell them, when you hear something on social media, we have forums. That's what makes you an IPOB member. Throw your question in the forum before you go outside and make caricature of yourself. Do that. Stop carrying unnecessary information. For example, some people get offended with me because when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, I was shocked. I make my inquiries. First, I got an inquiry. I'm telling you people, first I have an information that first it was in Ethiopia, he was adopted. Then after, somebody told me it's in East Africa. It was a confusion. Nobody asked the wife of Onyendu. When I called her, I told her, please, I need this information. Do you have this information? I use it on my own. I walk every step I made. I sent somebody to Kenya. We followed and found out many things. But people are angry because they wanted me to continue to shout that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in the airport. He was arrested in the airport. He was arrested in the airport. They wanted us to be talking these things, making ourselves very stupid people in the eyes of the world. When I came on social media and told people Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in Kenya, they adopted him. The Kenyan ambassador came to deny it. But at the end of the day, was it not that? Is that not true? At the end of the day, what happened? So these people, their purpose was they are holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, destroy the DOS. You see the counter order, the order and counter order coming from, they say it's coming from Mazi Nnamdi. It was all manipulated information to make sure that IPOB leadership was destroyed. Because the moment they found out we have realized certain things, when somebody knows you have found out certain information, you become even at risk. It can lead to even to kill you because they feel you are now a threat to them. They feel that now you have this information. So at the end of all these things, the IPOB leadership continue to excel. IPOB leadership continue to work with information. They came into the IPOB leadership. They tried to use some people, dislodge IPOB. If IPOB leadership were having meetings, an infiltrator, somebody inside us will open the speaker, a whole DOS meeting, another set of people will be listening to it. Every time we finish meeting, before we make a statement, it's already been made. If we ask, it's already been made. Do you understand me? Then IPOB leadership found out all these loopholes, closed down all these loopholes, and they tried to change a lot of things. There are people that they came to this struggle. If you ask them for the past 10 years, you are in this struggle. Are you not a beneficiary from this struggle? Because there are people bringing their money. There are people bringing their money. For example, I'm asking some people, you are an IPOB member, right? Have you given anybody 1 naira? No. But you call people abroad, they send you money because you're an IPOB member. You turn around, you put data, you blackmail people. When you need money, they don't give to you. The best thing you can do, you born your child, you ask for help. You go to toilet, you ask for help from IPOB member. You do everything you do in life, you ask for help. But you still come and you still cajole IPOB. And today will be the last day we talk about these people. Next time somebody come to the social media just to disparage IPOB, and we ask all the countries that are sending money to these people to hand over all the transactions, we will make it available on the social media so that people will see those people talking about IPOB leadership, because it is at one call we can ask every country to stop supporting them. It's one call. We put it as a memo and say, do not support this person any longer. Mazi, if you are like in the government, there are people who serve in Buhari government. When Buhari gone, they could not find their feet in Tinubu government. And that is how government work. You work with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, fine and good. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for now, is not accessible to work with him. What do? You work with the leadership. Instead, every day, you attack, you cajole, you abuse, and the person you come out, you claim you are IPOB. I want every Biafran, anybody who come to claim to you that is an IPOB media warrior, ask him which forum does he belong in IPOB media. Because IPOB have up to 15 media departments, and they are all there. Ask him which department in the media do you belong? Where do you belong? Ask him that question. Because some of them, you see them come to disparage Chukwudi Former because they were not allowed to be in those forums because of their activities, their behaviors, their previous behaviors. They were not allowed to be there. And people in that forum do not want to see them in that forum. They said, this person, we don't want them in this forum because their behavior stinks. But they will come. Somebody talk about Chukwudi Former. Do you know who Chukwudi Former is? Before you come and start talking, you know who Chukwudi Former is? Do you know who Chukwudi Former is? You think it is only when you come on social media and they be shouting. I said the other time, if you think that shouting on social media will give us Biafra, we have shouted, all of us have shouted and abused people for nearly 10 years. Did Biafra come? Did Biafra come?
Mazi, yes, it's an unfortunate situation, but it's where we have found ourselves in the struggle, and I believe that the leadership have the capacity to deal with some of the characters that we have. But when we dwell so much on the character of some of our people, we might not be able to end this program.
Mazi, I'm coming. I know where I'm driving this. Do you understanding me? I am not dwelling, but I'm giving like a basis people to understand. Now, these people, all these behaviors have caused a lot of things in IPOB. It is these behaviors that led to the rise of the auto criminals. I am telling you, these people were those who ran to him at the initial stage, feed him with information about IPOB, feed him information about what happens in IPOB, and that is where we are. That is the challenges we are today. And when they realize what they have done, they step backward. And that time it was too late. Even the person himself kicked them because he had gotten what he needed to kickstart. He have gotten information who to attack. He have gotten information who to unleash their venom on, and that is why they capitalize on Mazi Nnamdi and Chinedu. And I am happy, Mazi, that many of them who went and killed cows, goats, so that Nnamdi will die, many of them already dead. They are dead. Most of you saw this stupid guy that is in jail presently. Some of you say he's vomiting blood. Most of you forgot that this guy went to the British Embassy, submitted a letter against me, went to the Kuwait Embassy, submitted a letter against me, did protest in British Embassy because of me. The moment they hold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that was the time they hold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He went there, submitted a letter, went to the Kuwait Embassy, submitted a letter against me. Did I ever talk to him? I never. Did I do him anything? I never. The government was sponsoring him. People in APC that time was sponsoring him. He was working. They used him very well. Now the government is over. Now where is he? Now he's inside. And some people will come in the back and tell me, talk about him. So do you see the kind of people we are dealing with? These are people inside. These are people who continue to bring confusions in IPOB. Mazi, why I'm saying this thing is to understand what the leadership is going through on a daily basis. You know, these people transmit negative energy towards the leadership of IPOB. And that is what we battle on a daily basis. You may say you dwell on them, but when they are talking, you see our people posting their videos, asking you, you people are not saying anything about this. We tell them, forget about it. When we will discuss it, we will discuss it. So, Mazi, those things have yielded the problem we are facing today. And we are going to come to that topic. How, I don't know, many of them do not know that some people from the autopilot who claim to be IPOB presently has been sentenced by the Nigerian government to 5 years imprisonment. That was on 24th of July, 2024. But they are quiet. Mazi, have you heard it anywhere? Are you aware that there are people presently sentenced in the Wawa prison in Abuja over IPOB activities, things that have never happened in IPOB, things that have never happened in IPOB. Over 12 years, we are in this struggle. But the activities of people like this have pushed our people. Mazi, presently as I'm talking to you, on 24th July, you remember last time the military came out and said that they have arrested over 300 and something IPOB members, which we know they are not IPOB members, and that they killed over 180 in the southeast region. You saw the news. and the IPOB, we responded. Now, do you know what the Nigerian government did? In a quest to want to prove and tarnish the image of IPOB, on 24th of July, the Nigerian government, because we are putting much pressure that the names of these people must be made known. What they did now, the Nigerian military requested the Nigerian government, the Attorney General of the Federation, formed a legal council. This legal council, they sent them to the Wawa prison. I want everybody to pay attention here now. They went to the Wawa prison. Now they give them some private lawyers trying to convince them, you know, we are trying to settle things. The only way you can come out is you plead guilty. And these three people, I can mention their names so that Biafrans will be very, very aware. It's very, very important so that Biafrans, if their family members can listen, because those who sent them will never inform them. Those who sent them will never inform them what have happened to their people. These were people that was misbehaving, even in Igbocha. The first person is Emeka Adiele Ezenwa, Emerson Roland, Edet. The reports in our disposal inform us that they were arrested in Igbocha, and they claim to be IPOB coordinators. And they are in no way, as I mentioned the name, if anybody can come out, because IPOB have taken the responsibility from on that particular date, we have gone through all our IPOB family coordinators. Nobody knows them. Somebody said, oh, one of these guys maybe is those I have heard name is one of these autopilot guys. They were sentenced on 24th to 5 years imprisonment.
Mazi, I have something to add there.
Okay.
I have something to add there. You know, these auto criminals, what they did is this. They can gather 2-3 persons and they will be calling themselves autopilot.
Yes. What I'm listening.
All right. They will be calling themselves autopilot IPOB, and they will be holding meetings. They will be holding meetings with people, and they will be playing the voice.
Go ahead, Wad, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
They will be playing the voice and video of the criminal in Finland, and when they are caught, they will now say they are IPOB. That is how it happened.
Exactly, Wada. This group of people, they were sentenced on 24th. They are a group of these auto criminals. Because as I'm speaking, anybody from Igbocha can bear us witness. We do not have these names as coordinators. And we traced out that it was somebody in America who was following the case up. It is part of these auto criminals. No need to mention her name. She knows herself. But do you see what IPOB have been fighting for? Now, they are being sentenced as IPOB members. But they are not IPOB. And they do not be surprised that by the time the judiciary will come back, do not be surprised by the time the judiciary will return back for their research. Maybe this 300 and something, they might have sentenced all of them in the name they are sentencing IPOB members. If you see, these were the dangers we were trying to stop. These were what they were trying to do. At the end of the day, finally, the Nigerian government, and you see the Wawa prison where they are kept, they say it is only one way to go there, even you can't visit them. One of our brother, the one that came out last time, who was a lawyer, who attended Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case, just 3 years, you see how he looks like when he comes out there. From the stories we heard inside the Wawa prison, They say it's only one road that leads to that place, and Boko Haram is along the road. So only the military goes to that particular prison yard and a convoy, which the Boko Haram may not likely attack them. They cross that road and go to that prison. In that prison, they say it is 9 blocks, 15 people per room. They eat once, sometimes in a day, once in 2 days. They see water once in 2 days or once in 3 days. They go to toilet. You will be looking at your toilet for the 15 people. They will be looking at the toilet for 2 days before they will bring water to flush it. The brother that came out from there last time, everybody see how he looks like. You don't see anybody. What you hear is only voices inside the Wawa prison. So Nigerian government, what we are saying, the human rights groups, Amnesty International, the Nigerian government cannot set up a legal council to go inside the military barracks and continue to try Biafrans, irrespective of who they are. After all, the military do not have right to keep people in detention. According to their Armed Forces Act, if they arrest somebody, they have to send them, hand it over to the police or for the SS to bring them to court. But this time, they kept them in that place, bringing legal team to try them inside that place and sentence them. So those guys now, they caught on, they said they caught them last year. Now they sentenced them to 5 years. They are expecting to come out in 2028 if they will come out alive. And I heard that the minimum sentence, they said they're going to give any one of them there is 2 years, depending them. And the people have no access to lawyers. They have no access to any than the ones Nigerian government. And they say those private lawyers the government provide for them just only comes to them to tell them accept. Just plead guilty so that the case is highest 1 year or 2 years after we will see. They will make appeal, they release you. Now, the Nigerian government have gotten what they want, just to sentence some group of people in the name of IPOB. And this is what IPOB must rise up. If Nigerian government is sentencing these people in the name of IPOB, we are not going to take it. If you are an IPOB member,
absolutely, Mazi, absolutely.
we are not going to take it.
And that brings me to the issue of the negotiation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that the lawyer have instituted.
Yes.
Requesting for negotiation with the Nigerian government. What is your take on this move by this present lead counsel?
Mazi, I will tell you something. The issue of negotiation, I do not want to go into it publicly, especially on any live program. Even anyway, I don't want to discuss it because yet I have not seen anything. Are you understanding me? I have told people on several occasions it's IPOB that will bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out. They might have do those things, but let us wait to hear what the government will say. But you know, what I can tell you, this issue is very big than you are looking at it. You know, when I say it, people don't understand it. When I say it, but why we must always talk is that so that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, in one way or the other, he might get this information and be strong and know that people are standing for him. We are standing in the gap, making sure he did not fall in their trap. Reasons are, Mazi, the negotiation, if they make the negotiation underground, they will tie Mazi Nnamdi Kanu down. He will come out and lost everything he thought he had built. Reasons are, the Nigerian government have conditions they prepare. And these conditions are not going to be favorable for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So when we talk about it, is to give him the strength. You remember when they wanted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to defend himself. Some people started to carry that, yes, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can defend himself. I thank every Biafran when everybody rose their voice that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should not defend himself. I think we saw that in his next court sitting, he didn't tell that. That means he's listening. There is noise in the background. Mazi, please mute you up. I don't know who has these things on the background.
We want
I mean from the crew. I mean from the crew. From the crew.
Because Mazi, can you please mute yourself? Because, yes, can you please mute yourself? Mazi Chinedu, go ahead, please. Mwada Jovi, can you please mute yourself? Can you please mute yourself?
I've seen it here.
Yes, so Mazi, a bit of confusion as a result of, I don't know what the issues are. But Mazi, can you please go ahead? Biafrans are listening, and I believe that our people are getting the message clearly. Please go ahead.
So Mazi, in the terms of negotiation, we are not, we don't have anything now to discuss. From the information we have, the Nigerian government have not responded, and we will leave it at that. The issue of negotiation is a very sensitive one. Anything they are negotiating that will tie Mazi Nnamdi Kanu down will not be accepted. That thing is one thing we have to know. Anything they are negotiating that will lead to the destruction of IPOB will not be accepted. Any negotiation that will lead to disband or try to ruffle IPOB down will not. So it's better the Nigerian government put themselves down, know the conditions. It is very, very important that the Nigerian government knows what they are trying to do. One thing is this: Biafra agitation will never stop until we regain our freedom. I am very, very happy that the heart of this struggle is in diaspora. So no matter what they do, and they base in different countries, it is a very difficult nut for them to crack, because I know, however they do it, no matter what they do, the Biafra struggle must continue to move on until Biafra is restored. So for now...
Since you are forgetting something.
Yes.
Very much.
About this same set of people. You know, there are these people who joined the siblings of Onyendu to try to push away Onyendu's legal matters from IPOB and the leadership. And these people want to create a scenario to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that the IPOB and her leadership has left him. And at the same time, the Nigerian government that are using these agendas wanted to paint a scenario to us that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has abandoned Biafra struggle. How do you talk about that?
Thank you, Wanda. Mazi, Wanda, you see, we have places, diplomatically, places we have stepped in because of him. We have the record. We have effort we have done. We have consultants that we took. The contracts, everything they are there. What the leadership have been able to do. First, when they brought Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the game, what they planned was different. And today is different. And it is stage by stage. It is not an easy stage. Go to my timeline. This early morning, I dropped about, let our people understand an idea what rendition is all about. Go and read it on my timeline about the rendition of Khaled Al-Masri, the Lebanese that was rendition. You will find out that rendition is not a child's play. It is a collaboration of international intelligence, international intelligence agencies. that normally carry out rendition, and that is what happened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If you go and read that on my timeline, you will understand deeply what extraordinary rendition really meant. Before now, I can tell you I didn't understand how deep extraordinary rendition can be. But when I was making research on rendition, I came across the issue of Khalid Al-Masri. Go and read it. It's on my timeline, on the Facebook timeline. You will understand how renditions are being carried out, and renditions are not carried out by one security agency, not carried out by only Nigerian security agency. It's carried out both the British. Many of them were involved before they will be able to rendition Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Thank you, Mazi.
And Mazi, please, can you torchlight the health status of great Onyedu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu?
So far, from the information we have last, we heard that he was having a low blood pressure, which the doctor have gone for it. And I heard actually, I do not want to talk about his health issues so much, but actually the wife, it's a duty that we have agreed with the wife to make sure he follows. Do you understand me? Because sometimes we do not want to pass information, certain informations going to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in detention, because we know most of the information being passed to him, sometimes it falls in the hands of the DSS. They are aware, or even how you deliver the message. So some messages, especially like his health issue, we do communicate and ask the wife to take the necessary step. But from the last time we heard the doctor that's supposed to go there, they say he was having a low blood pressure, and they will take him for a medical checkup. That is all I can tell you for now about his health. But if there is, of course, that is an issue that has been there, and I'm sure those around him is making sure if there is any necessary medical help he needs, he will get it. Irrespective of that, that's why we want him to be released, so that he can be able to go and take a proper medical checkup for his health, because he can be there, and he can be there. If anything happens to him, nobody will give us an excuse. You know, sometimes we have been shouting for years to release him so that he can take care of his medical health. The world have heard it, and we expect Nigeria to do the right thing if they want. But everybody must also pray, even though Nigeria, let nothing happen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in terms of health-wise in their custody. Thank you.
And otherwise, Mazi, thank you very much. Any further questions?
Yes.
Because I would like the line to be open very soon, so that we will also be able to receive some calls. I know that a lot of our people are eager to call in. Some people want to ask their own questions. As much as we have so many questions lined up in the studio for Mazi Nnamdi, I would also like us to give Biafra the opportunity to also call in and ask some of the questions. And those who want to make their contribution, we are going to keep the time limit very, very short, so that we'll be able to contain as much people as we can in this program. So, Mazi, I would want you to put the line on the screen. Both the Skype and the WhatsApp, our technical director on the background, please do the needful, and as soon as that comes, we expect calls to start coming in immediately. Now, Mazi Nnamdi, there's a question I would like to ask you. How the leadership is fending in the face of the blackmail, because I know it's not been easy. We've seen a lot of abuse, we've seen a lot of insults, and naturally when you get to a point you can no longer bear some of these insults and you start reacting. But we've seen the composure of the Directorate of State and how you have been able to put yourself together. Can you please tell Biafrans how you've been able to cope with all the blackmail and the gaslighting and name calling that have come to you to see how your morale can be brought down? How have you been able to survive in the face of these challenges?
Mazi, I have never been blackmailed before in my life. Before I joined the IPOB struggle, before I came out to serve our people, even before the rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I have never been blackmailed. I have done businesses with people before that time, my life in the business circle. I haven't come across blackmail because I know myself. I used to say people here, I don't want people to talk about me because people knows me. People knows me. I have met all kind of people. I have come across kind of people. People who knows me. They know my character. They know my behavior. And sometimes I just tell people that I'm a guy of self-accountability and deep-rooted immorality. But the blackmail, I started, witnessing blackmail from 28th of June 2021. That was the day I started receiving blackmail about me. I have to be very frank. All my life, people have never blackmailed me because I haven't been in that situation. I haven't been in the situation. I haven't been in any scandal. I haven't. I do my things, do you understand me? But from that day, from 28th of June 2021, that was the day I started to understand what is blackmail. And the blackmail is against, they blackmailing us, how we sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is always what they used to say. There is nothing more. And I used to tell people that God kept Mazi Nnamdi Kanu alive because of people like me. Reasons are because God wanted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be alive, to tell people that this leadership did not know what happened to him. Because had it been something happened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who will you explain to Mazi? Tell me. Will anybody believe you? Nobody will believe you. But I thank you, Kokikadiama. I said God kept him alive because of somebody like me. Or because God wanted us to be vindicated, that we do not know anything about concerning Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Then the next blackmail is blackmail people who need something from you. When they don't get it, they blackmail you. And along the line, I found out that most of this blackmail is nothing. It has no information. There is no truth, atom of truth inside. So within these few years, I have tried to build myself. I build myself and other members of the DOS. We are different. Somebody like Mazi Doziem, he doesn't even come because he's engaged with work. He don't come too much follow on social media. It is somebody like me who is also part of the media that I hear a lot. I have heard everything I have heard. Mazi, the other day, you remember, that was on 20th of July, I posted on my timeline, that was 10 years of my exile in this struggle. 10 years. But you remember December 21, when they carried a rumor blackmail that me, Chike Doziem, and the Powerful was in Nigeria. We were in Nigeria cruising in Jeep. I laughed. I said, look at our people. Their mindset, Jeep, was all they can think. Even to the point that one of our leaders' brother have to call me. I have to put on a video here to prove to him that how can I be in Nigeria? All those lies, all those blackmail were sent to Onyendu. I know what blackmail can do. I know what blackmail can do within these 3 years. Because at a point, you wake up, you heard one thing or the other. At a point, you wake up, they say you did this, you did that. At a time, they wake up, they say you came to America. At a point, they wake up all kind of lies. They try to say it. It didn't end only on lies. They even went to the point, some of them went to native doctors. Some of those young girls you say in IPOB, some of them went to native doctors. One of the girls promised a native doctor. It's a woman. He promised her 800,000 to do juju that we teach in Asanworu. One of the girls in IPOB. Because his boyfriend, who used to do kidnapping, collecting money, was killed. So he took part of the money they got from kidnapping to pay a traditionalist to kill Chinasa Nworu. We have every information. We have everybody. That is why I'm called Chinasa Oku or Chimnasaramoku. Mazi, blackmail have built me. Blackmail have made me to be tough. Blackmail have made me. It have made me to be more matured. That I do not have to transmit my positive energy with the people transmitting all those negative energy towards me. Because that's why sometimes you find yourself, you went to some place, you meet some people, when you come back to your house, you are very tired. Either you have been transmitted enough negative energy towards you that outweighed your own positive energy. So what I try to do, I try to avoid some of these negative people who come out to talk things they don't even know ignorantly. They are transmitting rubbish, things they don't even have information about it. So that is how, for me in particular, how I have handled the blackmail that has gone on. And I go out, it makes me to seek more information. It makes me, because as they blackmail me about something, I don't know anything about it, it pushes me to go to try to dig out about something. I will tell you people one thing here on the social media. You know, a couple of months back, there was a rumor that, Chike Doziem have closed the bank account in Germany, him and somebody. You know, those are like a blackmail. And this pushed the IPOB leadership to take further steps. Because if you blackmail us in such a way, we need to take a lawyer to find the truth of why you are blackmailing us. We will do that. It's not like when they did it in America, you blackmail. If you blackmail me that Chinasa Nworu closed account for IPOB, I will take a lawyer, pay by my pocket, and pursue the case to a logical conclusion just to get an evidence from the people you are blackmailing me, like the one they did, that I have no hand, and this is the reason why the account was closed. That is the way we operate, because it will save our energy. It will save our time. It will save explanation.
And also to keep the record for the future.
That is it, Mazi. To keep the record for the future, so that people will not continue blackmail.
Sorry to interrupt you, because we have the first caller on the line on Skype. Caller, can you please introduce yourself and make your contribution or bring your question forward, please? Your name and where you're calling from.
Okay, thank you very much, Mazi. My name is
Can you please speak up so that your voice can come out clearly?
All right. Yes, Mazi, my name is S.E. Obasi, and I'm calling from Ghana.
Obasi from Ghana?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I have two questions. The first one is, what is the value of a past glory? And let me explain what I mean. If I have been an IPOB member in the past 10 years, and let's say in the past 7 years, I have done so well, I have sacrificed a lot, I have contributed so much to the growth of the family. And then 2 years afterwards, 2-3 years, I have not been as much committed anymore, and I have not sacrificed or continued to sacrifice anymore. How much is the value of that which I have done in the past 7 years?
Mazi Chinasa Nworu, do you get that question clearly?
I got the question. Yes.
Okay, go. Wait, Mazi Obasi, because your English sounds as if you are a Ghanaian, but notwithstanding, Mazi Chinasa, go ahead and give a response.
Mazi, I think he said you have two questions. Can he put down the two questions?
Can we take it one after the other so that we don't have to congest, and possibly we might not even take all the questions, because I know that there are other people also who would want to come up with so many questions. If we have to take all the questions today, that means we are not going to leave this program.
Well, Mas Patrick, I will say for being the first caller.
His questions.
Okay, yes. Go ahead, Mazi Chinasa. Can you please respond? Then you can bring the second question.
Okay, Mazi. One thing is respect will always be given to those who, in one way, you said your past glory. What is the value? It depending. For example, the value is that even though we do not know why you are no more participating. And remember, your whatever you have done is voluntarily. You were not mandated to do so. You will always be respected by IPOB members. You will always be considered as one of the, irrespective of we don't know why, what have led you to stop. There will always be a respect as those who have championed the struggle. Do you understand me? When maybe, as long as you did not derail, maybe you back down and start fighting against the struggle, I don't think that will be value for you any longer. But if you back down, maybe because of some personal reasons, you need some clarifications, or out of health issues, out of certain things, your value, your respect will always be there. And I can bet you, if Biafra comes tomorrow, I mean, the value for everything we have done is that you will enjoy the restoration of Biafra. You will be part of those who will take the glory that you restored Biafra. And if there is any benefit supposed to be given to IPOB members who fought for the restoration of Biafra, I think you will still be part of it.
Can I just add just 1 minute to that?
Yes.
Mazi, in fact, we have seen series of people who came into Biafra struggle, fought for a while and left. Yes. Most of the time for their personal reason. Yes. Most of the time because it's no longer convenient as a result of change of location. There are so many reasons. But the truth of the matter is, when you make your contribution, every contribution you make in IPOB has great value, because just like Mazi Nnamdi said, that it's a voluntary duty for every Biafran. But where the issue lies is when you contribute and suddenly turn around and now start blackmailing, IPOB after your positive contribution, and you turn around to start making negative contribution, that automatically deletes or destroys whatever initial contribution you have done in the first place. So I think the right answer is, if you choose to leave, just like you choose to come in voluntarily, you have also the choice to live voluntarily, but continue to respect the struggle for Biafra, to also maintain the value established in the first place.
Mazi Patrick, let me add this an example. My brother Basi, see, we have many cases, people who were part of IPOD before, they were contributing, the old good days, like 5 years, 6 years ago, even 7 years. Suddenly they stopped coming. Some of them had problems. IPOB never, like for example, we have a member here. He left us, maybe, we don't know what was his problem. He left IPOB like 3 years ago. And unfortunately, early this year he died. He died here in Kuwait. We did not say you are not IPOB, but we remember the old good days, and we make sure we gave him the maximum respect. Anything we can do to support, we support. We did not say, oh, you were coming before you. Even we raised also. People try to do all they can. So, Mazi, for the fact that you were part of IPOB member, and you will always, there must be always, you will be remembered. Anywhere you go, let me tell you something. There are people, they were IPOB members. They are no more coming. But when they relocate, it doesn't stop IPOB. If they said, okay, I want to join, some of them, they were IPOB members, they go to some country, IPOB still support them. If they want papers, they want certain things, we still support them. We know they were part of us. We know there was a time they were doing good. For example, there are some people in Biafra land, some of the coordinators, their duties were relieved, they backslided. It doesn't stop IPOB not to help them. Some of them, IPOB still take care of them, pay some of them their house rent. We remember the work they have done, just that they were removed. Do you understand me? We support them. We are not just kicking you out because you could no more offer any service. We just abandon you. We don't do that. Never, Mazi.
So, Mazi Obasi, does that answer your question?
Yes, very, very well. Just my last question, very quickly.
Okay.
Given that we are now at a very critical stage and we have seen Eurocoast fall, we have seen great people backslide, is it okay if I am concerned that someone may be hosting a Radio Biafra or maybe a host in one of our platforms is a non-member who has not been attending meeting in his or her unit for almost 2 years and have not paid any kind of dues for almost 2 years? Will I be concerned that this person is part of the host in our Radio Biafra or Biafra television? Should I be concerned? Will that be a genuine concern for me if I have that concern? Thank you very much.
Mazi, it is a concern, and it is something that before, you know what, let me tell you something. We have got this kind of cases before, and at a certain point, when we investigate, it is not the way people carry the information. We should be concerned. But like I said, there are people voluntarily doing this job. It does not stop them to contribute. Let me say something everybody has to know. Every DOS member, irrespective of our work, Mazi Nnamdi, the Directorate of State, he do contribute his monthly dues. Ask, inquire. Most of us, we do. Do you know there are coordinators in IPOB who, one way or the other, the country they were removed from that country, maybe because of IPOB activities. Once in a while, they are in the zoo. Once in a while, they raise money and said, because there is no family where they are, they can be able to join, for security reasons. Once in a while, they come up also, they raise money and support the struggle. Say, I'm supporting with this 100,000. I'm supporting this to make sure the struggle, even though I'm not in my country where I used to be. Mazi, you can be consigned, but what you have to do is to raise it. If you know the particular person, your concern, you can raise it through the IPOB leadership, because we have handled many of such cases, and the cases were resolved amicably. People sometimes, I said in this struggle, there are people also, I cannot, because I'm working for Biafra, there are people also, they are working for Biafra, they might not have that financial capacity. We know some people, we are even giving them something. We may not expect them to contribute, but if they do, that means that will be a plus. That is what you have to know. But if you have an issue like that, I will tell you, raise the issue with any, from the coordinator where you are or to the leadership, ask them to do inquiry on this, then they can inform you. When they inform you, you are not satisfied, then you can, do you understand me? You can say, this is the reason why, but do not, because somebody is not contributing or somebody is not doing something at the top, your own contribution, you said you are not going to do it. Because if we march on that step, many of us will not be here today. Thank you, Mazi.
Mazi Patrick, please, before you pick or accept another caller, Mazi Chinasa, there is imperative that we talk about the camps that Nigerian security agencies claim to have been. Am I calling out, please? Okay. Nigerian security agencies claim to dislodge IPOB ESN camps in Isu Kwato and Okigwe. Mazi, please, can you highlight that before we continue? Just do it a very quick one because the WhatsApp line is really bustling.
Okay, Mwada Jovita, I will tell you something. If you go to most of our press release before now, maybe since 2022, 23, if you look at my previous broadcast, I have made it very, very clear. Before now, that IPOB do not operate in Okibe. We do not have a camp in Isukwato. We have said this thing on many occasions. I could remember I also came on Radio Biafra when the criminals in Olo, when the Nigerian security invaded the mother value in Oso. I came on radio, I told people in Okibe, the criminals.
Remain there. I will tell you to come out.
I also informed our people that the criminals are now relocating to Okibe, that axis. And that is where they have been camping before the military attacked them. The military knows. They know the people they are looking for. But you know one thing, they want to tag them on IPOB. IPOB do not operate because you know one thing, IPOB camps where we are, where the IPOB stationed and they fight the Fulani people. We make sure that no criminal gang come close to that place, because what the criminal gangs intend to do is that if they know that IPOB is in Okibe, they will try to come around that place. But what we used to do is, if we found them around ourselves, they will not come. We will attack them and make sure we get them. So they are in some exclusive places, and the military knows. And I can tell you, the Okibe on, Hope Uzodinma knows about it. Because when they were attacking them in Oso, Hope Uzodinma told the criminals, he told them, just leave Oso, go to another place. I want peace. He paid some of them and told them to relocate. Now, as they relocated to that place, they continue the crime they are doing there. And you have to know one thing. If you leave Hope Uzodinma, nobody will attack those guys. Because last time I came on radio, I told you people the military is somewhere like around 5 poles between where these criminals are operating. You know, anytime they used to have success to attack the criminal, anytime the federal government sent a federal troops that are not familiar with the people, because if they stay more than 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they will be corrupted. The ransom the criminals are getting, they start paying them. So the military will not do anything. So anytime you see they invade their camps, just know that they have sent a new troop that have just launched attack. Because most of the military that are around that place, most of the police officers, they pass information to this criminal. Some politicians pass information to this criminal. That's why you see them, they can be able to move from Oso, move to Okibe. Now they are attacking them in Okibe. Some of them have moved back to Osumo. Some of them have moved to Mbidi, this Omoaka axis, this B44. Let me make it also very clear. In Mbidi Omoaka axis, the criminal guy under the autopilot they call B44. He is not an IPOB member. He is not a member of the ESN. In case anybody tomorrow anything happens, somebody say he's an ESN member. IPOB have no camps in those areas you just mentioned. Thank you, Wada.
You're welcome, Mazi. The caller on WhatsApp. Your name and where you are calling from, please.
Wada, do we have a caller on WhatsApp?
Yes, sister. Please try to raise your voice. The caller on WhatsApp. Please be audible. Your name and where you're calling from, and make your contributions.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, but try to be audible, please. Try to be audible, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just that I'm calling from Igbo State. My name is Nnamdi. I am trying to be audible. It's just that it's late and the environment is not really taking where I am, but I will go on. I want to say something quickly. From the early time of Mazi Jonathan trying to address the things, he was saying that this ideology of this autopilot and all that can bring a misconception into the minds of our leader, that preventing from what has been given out all these years. So that's the question. Doing my kind of rhetorical, to any of the same long time where I'm coming from. To Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wife.
Hello caller on WhatsApp. Hello caller on WhatsApp. Please, your line is not clear. Your voice is not clear. Repeat your first question.
There is a breakage in his.
Hear me?
Go ahead.
I'm still attending. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Another caller on WhatsApp. Your name and where you're calling from.
Good day, Wanda and Mazi Patrick Kim.
Good evening, you're loud.
Okay, I was used to Mazi Nnamdi. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Germany. And the one who asked our PhD is like a question or a institution because I think maybe it's going to educate us about what I want to ask is about media warriors. Because about media warriors and those in the diaspora, WhatsApp and now recruit people on their WhatsApp group as the media personnel. So I would like if Mazi Nnamdi will address that. And the second question is that media warrior, for example, blackmailing national coordinators, calling their name on their program. So if Mazi Nnamdi is going to address the issue, I think Biafran will be glad. And the first question is very, very important about people forming, recruiting people on WhatsApp in the name of media warrior. Because Mazi Nnamdi talk about Nigerian DSS having their WhatsApp group recruiting people. So that is my question. Thank you so much.
Aguneshamba, did you get him very clear?
Yes. I got the question very clearly. My brother, fellow comrade, I have to tell you something. Let everybody know this. If IPOB media, or whether people say warriors, IPOB media do not operate on WhatsApp forums. Everybody should know that. IPOB media do not operate on WhatsApp forums. Everybody should know that. Number two, IPOB, we have IPOB Media Europe. We know the people there we pass information to. And we still have recommended them to bring in some more people. We have our criteria, how we select the people. What you have to do, you give us their names. The media, the intel in the media will take their time to go through, and when they give a go-ahead, you will be added in we have also IPOB media. Though these two, we formed it new, USS through Canada. We are trying to we do not operate on WhatsApp. And any IPOB media forum you get into, you did not see Mazi Chukwudi former as one of the admin. You do not see my name in that particular forum. Please, it does not belong to IPOB media. This is very, very clear. There are certain people, but I'm not going to mention the names because there are other people who works in the media, we used to add there, who controls this. In this media, this is where we teach people how to publish. We do the websites. We don't just come to talk. When people talk about media, Chukwudi, they don't know who produces the websites. These are people take the time, construct websites, do many things, control the radio, satellite. They don't know. They think to be a media is coming on the social media, you shout. It was a wrong impression some of them have gotten. You shout. But the engine that makes IPOB, the engine room of IPOB media, they are all there. We have from all states media, first approval, editors, people. There are people there. And those people, you can't see them talking anyhow on social media. So, my fellow comrade, there is no IPOB media warrior on WhatsApp. And in that WhatsApp, let me make this thing very, very clear. There are people who come on social media. They claim, I am IPOB media warrior. I have said this thing. Ask them, which media warrior? You can claim anything. You can come out and claim anything. You know one thing people have to understand. We do not want to come and say, no, you are not IPOB media. Because that is what they want. That's why this title is very important for them. They don't even believe in themselves. I'm IPOB media warrior. You are shouting it. Those who are IPOB media warriors, they are there. It doesn't end on talking on social media. We have those writing articles on a daily basis. We have those publishing on websites on a daily basis. We have people, commentators, those handling the Facebook, even this BTV you see here. There are people in charge of it, publishing on this Facebook, publishing on many Biafran forums. So somebody tell you I'm IPOB media, when you monetize your own thing, you do it without. But we're not going to tell you you are. But when you start attacking the leadership, thinking that you know, then we will tell the world that you are not IPOB media. It's very simple. We will, they are pushing the leadership. They are pushing the leadership. And they know, any day we come out now and say, you do not belong to IPOB leadership, to IPOB media warrior. Then what happened? They will cry and yell and insult. And after 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, they go arrest. But we have given them all the free hand to respect themselves. Let me tell you something. When I see some of these guys talking on social media, they should know that we are in a war front. Freedom fighting is not meeting Omonna. When I look at them, I laugh. Because some of them talking on social media is talking rubbish, arrant nonsense. Arrant nonsense. They don't know anything. They don't know. There are things that if IPOB leadership open mouth and say it to the public, most of you will die of heart attack. But that is why we are the leaders. That is why we control information. That is why we hold certain things. Because some of these people have tried to mess up IPOB by claiming that IPOB media. But one thing is this. We believe that people came voluntarily. If you are tired, you can also leave voluntarily. But if you want to live in pieces, IPOB leadership will help you and you live in pieces. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Do you have any caller? Because I have a caller.
This line is buzzing so much. Caller on the line, you are welcome. Your name and where you are calling from.
And IPOB.
One big family.
My commander, the wonderful DOS, Ekenemon, Afam Chukwu, Ekwensu, Italy, Italy, Verona. Because we even joined my commander, Chinasaworu. Emana Achomisi Bobicon, Emana Potauka Suweko, and if I forgot say, if a man area who gave us in the by as I go, no matter. When I joke, get a woman who man. I am very curious. I am mother. Come on, go. You won't mother also.
Yes, I will keep again.
I am mother.
God forbid. Mazi, let me take that as a joke. You try to crack a joke. Mazi, I want to tell people something. You see, Biafra land is a very sacred land. Forget about that people try to desecrate it. Biafra land is a very sacred land. There are things that have happened in our land that we are even talking about when Biafra is restored or when peace restored. No, we don't need even to wait until Biafra is restored. Mazi, the land of Biafra have witnessed a lot of unwarranted killings. People, their life have been cut short by the Nigerian government, by enemies of Biafra, by criminals, and all kinds of deaths have been witnessed in our place. Mazi, the criminals we are fighting in also were engaging in this cannibalism, and we are seriously against it. It is not accepted and it will never be accepted, and nobody should even think on that side. That is why we come up with the agricultural revolution. We need to put food in our place. We need food storages. We need to put things. We have our hands. Why should we even contemplate going on that particular axis? These are lazy man and evil heart to tell people. Mas, let me say this thing. There are already abominations that have happened in our place. I used to talk to people. Couple of days I was speaking to some IPOB family members that gathered somewhere. I told them what is happening, some of the evidence on the video. This is shocking. Nobody will accept it. These issues, we have land for farming. People should go into farming. IPOB did very well. The little we have, IPOB did, and we've gotten videos of the corns, the melons, how it is. People that IPOB distributed, you know, how many, a lot of tons of farm seedlings all around Biafra land. This is just this year. We are going to continue in that way and also make sure we have barns and food storages where we can be able to store food. You see, Ukraine is fighting war, but they still have food to even have enough to dash Nigeria some grains while they are fighting war. Why can't we think to get to this level? Why should we even think? Mazi, already a lot of crime have been committed in Biafra land. Let me tell you one shocking news. Everybody should know about it. These criminals in also, there was some kind of things they did that was very horrific. And I speak to some of the people in that community. I say, please, you need to go and do something. They need to do certain things in most of those places to sanctify, because where you see these criminals adopt is a girl of 14 years, 15 years in their communities, keep them as sex slaves. Along the line, they kill some of them, cut their private parts, roast in the fire to eat. Mazi, will you accept this kind of horrific things in Biafra land? It is not accepted. And if we found anybody who indulge in such activities, I bet you the ESM will hunt that person and make sure they bring him down. Cannibalism cannot be accepted in our place. And I have to put in here. Yeah,
Mazi, thank you very much for that response. We have a caller on Skype. Can you caller on Skype, please?
Hello, good evening.
Caller, can you please introduce yourself and tell us where you are calling from? You have just 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mazi Patrick Nkem. Am I coming out loud and clear?
Go ahead. You have 2 minutes. If you can maintain the time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mazi Nworu Agunechemba. And thank you, the DOS, for the sterling job you're doing. My name's Ikechukwu Nice Nwokoro, Ichie Nwachinemere. By the special grace of Chukwu Kabiama and your support, I serve our good people of Biafra as the United Kingdom National Coordinator. Mine is just a contribution. I'm glad that you've made some very clear statements tonight on this special broadcast, or telecast, I would say. I want to particularly pinpoint one or a couple of issues that I think is very crucial to us moving this struggle forward. You have mentioned about readmitting or accepting people who have fallen aside in the struggle, especially in the last 3 years. In particular, those who have been identified with autopilot and the criminal in Finland and his zoo government-sponsored agenda to distract us and infiltrate us. Yes, that is a standard requirement, but because some people do take things very literally and may not, in application, know how best to put this into practice, I want you to make a little bit of clarification, but then I'll have to make a suggestion first. In line with what we have started doing here in the United Kingdom, with the support of my able European rep, Mazi Nnamdi, we have a standard here, because I have known from a very diligent research work we've done since this infiltration started, targeting the UK in particular,
that a lot of our people, yes, have backslidden, have been on the fence for the past 2.5 years or thereabout, because of not only that they support Eberima and the nonsense he's doing, no, but because they have found a safe haven or safe landing with Eberima as an excuse. A lot of our people whom we have tried to contact, formidable members who have been inactive for this period of time I've mentioned, have just used the autopilot and Eberima as excuse. And that has been affecting so many of our hitherto very, very strong zones. A zone where you see about 13 members active, now having only 3 or 5 members. So in the UK here, we are doing a conscious revival, I call it, program internally to win back souls. Those who are honest, genuine, they have just been deceived or looking for excuse or thinking that the US is not doing much or anything. When they are convinced to fall back into the fold. But those who are clearly in with Eberima, those that we have identified, either by their social media handles or physical activity, we have identified that clearly are with Eberima, the doors are shut on them. So I love you to, sir, please make this clarification, because I strongly believe that we still need to continue this self-reconscientization of our people, the self-reawareness of our people to win souls back. Because as we still need a lot of our members who have fallen asleep to wake up from their slumber, especially at this point in time. The good ones among them, those who have Biafra spirit truly in them, but have been deceived by what they see on social media, the razzmatazz, or have been sweet-tongued by the nonsense Eberima is spewing to think that it is not worth supporting or contributing to the struggle at this point in time. They sit on the fence and wait till Onyendu is out. That we are working assiduously to win them back. And the result is trickling in. I can guarantee you that a lot of people are having a rethink. And with all the awareness we are creating here in the UK, there are every time people coming back. But we have a strategy. I put that in place here in the UK. We are starting from the zones. The zonal coordinators will do the vetting up to the regional coordinator and then to my humble office as the national coordinator, so that anybody coming back, we would have vetted them strongly to ensure that they are not in any way, shape, or form truly with Eberima, but they have been genuinely misinformed or misconceived to take the action they have taken in the past 2.5 years or so. If we get the genuine ones back, sir, can't we use a vetting system to bring them back and also put layers of barriers of safety and security against them? I.e., for example, they will come back into the family and go through a probationary period, start paying their dues and contributions, and we monitor vigorously their behaviors and conduct in line with our code of conduct. And also, despite all their best efforts, they will never be appointed principal officers, at least for an initial period, say 1 year or thereabout, or even longer, until we are very sure of who they are. I know where you are coming from, and I also do totally agree with you that we need to be wiser than the serpent about people that may want to come back into the struggle at this juncture. Then the second one is about, I'm glad you talked about the media team that prefers to call themselves warriors. We are all warriors here. And everybody is also a media champion. So please find a way to get our media team properly trained from time to time, so that they don't just abide to the code of conduct, but they also understand the rudimentary requirements of media practitioning or practice. A lot of them, with all due respect to them, I think they just go off the hook. And then our members who are on social media, there's one particular raging issue here. I don't want to be, I don't know how to say it, but people are talking a lot about religion, Christianity in particular. And it worries me as a person, as a servant in this great movement, that is a deviation from our focus which is to put all our energies and resources towards the restoration of Biafra by the peaceful route of referendum. It has nothing to do with religion. It is only spiritual. Because Onyendu told us that Biafra is a spirit, and Biafra is our religion. All these shenanigans and waste of energy and time on social media attacking religion, Christianity, and any other form of religion, for that matter, I think is nonsense. There is no place for it in this struggle. They should channel those energies towards giving us ideas and strategies of how to move this movement forward as we await the release of our great leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and how we are going to get Biafra via the peaceful route of referendum. My major concern here, and people should listen very well and get themselves well educated, is that we need every Biafran to be on side. Because when the opportunity of referendum comes, we still need every Biafran to vote yes towards Biafra exit. If we keep on offending people, their sensibilities and sentiments, regardless of your opinion, and start saying rubbish to insult people, their age-long beliefs and all that, you are losing votes. You are losing support. And we are playing into the hands of the Janjaweed, because this is exactly the game they want us to do, to divide us. They have spent billions, now going into trillions of dollars, to disseminate this struggle, all to no avail. So why are we helping them to do their work by causing ourselves, by causing unnecessary distraction, discussing topics that have no direct value to our primary goal? So I want you, sir, please, viewers, to sound a serious note of caution to the media team and all our members worldwide to be very careful what they spend their energy on social media doing. Some of them don't add value to what we are doing. They're actually distracting and subtracting from the real value of the hard work you and I and some others who are very sincere and dedicated to this struggle have been putting in. It is very fundamental that we pass this message across. Thank you. Continue the great work you're doing, watching it, and may God continue to bless you and protect you.
Thank you very much. Mazi Chinasa, that's quite a long,
it's very, very interesting contribution that I hope Biafrans have heard him. Let me clarify on the side of people that returning back to the IPOB. Mazi, let me make it very clear. Any well-known, identified auto criminal should not be accepted back in IPOB for now. This is very, very clear. When we say people to return back, in 2015, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in Lagos, many people left IPOB. Also, many people joined. Few people joined. Some people joined because they heard, this guy, they have arrested him. Then they came out. Then in 2017, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was released, we see everybody. We saw what is happening in Afaruku. People that you never believe they are supporting this struggle. They all went there to pay homage, all these kind of things. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu also was attacked and he disappeared for 1 year, many people left the Biafra struggle also. People say that was the end. Many people also went on the fence, start gossiping, start talking things. Then after 1 year and 1 month, when Onyendu appeared in Israel, everybody thought because Onyendu appeared in Israel that Biafra will come in a couple of months. Then people troop out. They joined. Along the line, IPOB launched ESN. More people troop out. More people became lovers of what we are doing. 6 months after launching ESN, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned. Many people backslided also, and people left the struggle. And most of them will resurface also when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out. These are the kind of people we are seeing in this struggle. And it is because of me and you who have been consistent. That is why we talk about being consistent. That is why we are here. We're always here to welcome some of those who are always, they are, I would call them feeble-minded people. Do you understand me? Or fair weather, freedom fighters. Only when it is good, they will suffice. But the people of auto criminals should not be allowed. And of course, you can't even accept them. If those people you see, maybe they backslided, before you bring them, they must take oath. They must take oath, and there must be layers of screening. In some family, we don't even accept. We'll tell you, just wait. We don't even accept. So it's very, very important. This particular topic you just raised, let me use it to say what is currently happening in Biafra land. People in Anambra should be very careful, because the autopilot criminals who have lost completely have now started to use that. IPOB said everybody should come back. I do not know who is giving them those information. Those pronounced autopilot should not be allowed inside IPOB, because they are coming to do another dirty job for those who have sent them. They should not be allowed. And anybody who have pronounced or behaved, carried out that flag of autopilot on social media, or championed his cause, if he was a coordinator, he can never be given a coordinator again in IPOB. He can never retain such positions. This is very, very clear, because we are making some investigation. In a couple of days, when we conclude this investigation, we will also make it open to our people. Because there are people now, they are saying, we are all coming together. Those auto criminals, if you see them on the road, so they won't kill you, you should give them one code. If you say this code, and people are in surprise. Also, let me make it very clear. In Edo State, I'm not going to call his name. I will leave the name like that. But every one of you in Edo knows your former deputy coordinator. Every one of you knows the deputy coordinator in Edo State. This guy took some of the people under his control and joined the auto criminals. Suddenly we have heard he tried to make contact, calling the coordinator that he's no more working with the auto criminal, he's now on his own, that he now wants to form his own security called the Igodomi Igodo, ESN Igodomi Igodo Security. We are going to mention his name in time, but I'm informing everybody, and he's in Abuja, coming from Abuja to form Igodomi Igodo, ESN Security Network. He want to start a criminal activity in Edo State, so that he will say he's claiming that he don't work with auto criminal again. They have gone their different ways. Everybody have gone their different ways. Now he want to form his own. This is how they operate. And I am saying this evening, if you are in Edo State, there is nothing like ESN Igodomi Igodo Network. There is nothing of such. Anybody calling you to join, inform the coordinator so that he can inform the leadership, so that the appropriate action will be taken, because he is championing a new criminal outfit. Because if you have worked with these criminals, you will never stop. Because as long as you have followed them and do some dirty jobs, kidnap, and why it is very dangerous to accept the autopilot, especially some of them who ran from IPOB coordinator and moved. Many of them, they are being tracked. The government is still tracking them. Most of them, they have killed maybe some of those criminals they were in contact with, but the government is continue tracking some of these coordinators. So be assured, when you are coming close where they are, or if you are around where they are, any day they come close to that place, you yourself will not be spared. And as I can tell you, some of them in Olo, on last Friday, not this Friday, the last upper Friday, around 50-something of them went and took amnesty from Hopo Zodema. And took amnesty. These are people who said they are also auto criminals. They are IPOB. They are everything they can answer. They can answer any name comes. They say they are IPOB. They are ESN. They are Umoma. They are Liberation Army. But 50-something of them, last upper week, they went and took amnesty from Hopo Zodema. Most of them were given brand new motorbikes so that they can be able. I think it's only people from Awo Idemili that refuse to take this amnesty. They say they are under oath, and maybe in shorter or sooner or later you will see the Nigerian army will descend in Awo Idemili, because they will. And most of them now are snatching telephones on the streets. That is to show you how bad some of these criminals. They have killed many of them. Some of them don't know where. So they come on the street, they snatch telephone from old woman, they snatch, I said their time is, they're at the end. This is what these guys have breeded in our land. And all these things, they use it. We are not accepting them. Like I have said here, they have sentenced 3 of them to 5 years imprisonment. And these people, they will claim they are IPOB, they have sentenced IPOB members. They are not. We continue to fight these things. They are not coming in our midst because most of them coming now is coming to implicate more IPOB members, and that we are not going to accept. Then finally you talk about the media warriors.
Before you go into the issue of religion briefly, there is something I would like to just point out in just 1 minute. Okay. Mazi, in IPOB, don't forget that there are certain autopiloters in the early stage that were reintegrated back. Now, the question is, looking at the attitude of these autopiloters that were reintegrated back into IPOB, the activities today is enough for IPOB to judge if it is worth it bringing in
them back
to autopilot again. Because anybody, autopilot is a DNA built something. It's not something you will develop because somebody.
No, they possess some kind of characters in them. Naturally.
So it is very, very important that we go scientific on some of these issues in bringing the analysis for people to understand that the autopilot mindset is an internally built something. There are people who are born with insubordination, and there is nothing you can do about it. Go on to the issue of religion briefly, because we have so many people standing by to ask.
Okay, Mazi, on the issue of media personnel who are, going out, let me tell you, even at a point, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I think, have sent the message also from the detention. I don't know how he got the issue about how people, and we have tried. It wanted to go out of line at a certain point. Then we stopped. We stopped the program at a time. There was a time we stopped the program. But everybody have to know, religious enlightenment is different from attacking religion. It is the ignorant ones who do not have even any information. And when I spoke to some IPOB family members, this question, they always, ask this question. I told them, what IPOB is doing is not attacking religion. Because I cannot be a supporter of, you push people out from a particular religion and send them to another more dangerous one. The nature abhors a vacuum. The moment we push our people, we want, if you're going to church, go with your senses. If you're going to church, make sure your senses are intact. Because you see some of the people, when it was being, the message was being carried out, you see some people, they start talking about Omenala and all these things. They don't have no ethics. Before you understand, all the criminals in Biafra land, and let me tell you something, most of these criminals in Olo, so many of them are Ndobuebule, people who say they have come to do traditional things. Many of them. Every young guy who was in city could not succeed, came back everywhere, until we gave a warning on social media, we are not going to take this. We don't encourage people. One thing is that is the way ignorant and the Igbo people behave. The issue of religion, this awareness was introduced in IPOB since 2011. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started talking about this thing. We heard it 212. It is enlightenment for people to understand, to have their senses intact. And it is yielding results. The result is yielding is that certain things, even churches, some of them have tuned down the way they deceive the people. Some of them have tuned down the way they carry issues of miracles, all these things. Reality is setting in. But we shouldn't be people going to attack. I used to tell people this thing. Some people, what they learned only in IPOB is to abuse. They didn't learn any other thing from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was teaching the people. He will educate you, and at the same time also those he wants to abuse, he can abuse. It's normal. But many people only learn the abuse. That is the only thing they learn from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They don't make research. They don't take any information. All their information is based on what somebody has told them. They run to the social media. Some that make research, some want to tell us about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who started and moved every one of us to come. Religious was always discussed. Religion was always discussed. But some feeble-minded people in this struggle now want to take the religion to bring discord in IPOB. They do not know how to present issues. Mazi, if you push our people out also from, if these things are, even if people want to leave, move from Christianity, they will look for something. A human nature, they must find something to worship. So are you pushing them to go instead now? Our tradition, culture is not what those people are doing, because that is the misinterpretation. That like our way of life, the way we dress, the way we eat, the way our traditions, people feel now everybody is bube bule. Do you understand me? That is not what IPOB is preaching. Many years of this awareness program, enlightenment, we have seen many pastors now who have taken it upon themselves to also educate other pastors. That is the work IPOB have been able to implant in the society. We say about this to bring our people together. There are people who have taken up the project from their own side of perspective, and they are doing something very, very important. What matters so much, what you pick out and start doing, let it be a legacy that people will always remember. We see one of our brothers who has been going many places, trying to bring our people together. This is something you encourage, because it is the same road to unite our people. Because if referendum comes tomorrow, those kind of people need to be informed. So, in this issue, on many occasions we have, addressed many people. Say, on Saturdays is the day that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu approved it. Said every Saturday, make it a religious discussion on the radio to enlighten the people. And I cannot tell you it has not been very, very useful to the society. But people want to abuse it. You know, when we started agriculture, the agriculture project, trying to push our people, the same group of people came on the social media. They attack IPOB. They try to abuse the IPOB leadership, say all kind of nonsense. But you know why we didn't respond to them? Because we know they are fools. They know nothing. They don't know when IPOB you go for a diplomatic mission. There are things they ask you. You are always shouting, "We do this. We want to do this." Do you have this in place? Did you remember how they killed you people in 1970? Do you have even a food that can sustain you people for a couple of weeks before you step into that you are talking? Have you make your people to even learn? Because your people have been broken from agriculture. You don't even you don't even have a place you store ordinary the food that you people consume, the cassava, you don't even have a storage for it.
Even paracetamol.
that you don't have anything. You come on the social media, you make noise, you talk about do this, do that. Don't you know before even you go, you extend, you have things you have to put in order. You must bring the mind of your people to learn agriculture, to put certain things in order in your own territory. And you're just talking about, people making unnecessary comments. Don't you know when you are putting these things back, you are restoring your glory, you are restoring your nation. You think territorial, just to get the territorial control is not freedom. And that is what all our people are all looking at. Territorial freedom. That is not freedom. Territorial freedom will be the last. But you have to free your people internally. These policies that have put them down, policies that have stopped them from growing. Policies that have stopped them, they cannot even develop things in their own land. No companies, no agricultural farms. You have nothing. When we started, they want us to come and explain to them because they do not. Because if they belong to the IPOB media warriors, where most of these issues are being discussed, they will hear it. They will understand what we are discussing. All the guys discussing on Radio Biafra, they know about these things because they are being informed on a daily basis. There are meetings going on from states media to editors to Facebook approval. There are many forums where these things are being called. And these things are discussed. And when you are not part of those teams, what will you do? You come on the social media, you rant. Because you don't know the policy of IPOB. You don't know what IPOB is pursuing. But you claim, I am IPOB this, I am IPOB that. So my brother, if it have gotten to this point, I think the time have come, we are going to make it very clear. You are not IPOB media. Please find a better name for yourself to stop confusing our people. Because our people are believing that those people claiming to be IPOB media, that they are speaking the voice of the Biafran struggle or the voice of the leadership. Why they are not? They don't even know our plans. They don't know the things we have on table. So, my brother, the religious issue, it is the same group of people that are doing those things, and we have warned them. But what they want is that let us start exchanging. You know, some of them want Chinas and Woru to come and talk, so they will now use me and make program. You know, without my name has become so sweet in their mouth that some of them can no more sleep. A day does not pass by without calling Tinat and Woru, Tinat and Woru, Tinat and Woru, Tinat and Woru. And I am here. We are going nowhere. We will defeat them, and we will make sure that all we are looking for, the price that we have paid for, that we are all going to reap that price, which is the restoration of Biafra. Thank you, Mazi.
And Mazi, I have little thing to add.
But do you have do you have a caller?
I have so many calls, but let me quickly add a little thing that these people, what they do first of all, is to manipulate their viewers. They make them to believe that they are speaking for IPOB and they are on different cause, and this is what will make people to listen to them. But in summary, the best way to win an argument is to bring up a superior argument without insults, without attacks, and with respect to the rights of the people, because everybody have the right either to religion, right to believe, and right to your faith. People should know this. They don't call attack truth, because they will attack other person and claim that they are speaking the truth. You are attacking the person's right. So what you should do is to educate other person by only raising a superior argument. Please, this caller has been waiting so much for over 15 minutes. He has been waiting. Caller on the line, can you go ahead? Your name and where you're calling from. Thank you for holding on for very long.
So that because we'll be rounding up very soon. We'll be rounding the program up very soon. Every caller have 2 minutes. Is the caller there?
Yes. The caller is in. Please, can Biafrans hear you, please? Can viewers hear you? Your name again and where you're calling from, please.
I'm Simon. I'm calling from Italy.
You're welcome to the program.
Thank you. I want to speak to our guest, one of the members of the DOS, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and thank you the two presenters. I want to make a little contribution, because based on this, our people that are listening to broadcasters, they may listen and they may not be able to comprehend, maybe to carry what you had. Then I think it will be better for you not to listen to them at all. There are some people that went there to listen and they will learn. But there are some that will go there, and at the end of the day, what they will come back with, maybe when they go to their meeting, they'll be asking questions out of point. one of our members met me one day and he asked me, hey, young man, why is it that our people are always, Simon or something like that, just renewable language. So I was surprised to hear such kind of a thing from because, but in another one, not sorry, because I know that before he says such thing, he has been listening to somebody from that jungle, from that very particular place. Somebody has been telling him something.
Hello, the caller. Please, can you summarize? We want to accept some people because here I've had over 200 calls, which we have not attended up to 5 people. Please, can you quickly just make it a quick one? If it is a contribution or a question, just in 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
It's just a contribution. People to not to be listening to what they cannot be able to carry, and another thing is our people to be able to support the movement, not because our leader is in detention. Then everybody will wait until they come out before they will be able to be something. If you know that you are a member, you need to, present, be full in everything, pay your dues, go to meeting, make contributions, not only waiting for when our leader is out before we come out and be something. That is all, and so I have some other things, but because many people are on the line, let me summarize. Thank you, and thank you. Bye.
Thank you for that. This before you have been here, please just a quick one. You have 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you hear me now? Am I coming up?
Loud and clear.
Okay, my name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. From the very first presentation of Mazi Chinasa in this interview, he was trying to make a clarity about the autopilot, the distraction, and every other distraction coming into this struggle. So what I want to address is this. My question is this. Number one question is that if something of that nature can come up, does it mean that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wife have been restricted of going to see the husband in the dungeon of the DSS? Because why I'm asking this is that if every other person would lie to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu of the consistency and the good work from the Director of State, should the wife also lie to him in that dungeon? Number one. Then secondly, again, I realized that before Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, was adopted, there was a certain time he had an alliance, with Ambazonia. Now also that our lawyers have fought a good fight, and at the end of the day, it got to this point that the Nigerian government, with their counterparts, the Britain and US and France, have decided that they will not let go. So my question is this: is it not a good one? If it's not a good time for him to answer this question, no problem. But is it not a good one that the Ambazonia with us walk out of the circumference of Nigeria and start fighting this fight legally, internationally, so that the world will have a clear picture? Because a time is coming that they are pushing us to the wall, so that when we will react, nobody will call us a terrorist. Welcoming it, because we have overstayed and we have watched at complacent and they're killing us and nobody's saying anything. So that's my 2 questions. If it's gonna be
your question is well gotten. Your question is well gotten. Mazi, did you hear him clearly?
Mazi Chinas, are you there? I don't know if that's idea. We have a caller on Skype. Hello, caller. Welcome to the program.
I thought you would have attended to his question. Okay, but if you are taking a new caller.
Yeah, let's take this caller. Then we'll be able to see Mazi Chinasaka, because we'll have to start rounding up the program. We have spent over 3 hours, and I think it's time then we might reschedule this program for some other time. We cannot spend the whole night,
if you know the way this line has been bustling.
Yeah, we can always be scheduling for some other time. Hello, caller on Skype, are you there?
Yeah, good evening, my senior comrades.
Can you please speak out? Can you speak out louder, please?
Okay, sorry, my location. Good evening, Mazi Patrick Ikem and the one that Jovita. And also I send my greetings to our GOC, Mazi Nnamdi and polymatic members of DOS. My name is Mazi Jidofo. I have one question and also a contribution. I don't know if my voice is coming out, please.
Go ahead, your voice is coming.
The first question I need to ask, which Mazi Nnamdi is listening, having been a member of IPOB starting from 2013 to today, and I believe that this very struggle is built on discipline, and I began to see some time ago those most of our members, or let me say people on media, using this very language which I find very ugly to this struggle against a fellow comrade, which is hero worshipping and hypocrites. Maybe in one way or the other, you don't support the idea they brought on the table, you turn to hero worshipper, which I don't know who is the hero and who is worshipping the hero. I'll be asking myself this very question, and obeying and being a disciplined member of this very great movement, does it amount you becoming a hero worshipper? Why this struggle we have not restored our nation? That is a question that I really need GOC to help us to clarify for many Biafrans who are listening this very night. Second one is a suggestion I want to make, and that suggestion will go direct to the educational department of this very struggle, because I've taken some feasibility study on my own, realize that the reason why a lot of our people on media speak out of point is because they don't read. I know that many people give account of this very struggle which they fought during our fathers. A lot of people like Chinua Achebe, there was a country book. So I'm making this suggestion. I posted some of the books title on my page last time. I'm suggesting the educational department should help this very struggle and the Biafrans at large. If they can be able to get PDF of these books, I believe that it will help us a lot, those who have interest in reading, to refresh their memory of the history of the past, so that they can help us begin to share it. You know, IPOB is chain of command. We can go through WhatsApp, we can download all these books, read it to refresh our memory, and also know the history, so that when we come out to speak, we can be able to speak in direction. So this is a suggestion I want to make, and also the question I asked before. Thank you so much, Mazi Patrick Ikem.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Mazi Nnamdi is available.
Yeah, Mazi, I'm here. I was kicked out before, but the first question I didn't get it very well. But for the educational one, my brother, the BITS is having a seminar, and one of their yearly seminar is coming, and I will ask the BITS team to provide once again, let's reshare the flyer. I think that educational this thing is coming up, and they have been doing a very great job. It's coming up by next month, I think around 23rd or 24th. So I would like, for most of those information, if you are interested, like you who just spoke about educational things, we can link you up with the BITS team, so that if you have your genuine contributions, we can be able to, they said the BITS is happening. I think it will be live also. It will be connected live on BTV on 24th of August. And our brother that just spoke about the educational, I can see maybe he's interested on the educational aspect of it. If you would like to join the educational team, so that all your contribution, you can be able to channel it that way. And we are hoping maybe in the near future, the BITS team will be traveling from continent to continent to educate people more about the Biafran. It must be a continuous project. It's not just something we do and we stop, because things are happening on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
The one of you talk about hero.
Yeah, there is something he talked about, people who are obedient in the struggle and following order and being respectful to the IPOB code of conduct. That some people who are insubordinate are even referring to them as hero worshippers, hypocrites, and so those insubordinate individuals who find themselves in the broadcasting space believe that everybody should toe the path of insubordination. So when you are disciplined and you are obedient in IPOB, you are considered a hero worshipper or a hypocrite who is supposed to be insubordinate. So he's now trying to ask questions in that direction so that the issue can be addressed.
Yeah, okay, Mazi, thank you so much. Mazi, the blackmailers are always there to find something to manipulate the audience. They feel by calling you that name, you understand me, who is a hero here? Who is the hero? Our respect will always go to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because we are here today. Is the tremendous work he has done to bring us. People call us also. We are not saying that we are perfect, both the leader and everybody, but seeing that imperfectness, and we tried our best to correct those things. We must give respect to who respect is due. If, for example, we respect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we call him our hero, nobody can take that away. He has done a very great job for the IPOB family worldwide. Irrespective, we have not restored Biafra, but he has taken us very far on a journey that even if tomorrow he is not that capable, we expect that other people will champion. That is how freedom fighting works. So if you call somebody, or because you are disciplined, somebody said, oh, well, you are a hero worshipper. Who are you worshiping? This is just, they want to blackmail you so that you can be able to feel guilty that you are respecting, like you say. These are people who are insubordinate. They're just like some people who will come and tell you, why should you respect this person? For what reason? But they forgot that respect is always a reciprocal. You respect the discipline. They themselves telling you, in the country where they live, they respect the law. They respect the institution. They respect the traffic light. They respect all those things. But they want you. They behave like feminists. Some of these feminists who carried out their agenda don't respect your husband. And some of them have their husband. They will tell you, I can't respect a man. But in their house, they respect their husband. So, Mazi, not everything people talk. You know the right thing to do and continue to do the right thing. Do not allow them by blackmailing you or trying to talk you down. I have told you, you see those people talking those things, if they push us, we will publish we will watch their dating linen on this social media. Let me tell anybody, don't underrate IPOB members. Don't underrate IPOB leadership. None of us, our heads are not correct. You see anybody, any young man that rise up and start fighting a nation that he wants his freedom, think about that person. He's crazy. It's not ordinary. For somebody to stand up and say, I want to fight for freedom, and you stood fighting a nation like Nigeria, and somebody is out there messing with you, trying to blackmail you, and when you show, he's doing his worst, when you show him you're the other side, they will still come on social media to cry. For months, many of them have been talking about the leadership of IPOB. We do like we don't hear. We will only come out once, and wash their dirty linen a little on the social media, and you will see them cry and even get heart attack. But we are not going to do that, because that is not why we are here. We have bigger projects in front of us, and that is where we are focused. So neglect those blackmailers and they focus on what you are doing. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you. Javis, I think we have to take the last caller from your end. But before then, I would personally would like to make a contribution, because in recent times we've seen people who have managed to build their social media pages, and they needed to keep those pages running. So people would always want to even when they have nothing to offer, we always want to strike up controversial topics to keep people engaged. And that is what I have personally noticed. Unfortunately, sometimes fatigue also sets in. And because when you are regularly on air, trying to keep yourself busy, trying to keep people busy, at some point you get fatigued. So most of the time you see them going out of point, trying to say things that doesn't exist because they feel that they have an audience to entertain. And this is part of the mentality of the so-called defunct, because as it stands today, autopilot is no longer existing. If you ask me, in my opinion, this is the mentality of how it was founded, trying to keep people engaged. And you know how people love stories, people love visualization. People, the moment you are in the media, it is always difficult for you to pull back because you feel at some point that you are no longer being noticed and things like that. So, for me personally, I think that people, when they get obsessed with always coming on the media all the time, they feel that any day they didn't come, there is something they are missing because they feel that the audience are waiting for them to come and talk to them. Unfortunately, that is where they miss the point, and you start seeing them speak left, right, and center, things that doesn't even exist because they feel that they have an audience to entertain, quite unfortunately. Mwada Jovista, I think we'll have to take the last caller from your end before we end the program.
Okay, last caller on the line, your name and where you are calling from. A quick one, you are the last caller.
I'm calling from my location. Good evening.
Good evening and welcome to the program.
Yeah. We have the leadership. My Aguna Chamber, I greet you. So my suggestion, bro, some people on ground, some people already now sponsor the struggle, but due to fear of insubordination, because some coordinators will not roll with the autopilot. So most of people don't know where to start to support financially. So more now suggest to leadership. All this OP and the other farm player. So again their timeline, like inquiry line. So people will be paying from there because some people are ready to support on the ground here. And I hammer the appropriate place to pay the money or or the save. Some people might be as a member of the struggle. Some people, many things are happening on the ground here, which is even the leadership is saying it. Because some coordinator, they forget upon their members, the enemies. Some people are afraid. When they actually sponsor the struggle, so I have go me an inquiry land before say Nyande mother account if you like, you put money there, the leadership can receive it. So I have my contribution this night. Then another one here. All these people supporting the infiltrators here, the moral zone and unit ever contribute. They are sympathizers. We on the ground here know what is happening. Most of them, if you ask them, then you ask them one question. Who is going there for Nnamdi Kanu? The person that you are following. And the border will only have an international meeting. Court will decide. Only in the same lawyer and court. The truth. So if you cannot believe the leadership who believe or somebody else, so I try to make a ban. Here I'm on the ground is too much. So the young one also just all those people, the media team and the media attack, they are deceiving our people. Mostly the gullibility in our land is out of hand. Most people, I can hear Aguna Chamber say, some people don't know what IQB want, but they are claimed to be media warrior. Most of them are not about IQB, and I claim to have the IQB. Somebody could call me this morning, time was Sunday, and I do. Or you will, or is the infiltrator in the Nigerian government for 25 hours for them to allow doctors to sit down they can. I say, why won't the power to give them and Nigeria will pay? Why not give them the order so that they release man they can? So he will be asking you here and there, today, everywhere. So near one will be one of Malandina stop here and publish enough I can them what the Malama history. Because I can see most of them. Since I had announced to resign, I do everything. I'm not working for my IPOB and this. Their platform are punished to go on the social media. Nobody's listening again. So as for me, my pride is IPOB. If I'm not on outside IPOB, I can't matter. So that is my contribution. Thank you.
You're welcome. Agune Shemba, I hope you heard him clearly.
Yeah.
Rounding up so that you'll be able to give us your last statement for the day while you address this issue.
Okay, thank you, Mazi. I have heard that, our comrade. But for now, there is the ban on that people are on ground zero should not contribute. That ban still remains. But if somebody feels he's capable, I think through the website, if you have account of PayPal, all those kind of things, you can do that through PayPal. For now, it is very risky for us to give you OPay account or anything, tell people and publish it on the social media or tag it anywhere, tell people to pay in. It will be very easy for the zoo government. One of the people paying in the money there will be, zoo will go and pay money there to be able to track the account. So for now, we are not going on that, but we have received your contribution and your suggestion based on that, and other members of DOS are also listening. In coming to the end of this program, let me say to this end, I will urge all Biafrans all over the world, wherever all of you are, those of you who have remained resolute during this our quest for freedom, I bet you we will surely restore Biafra. Most of the things that are happening, they are bound to happen. They are teaching us a great lesson. These are the hurdles we need to pass before we get to the promised land. And I want everybody tonight, we are in another stage of this struggle. It needs more strategy. It needs more critical thinking. It's not just everything you see, you will just swallow them. The most important thing is for us to understand the body language of this movement. The body language matters so much. Because people can come to talk for you to be impressed, for you to be happy. They will just give you some news, you jump around. For them, some people, what many of our people don't understand, there are news they give you on social media for you to be happy, and when you are happy, they use it and they strike some deal behind you. That is what many of them are doing with the name of this struggle, with the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And also, I want to use this opportunity because there are certain accusations people will bring against IPOB, and it is not accepted. Today, we have seen many media publications talking about how IPOB members are mocking the death of Iwanyanwu, Senator Ifeanyi Oba, and even Obiozo. And I want to correct this impression. IPOB will never support anybody mocking the death of anyone. IPOB are not responsible for anybody who is mocking the death of Senator Ifeanyi Oba or Iwanyanwu. And that we make this thing very, very clear. I don't know Senator Ifeanyi Oba. I don't know him. I don't have anything to do with him. But I want our people to be very reasonable. When you want to criticize something, when you want to talk about anything, make sure you have your facts intact. The death of Senator Ifeanyi Oba was a shock to many people. And most of you are not seeing it in any direction, you just go directly and start mocking, he died. Do you understand me? This is in no way being accepted by the IPOB leadership. I must be very frank, irrespective of anything. Ifeanyi Oba is just, I think he's new in Nigerian politics. I think he has been in politics for the past 6 years now or 7 years. We have been in the struggle before that time. Irrespective of those who challenge us, who oppose what we are doing, whether in secret or anything, or utterances, it must not give us that right to go and start mocking the death of an Igbo young man. Forget about politics. I don't know him. I don't. But we must always remember, like our brother asked that question here on the early stage about people who, what is their value? As long as I know, Ifeanyi Oba have helped many Igbo people from Nnewi's community. Many people. The people know him. He has touched the life of people, both schools, hospitals. Many people can. At least I know that. Sometimes we must, when somebody dies, unless it's a pronounced enemy of Biafra, even our pronounced enemy, we can't even celebrate his death. So I want our people to sometimes learn. Do not see people, sometimes these are Nigerian agents. They want to, they are creating, do you understand me, an enmity between we and our people. Between we and the people, even to the international community, that look at the way these people are behaving. Their brother died, you see how they are mocking his death. This is not wisdom. There is no way this is wisdom. There is no way. There is no way. Okay, he's dead. May his soul rest in peace. If he was against us, he's out of the way. But I have never seen in any way he's against us. Let us be always have our record very, very correct. There are certain, I said here, most of you who pick up certain things on social media and talk, if I tell you certain things, most of you will be ashamed of yourself. Most of you will be ashamed of yourself. I have said this thing, and I normally talk to our IPOB media. I said, what you don't understand before you go, because you are one of the mouthpiece of IPOB. Before you go there to talk, if some information is not clear, call somebody to get information. All of you were here when the leader of the wife of our leader came. She said it on the radio, the difficulty she encountered, and Ifeanyi Oba helped and supported her to be able to meet the husband. All of you saw that. That, even no matter any effort somebody made for IPOB, with a clear conscience, we must accept it. We don't compel people to come, that you must. And there is a wrong impression. I want every Biafran to remove the mind that everybody must come out to follow you on the street, on the social media, to castigate, to insult and do. Everybody must not do that. It does not happen anywhere. I have said this on many occasions. You cannot just come, you expect this person to come and join you with IPOB. It doesn't happen. There are people that will continue to support this struggle. The people, our people, they want freedom. And it is IPOB that will lead and is leading for this struggle. There is nobody. For example, the Nigerian government, they wrote to many European countries. They are trying to demystify the Igbos. They wrote to many European countries telling them that the Igbos are the ones sponsoring the insecurity in Nigeria. That every Igbo in diaspora is a supporter of the Biafra agitation, that they are funding it. They even included the Edo people. They said, or even the Edo on cultism and all this stuff, that we send our money through the Hawala system. We are the one fueling terrorism in Nigeria. They wrote, we have these reports from different countries. And then when they are writing, no Igbo man is exempted. We cannot be pursuing also our brothers who are also being persecuted by Nigerian government for being Igbo. Every one of them have their own travail. They have things they are passing. They are not finding it easy also in the hands of Nigerian government. Are you telling me that if Peter Obi have a way to be a Biafran too, because he feel he do not have the guts, he decided to, do you understand me, doing it in the Nigerian circle, we do not blame anybody. Because not everybody can do this thing we are doing. It's not everybody. Not everybody have this guts. Not every man or woman have the guts to challenge a country and ask them that you are requiring for freedom. People are being killed. So I'm using this opportunity to talk to our people. Our utterances must be very, very strategic. It must be very, very sometimes diplomatic. I do not tell you don't say what you want to say. Say the truth at any time. But sometimes, because we understand in a society, there is a society where people always lies. A society full of liars. If you speak truth in that society, you are a liar. But in a society where people tell the truth, if you speak lies there, they will easily identify you. But any environment, like a Nigerian environment, where anybody you speak the truth, you are considered the liar. So that is why we have to be very careful. Very careful in castigating, demonizing our people for no reason. If they ask you for what reason, you can't even say. So, Biafrans and all the lovers of freedom, I would like this program to continue maybe in another later date. And also, the wife of our leader will also be on this particular platform in the coming weeks to be able to speak to Biafrans, to encourage Biafrans in our pursuit for everybody to stand strong. He will be live also on the BTV to speak to our people. But one thing I'm telling you and be assured, the IPOB leadership will never hesitate to do anything we have to do to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. People may not understand what the IPOB leadership is doing. And they don't need to understand because of what? It will be sabotaged. They will use it to come and speak on social media. They will give the enemies because when pressure mounts on the enemy, you don't know where the pressures are coming from. You don't know. Because if the Southeastern politicians, forget about, some of them may want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out, some of them do not want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out for their own personal reasons. And that is why we are very, very careful to make sure until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is out from the hands of the criminals or the Nigerian government. The most important thing every IPOB member have to do, make sure if you are in IPOB, go back to your family meeting. Go back there, support the struggle through the normal means we normally support the struggle. Through your monthly dues. Sometimes there are donations to carry out certain projects, ESN projects. Because that is why we can even boast that people farmed, that people were able to cultivate this season. And I'm using this opportunity, I know the flyers will be there. We'll be having an ESN fundraising in Austria. With ESN fundraising will come up in Austria. We urge all Biafrans, people who want to join the Austrian family in the fundraising. People do not understand that this is raining season. Some of them, I mean, you can't even, we have no words to describe the dedication, the effort these guys are putting, even during this rainy season. With the little fund resources we have. Because when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, their plan was to destroy ESN, hand it over. Look at the mess they tried to mess out of ESN. You know, the criminals try. When they came to hijack, they tried, they said they are this, they formed, they photocopied everything IPOB have done. They produce M branch, they produce. But have you asked yourself how did most of these things did not go down just by talk? We know our duty. We know how to control some of these excesses. And I'm using this opportunity to warn also people in Abia State, in Aba in particular, because OG gave out money to point at criminals. Now, some of you are now pointing hands at IPOB members in power line, and the order has been given. ESN and the IPOB intelligence units must be on a watch. Anybody you identified, you point your fingers on IPOB person. You say you know one IPOB person who is doing business in his shop because it's an IPOB. If we found anybody missing, I doubt you will live to tell the story. You will never live to tell the story. This is an order that anybody who has taken up the assignment, because Alex Soti gave out money that helped them to point out criminals who attack this, and then they are paying you 10,000. You come and point one IPOB member. Every IPOB member must be on very high alert in Abia State, especially in Aba. If anybody threatens you, this is another warning. Anybody threatening you, you are IPOB member, we do you this thing. Do not joke with that threat. Report that person immediately, because he is a traitor. These are the certain things we must make sure we will not tolerate in Biafra land. Somebody harass you, I will tell police because you are IPOB member. Report to the leadership. Report to any IPOB coordinator. We will first deal with him before he report to the police. Because the Nigerian military they have adopted a quite number of people in Abia State claiming they are IPOB. Anytime they launch their political attack in Abia State, in Aba, they move in to adopt innocent youth, beating them, asking them to point one IPOB member they know. And I'm using this evening also to talk to Alex Oti. I know you are trying to build Abia State, and you are doing a great job. I can't say that. I can't say you are not, but I'm telling you, you must warn the Nigerian military that are patrolling in Aba. Because most times, we have to warn the people before we start reacting. People will say we are complaining. Yes, we have to say, because so that when we will react, people will understand where we are coming from. And finally, I'm also using this opportunity to talk to the Nigerian military and the Southeast governors. I think it is time these military and police checkpoints scattered in Biafra land, it is time to dismantle them, because the extortion going on in Biafra land is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. We all know that even extortion carries a 12 years or 15 years sentence in the Armed Forces Act. Extortion. But the military are extorting our people on every minute, every hour, all the streets, all the roads in the Southeast. And it is against their own act, their own Armed Forces Act. The videos, the extortion is happening on a daily basis. Arson. The military something will happen in Aba Central. They will go 10, 20 kilometers away, go to bomb people's houses. Arson. For what reason? These are offenses in their own Armed Forces Act. But the governors, they know this. The politicians, they know this. They know that extortion is a criminal offense, even in the military. But the militaries are all in our Southeast extorting people. And you can tell me that these people are not holding us hostage? And you're telling me that we are in their eyes, that we are not conquered people? This is telling you that our territory is a conquered area. Because this is what is against their own law. It is against their own practices. Their civil, it is against it. but they are the one extorting from morning 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening. 12 hours extortion from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. 12 hours extortion on a daily basis. Whether you pass them 5 times, 6 times, you must settle them. This is not something we have. We know we are saying it, but I think we are taking it. IPOB medias, we must take these things on a different dimension. It is time to tell the military what they are doing in our land, because these things are what are leading to provocations. That when people start to match them on those checking points, they will turn around and say it's IPOB. They forgot that they are provoking people, they are intimidating people, their checkpoints is where many youth are missing, and they turn around when they got hit by their illegal activities on their military checkpoints, then they will claim IPOB is responsible. But I think it is time for the governors to look into this and make sure those military checkpoints are dismantled in Biafra land. Because in most cases, many things IPOB are saying is just for the betterment of our people. We change our strategies because we want our people to understand, because the Nigerian government have tried to portray IPOB activities as a criminal group, a cult group, people that are killing their own people. That is why we have spent our energy, because people do not know what is happening. Do you see Nigerian government talking? No. But they are walking behind the doors, trying to sentence IPOB, trying to sentence some people, target on IPOB. And I'm sure by the time, maybe in the next couple of months, they will tell you we have sentenced how many people in the name of IPOB fighting for agitation. And that we must all resist. When the Global Terrorism Index tried to classify IPOB as a terrorist group, we fought them. We filed a case against them in their headquarters in Australia. We fought them tooth and they tried to retrieve those statements. And that is how we are going to fight the Nigerian military on this particular. Mazi came. I know if we continue talking here, we are going to spend, because there are still a lot of things to say. But I promise you, I'm going to come back on this forum so that we can be able to continue on this discussion and we'll be able to educate our people. Because I know if our people are being informed very well, they will behave. If our people are being informed, they will know the direction they are going. And I also urge all IPOB coordinators around the world, from time to time, pick up your members, come on Biafran television. This platform belongs to every one of us. We want this platform to be also another medium, not only Radio Biafra, where our people will queue on. This is social media. Some people may say, oh, social media today. Social media is a way of life. We cannot run away from it. This is where we dispatch our messages. Some may be listening through the radio. Some are on social media and they love listening what we are doing. So we have to make use of these platforms. And the Mazi Patrick, he came, and the Wanda Jovita, I thank you both for anchoring me this evening. And I hope to be on this program again in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mazi. We hope to host you once again more in the future as we proceed with the struggle for Biafra restoration. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for responding to all the questions as they came in. Wada Jovista, do you have any closing remarks for our people as we wind down?
Is to appreciate Agone Chamber for allowing us to host him on this very faithful day to once again enlighten our people. This is a man who worked to sure that things are being put in place. We appreciate him, we appreciate the DOS and all that also try to put BTV in place to make sure that we have different facilities where our people are being educated and enlightened. To our great viewers and wonderful Biafrans and the lovers of freedom, I most appreciate also your time, your efforts and your support to IPOB to see to the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the freedom of Biafra. I will also remind us that I said before that the only way to win an argument is to knock out the opponent with a superior argument. It is not necessary to attack, to insult, or to step on people's rights. Mazi Patrick, I also thank you so much for you to dedicate your time here also. And I will never forget a technical engineer who also worked around the clock, seeing to all our media outlets to make sure that all are working and that people are getting equipped, because knowledge through education is a great weapon that when people have it, you cannot easily defeat them. So to everyone out there, I must say thank you, and I still remain Wada Jovista Chichi, and I said good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Wada. Thank you, Mazi Nnamdi. I want to say thank you, Biafrans all over the world, for your patience. Thank you for being part of this program. I want to especially appreciate those who shared this program, who tagged their friends. We want to appreciate those who commented, both positively and negatively, notwithstanding. I want to also apologize for those whose call didn't come in, who couldn't make their contribution. I promise that in the future, in subsequent programs, you're going to have the possibility to do so. And as we come your way in the coming days, I hope that you stay tuned to BTV. Continue to download the application. Continue to like and follow the page, because programs are always happening here on a daily basis. We will be here doing what we are trained to do. I will be bringing our own contribution to making sure that we educate our people, for them to really understand that a lot of work is going on the ground. We've always said that. We have to accept it. It's not everything that have to come to the media, but we just have to be faithful and remain consistent and steadfast in our struggle, because definitely Biafra will be restored. As we walk also towards the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, every hand must be on deck. Whatever contribution you have to make in making that possible, bring it forward. And I believe that the leadership is there to stand in the gap to make sure that we do the needful. So come your way next time. My name remains Mazi Patrick DK. I want to say have a wonderful evening, morning or night, depending on your location. May God bless you all. Thank you. I waited for in anticipation is here, and I want to say welcome. We are live on BTV Europe. We are live on our satellite channel. Every day I continue to remind you, for those who haven't downloaded their BTV app, to do so in earnest, because you also need to watch us on the satellite when the need arises. So I want to welcome each and every one of us to this wonderful edition of Lolo Uchechi Kanu having some time with us. And like I promised, she's have decided to give Biafrans a rare opportunity for a general interaction. And that opportunity, I know a lot of people are going to take advantage of it, where you can make your call, ask your question, and she's going to respond to the ones that she can, and the ones that she cannot, we just keep it by the side. So it's my pleasure once again. As you join us, please share this program, tag your friends, invite your friends, make sure that everybody around you is following this program. This program is all over the place, everywhere, globally. People want to hear from Lolo Uchechi Kanu. People are excited, and I know that the expression of love that you have for her, you're also going to show that this evening. So I want to officially welcome Lolo Uchechi Kanu to BTV Europe. Mwadalolo. Good evening and welcome to BTV.
Good evening, Mazi Patrick, and thank you.
Yes, it's my pleasure to have you. I'm so delighted to have you here this evening. And as much as I'm delighted, I know that Biafrans are even more delighted because this is a rare occasion. We know that you often patronize our sister station, the Radio Biafra, where you regularly hold programs. But today we are bringing you on Biafra Television Europe to have wonderful interactions with us. And I know that this will give a lot of people opportunity to see your face, one-on-one, and also have that interactive moment that many have always wanted to. If it's possible for Biafrans to pack their bags and come and live in your house, they don't mind doing so. But I know that this program will offer all the necessary answers that people have been seeking for, especially when it has to deal with how you have been able to cope with the situation generally. And some of the, certain information for the fact that you have had the privilege and the opportunity in many occasions to see the leader of IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. A lot of people would like to, hear, from you on some of the, discussions you've had as regard to his position of things in IPOB and, in general terms. So I just want to first of all ask you, how has it been playing a double role as a mom and a dad at the same time? How challenging has it been for you?
Thank you, Mazi. It has been very challenging. If you recall, this is some sort of challenge that I have had to face in the past. 2015, I was pregnant with Nnamdi Kanu when Onyendo was kidnapped. And being pregnant, heavily pregnant, and I think I'd gone into my about to go into my third trimester, and in fact that was one of the most dangerous times I've had to face in my life. And then when I had Nnamdi Kanu, at least my mom was still alive, and she came and she helped me look after Nnamdi Kanu and helped me go through that moment because it was quite difficult and dangerous, I must say. And it wasn't just being pregnant and having to fight for the life and safety of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I was also faced with some social and social issues as well, and problems from all over the place, social, physical, mental, and psychological. So it was quite difficult. So over time, I've had to learn. You don't learn things. Sometimes you have a lot of things in you without knowing how. I don't even look like I can go through half of what I've been through, but it seems to be that when you are a person, there are certain traits that you would have from your mother and your father, and then you have your social reformations and the rest of it, and how you're trained and how you personally have come to understand things and perceive things, and having a goal or whatever you want to achieve, and being able to walk through that path regardless what the problem is. So in fulfilling the role of mother and father, it's something that has to be done. So I remember Onyendo then when he got out of Nikuja, he did say to me, he was in my mechanic. So I'm everything, engineer as well. I have to change batteries and do a lot of things, taking Nnamdi Kanu to wherever and do other things. So it's overwhelming, but it has to be done. And because that is what the challenge is about, I deal with it. I am someone who I do very well with pressure and challenge. I mean, when something becomes an obstacle, one of our sisters did say that, and I did smile, like, people who were born on a day such as mine, 28th of August, quite peculiar. And I like it when people come to me, they need to understand who I am. I'm not just your ordinary person. So you need to understand that when I have an obstacle, it needs to be dealt with, and I obliterate it. So that is how I just go through the daily treating it of mother and father.
Yeah, so who would say that the Nigerian justice system have rendered you a single mom in the short term? The denial of justice.
Of course.
You know? Yes, and how have you been able to garner the strength, the inspiration? Because you are just saying, yes, there are certain things you have within you that comes out eventually when you face challenges. But outside within you, how on your own have you been able to find that strength and the energy to say, I'm going to stand up to this challenge, and notwithstanding that I'm going to be there for my son, and I'm also going to be there for my husband. How are you able to garner those strength and the energy to sustain yourself all this while? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I understand what your question is about. So to garner strength, like I said, you have a challenge, and a challenge means that you have a goal and you need to meet that goal. So outside of myself or whatever traits that I have garnered, sometimes, like I said, it's quite overwhelming. So I do a lot of spiritual exercises. Because in terms of traits and experience and consciousness, it's something I've done in the past, but something I have taken a step further on to practice on, which is consciousness and helping people to kind of map out sometimes when their journey is quite daunting and what they can do about it. So that's life coaching. I'm experienced in life. I might not be very old, but I have quite a lot to teach. So outside of myself, I garner strength from spiritual activities, a lot of it. For example, I've had to coach some.
We're not. You've muted. Can you please unmute? I think you touched somewhere on your. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I did this touch. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay. So in consciousness, I found being able to understand the problem, because these things can be overwhelming and you can easily fall into depression or fall into a lot of issues. So, for example, last Christmas, it was Oyendu's court case. That was on the 15th of December, rather. And before that time, I had an interview with BBC from organized by the leadership of IPOB, and how after that interview, and I'm not sure it's still aired, it hasn't been published, or even before the interview, I had begun to see signs of unsettling patterns in my thoughts, and that's depression. I mean, you need to understand what it is. So when I see signs, I do know, and that's where the consciousness comes from. And it was easier for me. So I thought and was waiting for the 15th of December for the court to rule. The ruling wasn't. I mean, it was surprising, but out of that anticipation, and already we know what was going on, but at least we were hoping that these judges in the Supreme Court at least can stand for what justice is for, and not about what influence they have. I mean, someone has over them. So after that declaration, or the whatever from the Supreme Court, I found myself not being able to hold any longer. So in that very moment, it was easy for me to, the only way I could sustain my energy and my consciousness was to slide into dry fasting, because that was the only level I could find myself, or I could keep myself, because no one could console me. No one could do anything to make me feel better or to make my situation look lighter. So spiritual exercise is one of the parts that I have kind of grown in order to keep up with this overwhelming feeling sometimes when it comes. So that was in fact, that was the first time for me to actually go into, I have done dry fasting. I do dry fasting, which is 6 to 6, and then you drink water, eat fruits, and then the next day you carry on again for 3 days, 7 days. But I have never done dry fasting before for 3 days. No food, no water, just darkness, just I was battling with that darkness. And for me to deal with that darkness, I have to be in that darkness to fight it. So this is one of the things that I have picked up in my growth in spirituality, using the spiritual path to deal with physical things, and because it's stronger than the physical things. And then another path that I've taken to deal with this, how I garner strength, is to work out. I go to the gym a lot. So, and I found that, are you okay? Okay, sorry. Kids are just running around.
Go ahead. We are following. Yeah.
Okay. So another path or another pattern that I deal with these things, and I found that actually that came after I do like to work out and go to the gym, but never really found meanings. And I'm someone who finds meaning in everything that I do, in how you sit. When someone sits down, I'm reading meaning into how the person sits down. Everything is detailed for me. I'm constantly working in my brain. So going to the gym is fun. I like it. But it was after I had Nnamdi Kanu when Yendu was in Kuje prison that the doctor did say to me, okay, because when I was pregnant with Nnamdi Kanu, our doctor understood what my situations were, and I needed, because I wanted to go home then with the pregnancy, and he did say to me, you have some sudden complications, so I will not allow you to travel. And if you're not careful, you're going to hurt yourself, you're pregnant, and the rest of it. So when I had Nnamdi Kanu, I think he was just 3 months, and he said to me, you're constantly on overdrive, and I don't want to give you, are you depressed? I said, no, I'm not depressed. He did say to me, people who are depressed sometimes do not agree that they are depressed, but in your whenever you speak with me, you're constantly crying, and that's one of the signs of depression, or like you're sad. I said, I'm just sad, and I'm frustrated, and I'm exasperated, and this is what I do when I'm upset. I cry. And he said to me, okay, I don't want to give you antidepressants because you're breastfeeding a child, and I can't do that. I don't want him to feed on antidepressant medications, because these things, they have after effects, and you can end up living on antidepressants, and you just get used to it. And what do you like to do? What makes you happy? And I said, working out, going to, having to carry out physical activities and strength training, and so it does, strength training, mental training, and I love these things in particular. So he did say to me, okay, you need to go and start working out again. And I started with Pilates. So when I do these movements, it works with how I detail things consciously, and it was working with my energy flow, and I began to find balance in my worries, in my apart from praying, because you're not going to speak in, we're not going to speak in tongues. You're not going to pray for 24 hours. You will pray for time, and after praying, there are other things you see.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because the prayer ends at some point.
At some point, yeah. And in the prayer as well. So music, I like music. Like I said, I like meanings. So, and then sometimes you're going, I don't want this music, I want this, or you don't want music at all. So reading and writing a lot, I do all of that. So just finding the things that kind of helps me flow, and in the consciousness as well. So when I go to the gym, I began to, after 3 months, I started with Pilates, and then I started to do strength training. And I'm not a very good runner. I don't run a lot. I do more of strength training. So like high intensity interval trainings. I do them a lot. And they set me, when I do it, there's something, I'm not going to say it here, but it's in my book that I'm writing. When I carry out these exercises, I kind of ascend to a certain, apart from the spiritual ascent that you go through when you do fasting, and you begin to see yourself floating above every other issues, every other thing becomes very tiny. That is what happens to me when I work out. When I do very heavy workouts, when I'm coming out with that strength, I feel so much strength, and I feel like I'm above every other thing. So that kind of sets me above. So that's how I constantly go. And sometimes I wail. Sometimes I scream and I weep. And I say, God,
that is also a therapy on its own.
Thank you. I said, this burden is heavy. Take some part of it away. And I do that, and in 20 minutes, I'm on the next challenge. So this is how I go through these overwhelming times. Sometimes it can all come together at the same time. I could be dealing with, that becomes educational stuff, and there are other issues, and I'll just like scream.
I can relate. I can relate absolutely, because when you talk about depression, each time Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have issues, it's not just you. The case, everybody is always depressed. The entire IPOB family always feel that impact. In fact, there are people who cannot even eat for days trying to figure out, what happened and things like that. So when you even talk about you being depressed, I personally can imagine how, IPOB family comparing, so, but it's quite also interesting to see how you've been able to build your character subsequently to match the challenges, and also how you have been able to accept the reality, because, there are, in most cases, people fail to accept the reality, and, they live in the denial of the fact that certain events are real. And for you, your ability to accept that reality helps you in dealing with the challenge. And I believe that is where your area of strength comes in. Ability to, accept the reality and facing those challenges. And that is quite inspirational. You've also given me some sort of a lesson here, because when you talked about dry fasting and things like that, it's like I have to embark on that, because the way your face is glowing and shining, I believe is part of the secret of that ritual, if I may use the word. Now, there is a question I want to ask you. You've been able to give a little detail of your personal challenge and how you have been able to match up to these challenges, trying to deal with them. And in the face of all these challenges and all the whole, obstacles and, situations and issues you have to deal with, we also find people believe to some extent that you actually sold your husband. You are not obliged to respond or dignify that accusation with any response, but I like to find out, when you hear such accusations, how does it make you feel?
I don't feel it. I just feel, Mazi, well, it's something that I know that was directed to quite a lot of people. And I am someone who does not I do not underestimate anybody. And I do not underestimate the capacity that a person's foolishness, or how much or how far it can go when someone is foolish. It can go a long way in ruining things and destroying things for you. Having said that, the very first time I ever heard that, I laughed. I laughed. But then when you look at the people who are saying these, they are not important. And that's one of the things that kind of drives them mad, because individually we all know the people who are important in our lives and whose sayings would matter. Or whose sayings, even though the person is not important, does that person's saying has any impact somewhere, somehow? So these are the things that I watch out. So when I see comments such as that, the thing is I just get like a report, basically, because I try not to read comments. Believe you me, I try, but I don't. I laugh, and I understand that some people kind of get entertainment from people who actually need help from a mental home. So I don't take that seriously, because in a situation you have a husband, you have a wife, and then you have family members, extended family members, and you have uncles and aunties, and then you have the communities, and you have the village people. So when they begin to say things that are not true, you want to find out where that is coming from. I believe in root cause analysis. So when there's an issue, I want to find out, first of all, this person apparently is unwell, but where is that coming from? Where could it be coming from? And then I just drill down. If it's important, I deal with it. If it's not important, I just ignore you. So I don't feel any, because my husband knows what happened, and we all know what happened. But because they're not in the system, they are on the outside. So they're just looking for what to say, and then they just say it. And it doesn't make any difference, and it matters not. It doesn't matter to me. So
okay, Lolo, that is a very, very perfect response. For me, bringing up the question is just, to add up to the time, because for me, we know that it is completely irrelevant. But most of the time, it's also important to address some of these issues. Like I said earlier, that is a rare occasion for us and for Biafrans around the world. So it's important that we just pick some of these points and and discuss them. Not necessarily because they are important, but just to give it a kind of point a little light on it. Now, there is a question I want to ask you. You've had the possibility of seeing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in detention and in few occasions. How do you describe his state of mind as regards to, health-wise and, the struggle for Biafra restoration generally?
Okay, thank you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I think the very first time I ever came on the radio, 2022, I did mention that his health is not hidden, is out there in the open, that he has a heart issue. So that is still there. It is very much there. I was just waiting for a certain number of petition to go through, and then I can put out an update regarding his health and what the Nigerian government has done in process of tampering with his health report. So that is there, and we are seeking also to make sure that his health condition is considered, is also put and placed on the table to be discussed with, or to be discussed about, because he needs to be healthy. Whatever whatever it is they decide that is the path they want us all to go, he needs to also be healthy in order to go through that path, to go through that process of negotiation or whatever it is. So he needs to be healthy. Now, having said that, his state of mind is, I keep saying this, and I will continue to say it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is one of the strongest minds you will ever meet, you will ever see, you will ever encounter. It's as if you know. It's like awkward, you know. He's as strong as being stronger than he ever was. So he's very, very strong, and he would mention a few times. Well, he did say to me that, and he would shake his head.
Lolo, do we say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have accepted his fate in the situation he found himself? Do we use the word that he has accepted his fate?
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu knows he's not loved because he speaks, but before he came out, he understood what the quest entails. He also understood the people that he's fighting for, the characteristics that they're made up of. And he also knew what the journey looks like, what it would be like. So he knows that powers and principalities, and you know, before even the beginning of this journey, there are certain points or certain signs that we are aware of, but not until you come into the field where you're playing, then you will begin to understand deeper meanings and deeper signs, and you get deeper understanding of what you're faced with. I look to Showere in his I think Honest Bunch. I referenced that some time ago, where he talked about a policy, something hidden document or something somewhere that targets the Igbo people particularly, and other parts of in other parts of Nigeria, they have unconsciously just carried on with that, where they reference Igbo people disparagingly, with so much hate that they don't even understand. They're just saying it because it's becoming norm, As no,
Umenala, yes.
Yeah. So people have carried on to say, oh, Igbo, don't let them Igbo. That person, call the person and ask the person to explain what they mean. They don't even know what they mean. So people, it's become generational. They learn these norms and they just say it and just go with it.
So we said that it has become a culture.
It's become a culture of Igbos not being liked. And so Shomari said that, and we've said that in the past, but I was so pleased and excited, elated when Shomari said that, because it is the truth. The document is that it exists, is in existence, and it's very much in the archive where Igbos are. Like these, you see these people? They're not going anywhere. So it's true, it is, but these will be explained further in some other articles that we will write, because it is there, we are targeted, is not, and that is why sometimes I do get very upset with our people about how they treat themselves. But But then it goes to being unconscious. They're not conscious of who they are and what they're up against. So it is very much there, and that is what we are fighting. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu knows all of this. He studied and studied and studied, and he found out where the problem is coming from. And he knew that in order to go through this fire, he needs to work with his people. And that is why we're where we are today.
Beautiful. In terms of working with his people, I've also seen your relationship with the leadership of IPOB, how you have worked closely with them. How will you express your views in working closely with the leadership of IPOB, Directorate of State, and in general terms, how do you evaluate their management skill and how they have been able to manage IPOB in the absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu?
Thank you, Mazi Kim. The leadership, first of all, I don't know how to say, and I wish and I hope that our people would appreciate them for what they have done and who they are. In all honesty, in sincerity, I don't really go into IPOB leadership or begin to unfold things and begin to ask questions and all that. But I know that in leadership, it's hierarchical, and these are the people that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kept to spearhead the movement in his absence. So my relationship with these men is circumstantial, because having found ourselves where we are, we have to put our heads together and work as one. Because growing up, I understand what it means to work as a team, and I am not an emotional person. No. You might wait for me to support my mother or my father in a situation, but I wouldn't, because that is not what it is. It's something else. So I look at things logically. So these are the men who, whilst Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was still out with us, they worked with him, and they understood, or they understand, the legacy of IPOB, the legacy of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because what is legacy? When you say legacy, it's carrying on. It's not always about money, or when someone says carry my legacy and all that, maybe what is it called, like company, or having your children inheriting your assets and your wealth. In legacy as well, it could be character. In legacy, it's core value. So in legacy, these men are keeping the core values upon which IPOB was founded on, and they are holding on to it, and they're making sure that it does not destroy or be pulverized by the events of
distractions.
By distractions.
Now, before you move forward, I'm not gonna cut you off. I want you to continue from there. But have you ever in any way had any doubt in your mind for a second about the leadership of IPOB? Have you ever had any doubt in your mind about their capacity?
No, never. I don't have any doubt about their leadership or their capacity. I only pray and hope that whatever they're doing now, they will increase it more, because they're doing very well and they've done very well. What they've done is, can't be seconded. So no, I've never had any doubt about their capacity to carry on, because the 3 years of storm and whirlwind and tornadoes and tsunami, and they swam it all and still standing. So there is no doubt. I have no doubt about their capacity.
So do I say that is a vote of confidence?
Absolutely. I mean, of course, that is a vote of confidence. Of course, I have confidence in them, and I'm gonna imagine this to where I stopped. I have confidence in them because they have kept the legacy of Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. They've kept that core value, which is we are not going back. We are out here for our people. Our people are suffering and we must protect them. Self-preservation. That is one of the things that I preach. And these men are standing upright, standing firm for this very legacy. What more can anyone ask? So I would have been worried if they were, we don't know what to do. What can we do? I would have been worried. And, well, of course, I would have stood up and said something about it. But since that is not the case, it's only going to be more grease to their elbow, more strength to the strength that they already have, and making it times 1,000, strength. And Nnamdi Kanu would give me the name of the rest of the power that that it is. So yeah, maybe November Tijillion or whatever he calls them. So yes, so it's just going to be more grease to their elbow. Yeah.
So are you telling Biafrans today that from the accusations, because we've seen people accuse the DOS as well of selling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, just like you were also accused of selling Mazi. Are you telling us that DOS never contributed in the selling of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Is it what you are trying to? Is it the picture you are trying to paint?
Well, it's not a picture I'm painting. It's the truth. It's already painted. The picture is already painted. It's out there. It's just. It's when someone wants to bring down your morale and cause you to depart from your journey. They start to throw stones and throw, when people train to play chess and all the kind of trainings, you see they start to kind of incorporate some distractions and see. So I remember one of the simulation exercises that I created in the past, because in disaster recovery and the rest of them, risk management, these are the sort of things that you can create. So you create simulation exercises. You have someone who is under pressure at work, trying to do, there's been an earthquake or there's been something at work, and then you're having family emergency call, just, things, distractions. So they understood gladly, regardless, because they will feel bad that they're being accused of such thing. More especially when it's coming from a certain channel that shouldn't have been involved.
Lolo, does it mean that all through the time you visited Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he never confided in you, he never called you by the side and said, my wife, listen, these men in the DOS sold me, they contributed in my betrayal. Was there no such an interaction? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu never told you, confided in you, telling you that DOS sold him all through the time you visited?
No. If you recall, in 2021, that was during my mom's funeral, because I had to try and attend. And Onyindu said to me, has Mazi Chinedu called you? And I said, no. I said, no, he hasn't called me. He said, he has not called you. And he Onyindu is always like a deep thinker. And he thought deeply. And I said, Mazi Chinedu is very busy. And to be honest with you, as at that time, I wasn't quite out, because that was 2021. Onyindu was taking June 2021. So I recall Onyendu made an announcement about my mom's demise on the radio when I lost my mom in March 2021. I think he made an announcement. He did say to me, people are sending their condolence greetings to you and I asked him, did you make and he said yes, he did make an announcement that I lost my mom. So in that time of finding my reality, because up until now I still don't take it that my mom is dead. I just have the picture that she's somewhere that I can't reach her, even though we do reach her in the dreams and the rest of it, and she comes in the dream, but in physicality you want that mother interactions and advice and the rest of it, but it's not there. It comes in the dreams, but I still have that thinking that she's somewhere that I cannot reach her on the phone at the moment. So that's how I've managed to deal with my mom's departure. So in that tiny time that I was trying to figure out I just couldn't make sense of it. My mom dying March, April, May, June. Within 3 months, Onyendu was taking. You can imagine what it was. And immediately I fell ill, and the ill that I didn't know what was wrong with me, and I was diagnosed of what it was. So it's not something I'm going to mention here, but I was battling with 3 things throughout that 2021, and I managed to go for my mom's funeral, but I didn't really attend the funeral physically. I had to go see her at the morgue. And I spoke to her, and then I left because Onyendu didn't want me to be there physically. So I left, and I saw Onyendu and we spoke, and Onyendu never said anything. So I said to him, Mazi is not a talker. He's not much of a talker. So, but then I will tell him that Onyendu is asking if he's spoken to me. And so when I got back, I reached out to Mazi and I said, Onyendu was asking if you've spoken to me. So you better speak to me now. So he called me. That was the first time ever. That was the very first time ever we spoke. And that was it. So, and then I went again this year to see Onyendu. So Onyendu has never, ever, and he gives me messages for them as well. So he's never said anything, and because they are not the ones who have told him, they did not tell Onyendu, and Onyendu understands. Onyendu knows what happened, and those who told Onyendu are very much alive, although they have no peace. And they will get their comeuppance when the time comes.
So what we've been dealing with in that regard are just speculations, if I may use the word speculation.
Of course, it is speculation. You know, they said that the enemy is an accuser. The enemy is an accuser. So the enemy wants to bring down. So these are some of the tactics that the enemy would use. This is one of the psychological warfare traits that the enemy would use to defame and blackmail you. Blackmail. So I did say something to Onyendu at some point. Sometimes when I speak. I don't speak. I prophesy, basically. So I did say something about blackmail and lie walking in human form. I told him that. I mean, when he comes on and watches this, he would attest to that. Although I said that in anger, but it was something that led to that. And when all of this came and began to happen, and I began to pick out all the liars and blackmailers who, they've taken the form of, or these traits have taken the form of humans and walking amongst us. So that's just speculation, and that's one of the works of the enemies. They come with it. All the enemies, that even in other countries, one of the warfare tricks or what is it called? What do you call one of the warfare weapon?
For propaganda.
Yes, it's propaganda and blackmail, and sometimes when you say blackmail, it's like, at least blackmail is you have something that you have to actually blackmail with, but it's propaganda. That is the word for it, and lies. Of course, that's what propaganda entails. It envelops blackmailing and lying, and we've
seen also some social media trolls on your character, on your person as an individual, people trying to paint you with different kind of brush and things like that. At some point you very responded, but what made you recently start responding to some of the trolls and they will start talking back?
Have I talked back? Not really.
I don't know.
No. One thing, there's something about egos. And I did say to you that I find meaning in everything that I do. You don't, these people, I'll give you an instance. So my sister got married. My younger sister got married. It's very funny. In fact, before this one, let me come to Onyendu's bit. After Operation Fight and Dance, after Onyendu came, appeared in Israel and in Jerusalem, there was my younger sister. She was in a shop, and some of our people were in the shop, and the other one was explaining how I am a marine. I'm from the marine world, and I did some incantations, and I hit my hand on the wall, and Onyendu disappeared and came out in Israel. And my younger sister was looking at them like this, like, okay. And it became a story. In fact, Onyendu knows one of these ones where they say, oh, his wife is the incantation one. She's the one doing she's from the water. This is
No, but absolutely, your prayers have definitely sustained, because the prayer of the wife is always sustaining the husband. So when you are referred to as the one, those who make those proclamations are speaking from their own understanding of the kind of prayer you've offered, because without being told, it is very, very clear that you've been supportive of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You've been there for him, both in prayers and in thought, and you've also been there physically. And that leads me to the recent petition that was signed, which I also participated in. How was the response of that petition?
Thank you, Mazi. The response, because it's global, I wanted to do that, to go through to doing petition. You know how the UK is, they think they are punishing us. They're not. They're punishing themselves, because gradually they are coming off the slide. They are going into. They are being removed from the players, the world players, and they're gradually petering out on the impact that they made globally, and that is because of Arala and their hypocrisy. So I always say that there's one of my tweets that I did say that if ever the online dictionary ever became pictorial, they should use England as hypocrisy. When they type the word hypocrisy, England should be the picture of England should show as epitome of hypocrisy. They've managed, in several forms to remove themselves from this very situation, or behave pretend like nothing is going on. And luckily, the members of the parliament, because they are the ones that created this All People's Party, parliament party. So members of this parliament group came together and formed the APPG. And because this is one of the things that happen when you begin to hear some noises all over the place. So they formed this and launched on the 8th of October. I can't remember now. Can't remember the date. But I was at the House of Commons for that launch. And it is because of the UK national or the UK citizens who are held hostage in different countries and held arbitrarily, which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is also one of the victims. So we attended, and I think the invite came from Richard Ratcliffe. Most of the times I've referenced the wife, Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe, who was taken in can't remember now. She's British Iranian, so she was abducted. But her case is also different because her husband is pure British, and her case is between the UK government and the Iranian government. So that's a different story altogether. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case is about, in fact, currently there's one of the cases that was discussed on that launch has been discussed in the Parliament before Christmas. It happened, which of the Thursdays? I think Jamie. It was discussed, but ours have not been discussed because we've not hit the target of 10,000. And that got me thinking, I started to think and wonder, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a leader of over how many million people. So having a signature on that petition of 10K would have been like that. But it hasn't happened, and that's over 3 months. So I'm wondering, is it that there is not enough campaign about it, or is it that these people feigning to love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or be followers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are not aware of it, or they're just feigning, and this is the time to show that you are against the injustice being meted out on our people? Because it's not about Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is the voice and face of Biafrans. So why did we not hit 10K in a month, basically? So
are you saying that the petition haven't hit up to 10K up to this moment?
No, it hasn't. As of now, it's about 8,800 something.
Is it because it hasn't gotten the publicity it required or something?
That's my question. I mean, that's my question. And I have over 20K followers on Twitter, and I don't know what the issue is. I don't know what to say the problem is, but I know what it is still anyway, because our case is different. When people compare us to Nelson Mandela, it's that you have some similarities as well, but we are peculiar. We are a certain kind of people. We are very special, and it's one of my frustrations that Biafrans do not know how special they are, and they lag around. They lag around and not use who they are to make waves.
No, but in my opinion, I believe that this petition have not gotten the publicity that it needs. In my personal opinion, not because our people are lackadaisical in their attitude, but I believe that the petition should be pushed further for our people to really know that this petition, because anything that has to do with Mazi. Yes. So for me, I think this program also will give us the opportunity. I know millions, thousands and millions of people are watching. We are going to put that petition forward. And I can guarantee you that in the next few hours we are going to hit the point that it requires. I can guarantee you that. I believe that we haven't got the right publicity, but this program is going to change. It's going to change all that. Now, I want to bring up this question. We've seen the governor of Anambra State in recent time talk about the the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the issue of security, and how the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu would not change anything when it comes to security in the Eastern region. What is your view in Soludo's statement?
Sorry, Mazi. I saw your comment. I got me laughing. The governor of Governor Soludo, in his recent interview that he gave, first of all, we need to understand that the governor is speaking also for himself and for his cohorts, those who he's probably representing and speaking. He's speaking the mind of himself and his group, or speaking the mind of his group. You would understand, or if you recall, there was insecurity in Southeast for a very, very long time. The marauding of the Fulani headsmen who come into our farms and rape our mothers, murder our people, and nobody was doing anything about it. And like I keep saying, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu continued to lament and worry and press for the security of our people and how they can be protected. So even when the Eastern governors, some of them managed to call the 82 Division, the military in Enugu, and there was no response to them until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and his men established the Eastern Security Network, which is called the ESN. And some of these incidents, you don't see much of it, you don't see many of it any longer. But in the recent time, or since Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was taken, the target is to destroy IPOB. The target is to destroy Nnamdi Kanu, and they have worked so hard for that to happen. There's something about insecurity. When there is insecurity in a state, it becomes public. And after 48 hours, if that is still in existence, then you need to hold responsible the security forces of that state and the politicians. So these two people work in hand with these, whatever they're called, terrorists and people killing. The insecurity itself is being funded, is being managed, is being orchestrated by the politicians and by the security agencies, because from what is it called, from Jos to Abuja, from where you don't see any military troops anywhere. You don't see any checkpoint. They're all free, but that is where these terrorists are just taking over and running over their military bases. But you don't see any military checkpoint. So what are they doing in the east? But maybe every 500 kilometers or 1,000 kilometers, there is a checkpoint. Yet you have loads of people being kidnapped. Who is fooling who? These people work with the security agencies. So Soludo, or Governor Soludo, saying that the release of Nnamdi Kanu would not stop insecurity. Is he confirming, or is he affirming because it's being a thing of debate that whether to release Nnamdi Kanu would stop the insecurity or would it not. So he said because they will not listen to him. How does he know that they will not listen to him? That is number one. Number two, he also said that these people who are carrying out these unrest are hiding under Nnamdi Kanu. In fact, I need to mention this. One of our brothers, the older brother was taken, and they demanded billions. And they said, oh, they're doing it for, no, it's Biafra. They're doing it for Biafra to come. Which is absolutely not true. So Governor Soludo said that they are hiding under the name of Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu also said it. People were fapping about with his name and the rest of it. Now, if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, that will give you at least a leverage. Will it minimize it? Yes, it will minimize it. Will it stop it completely? No, because there are people who are orchestrating this, and these people are in higher places. So if they are...
Okay. No, there is a question I want to ask you. Very, very short one. Based on the Soludo statement and the issue of insecurity, we just have to... I want to ask you a question in that regard again. Does the Eastern governors feel threatened that the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and his ability to curb the security situation, to put it under control, do you feel that they are threatened with his influence? Because we also have to look at that,
yes. Absolutely.
That aspect.
Absolutely. That is not debatable. That is not debatable. That is what it is. You know, when Nnamdi Kanu says that Ndibo, Anyofu, and, envy and jealousy, that is what is at play here. So the influence of Nnamdi Kanu, but keeping Nnamdi Kanu there is not going to diminish his influence. You are only making it wider. You are extending it internationally. I mean, it's becoming a thing that not just the Biafrans are aware of now or involved. In fact, Margaret, a 92-year-old woman, she was at the hospital, and a lot of people were talking about Nnamdi Kanu, pure British people in the hospital discussing Nnamdi Kanu. So keeping him there, you are widening his influence. So keeping him there is not going to change anything. You think when you keep him there, and also keeping him there is diminishing their own relevance, because they're making a fool of themselves. They have one of their brothers going through an injustice, and they are actually working for him not to find justice. They're actually working against him. For who? Because whoever you're working for would never like you more than your brother would like you. So to answer your question, yes, it's about his influence, because there's never been a thing like this before, and they don't like it. But
okay, now we also have a situation where the Eastern governors also, we know that they receive security votes. Because I try to to balance my thought, does it mean that the curbing of insecurity as well could also affect the security vote? So most probably some of the governors might want to see some level of insecurity, because if definitely they are able to put these insecurity issues arrest this insecurity, their security vote might stop coming. Because you need to have insecurity to have a security vote.
Absolutely. Because they are all corrupt. They have immersed themselves in corruption and can't do anything straight, can never be truthful or honest in anything they do. So they have to create the unrest, they have to create the insecurity, they have to create the mayhem in order for them to thrive.
So it's not just all about it's not about being interested in curbing security, because definitely if they have the interest of securing the Eastern region, considering the influence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the Eastern region, they would have worked extremely hard to make sure he's released, to also assist them in doing this job of securing the land.
Absolutely. You would think that. But because these leaders, they lack vision, and as a leader, what makes you a leader? Why are you a leader? Because you're leading people. And these people, what do you have in store for them? You're out to lead. They need to understand what it takes to be a leader. For you to be a leader, you've become selfless. You have become a servant. You become you've become an errand boy. You run around for the safety of your people. You run around for what is one of the what is it called? One of the 4 eyes of leadership keys. They have this individualized consideration that they need to incorporate, and the idealized influence, and what was the other one? The inspirational motivation and intellectual stimulation. These leaders have no clue what it is to lead. So when you look at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they're wondering, there's never been a thing like this. How come? They do not understand the principle of legacy. They don't understand the principle of leadership. They do not understand the principle of self-preservation, because that is what leadership is about. When you are leading people, you are leading not just you leading for their lives, because when you're a leader, for example, you're leading for 4 years, or you're leading for 5 years, or 8 years, or 10 years. Whatever you carry out determines some certain outcome in some people's lives. So when you're a leader, you become the creator of some of the people's future. You become the marker. You mark. There are some people that leave in indelible marks on their lives, maybe on their education, or if they reform their educational system and make it as free as it should be, and reform their syllabus and put in history, and a lot of people's lives will be changed. If they reform securities and the rest of it, making sure that healthcare is accessible and at least up to a standard that a human requires, things will change. Some people's lives will change. But because they're horrible, they don't understand what it is to be a leader. They have no clue the consciousness they require to be a leader. I recall they Putin's speech this year when he was re-inaugurated. And I was at the car dealers trying to fix my car, and I was listening to what he was saying. He was talking about his people. He talks about his people. Look at Trump. Trump is a self-preserver. He's always protecting his territory. You look at the lions. I've always loved lions and never really gone into studying their traits, but I know about their pride. The lioness go out to do hunting and the rest of it. Even the lion takes the biggest about the lion's share, what we know about.
When you look at the operation of the lions, they even work in collaboration. They work in collaboration.
And when women go hunting, what is it that the male lion does? When they
while other animals are always on the run. But there is this video that I saw recently when the bulls charged together against the lion, and the lions ran away.
Because they came as I've seen that video. They ran. That is one thing with unity, and I always say this: there is something about unity. And if I'm finishing this. The lions, the male lions, when the lionesses are hunting for food, what are the male ones doing? They are marking the territory. They are protecting the territory. You can't come into the pride. They're protected. So these leaders don't understand that what it takes to be a leader. And as a man, when we keep saying, oh, the leadership lies on the man in the home, it comes with a lot. It comes with love. These politicians are greedy. They have absolutely no clue what it is to have the interests of someone at heart. I mean, Nnamdi Kanu could have just stayed in the UK and do whatever and live his life and as he likes it. But each time he sees the suffering of the people, you see that pain. You see that when you breathe down and it's in pain, you see all of that. And same goes with me. When I see people, and I wish I could just close my eyes and things will change. So these leaders they have no clue what it's just about their pocket. I saw a video of one of the politicians, I can't remember, they were breaking down the pillar in his sitting room and they were bringing out bags of money. And that was when I started to think about the mental state of these people. When someone is wicked, when someone is just wicked and good in every other areas of life, you can begin to separate their wickedness and, if they have principles. You can sometimes, when someone is too principled, it can be, equal to being wicked. So it's being able to separate all of these traits. But these politicians in Igbo land, they are wicked. They're not just wicked, they are greedy. And they are foolish. These three traits they are the most dangerous traits you can find in one entity. When one person is composed of these three traits, you are in trouble. So they need to go for leadership. It does my head in because there is no continuous improvement. There is no continued learning. They just manage.
But I think that the reality is that when you are not voted into office by the people, there is no way you can have the interest of the people at heart. So that is the truth.
Even when they're voted in, these people,
they are not. They are none of them. When you look at the electoral system in Nigeria, none of them goes into office. The few that were actually voted by the people, we've seen the good work they are doing. So that already tells you the story. That tells you what makes it different when you actually come into office as a governor, as an office holder, voted, because the people knows who love them. The people know. But unfortunately, what we see is a situation where people find their way into office through manipulations, through court judgment and things like that. You do not expect them to lead or govern the people. Well, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll start taking calls. We'll be taking break. When we're back, with Lolo Kanu on Biafran Television Europe, and we're back on our short break, and we are opening the line. The number on the screen that will be on the screen in the shortest possible time will be +39 388 177 9665 +39 388 177 9665. Come forward with your question, come forward with your comment, and also come forward with whatever you have to say. Lolo is here to respond to some of your questions and also some of your compliments. I don't want to hear any negativity on this program, because I know that a lot of people would want to try to, make negative comments or call into ask questions that are not relevant. We want to respond to relevant questions. Because we've seen in recent time how the mind of our people, have been manipulated in a way, yes, to some extent, you just see people coming out to make accusations, to make insults here and there, without any founding any record.
Yeah, it's not just manipulation. I mean, in a group of people, you have people who are intelligent, you have people who are not intelligent, and in the middle, you have people who are halfway there, and those are quite the dangerous ones as well. And then the most dangerous ones are the ones who are not. When I say intelligent, it doesn't mean you have to be schooled or go to school or acquire the
ability to reason.
The ability to reason and analyze things is what separates us from being a human and being even animals. They do their stuff in their kingdom. They know in their hierarchy of things. It goes that way. You don't need to tell them. They just know what to do. They just carry on and do it. So that's why sometimes I don't agree with Onyendu about Nigeria being a zoo, because it's not. The zoos are ostensibly just kind of separated each animal in its kingdom, and so some of these.
I think the zoo is even a better place, if you ask me.
Because when you visit the zoo, you can see all the animals in their cage and doing their stuff, coming out.
And when you look at the animals, you see how the leadership within the hierarchies offer leadership to the lower animals, how they manage.
That's what I'm saying. For example,
that these animals offer to other lower animals are even better quality than some of the leadership that is being offered in the zoo. That's the first caller. Hello, caller. Good evening and welcome to the program. Introduce yourself, please, and tell us where you're calling.
Thank you, Mazi Patrick. Can you hear me sound and clear?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mazi Patrick. I salute you, Lolu Sheshidia, the wife of the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. I am Mazo Kino Kichuku, the general. I want to thank every great people of Biafra, and Lolu Sheshidia, I really want to thank you on this vote of confidence that you have shown for our people, because there is a lot of things going on. And a lot of allegation lay on this leadership of this movement led by Mazi Nnamdi, the man in charge on absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But I want to ask this question because we have to understand what is going on. I want to ask you, Lord Lusheshidia, if our leader is aware that the siblings, his brothers and sisters, sued IPOB Germany to court. And the second one is this. Since Aloye Jemako have taken over the lead counsel, of course he denied to being a lead counsel, but we have to call him the lead counsel of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case as it stands today. Since Aloye Jemako have been taken over, we haven't heard any updates on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case. And we should also understand that our people are blind today because there is no information. We don't even know what is going on again about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case. There is no court update. There is no update on Aloye Jemako Twitter or any platform that is using. And I want you to tell us what is going on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu court case. Because I know that maybe leadership, person like Mazi Nnamdi, he may have an idea, but they have to say things based on the lead counsel. They can't just come out and begin to give our people updates and tomorrow they are going to change it. As it stands today, we don't know what is going on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu court case. Please, I want you to, give us update on that. And what are we going to expect? Thank you very much, Usheshidia.
Lolo, if there are certain questions you wouldn't want to answer, you are not obliged to take, because I know that there are certain questions that might not be necessary for you to answer in this program.
At the moment.
So you can pick the ones you feel convenient, the one you feel important, and respond to them, and the one you feel not important that at the moment you cannot give out information, you are absolutely not obliged to respond.
Of course, thank you very much, Mazi. To Mazi, the voice is very familiar, but I keep missing out the name. I remember that I know the voice. I can recognize that voice anywhere. He's asking a question, and I was on Radio Biafra, yes. So I'm trying to remember the name. I think it's
Biafran child.
Mazi Okenna, yes?
Yeah, the Biafran child, yes.
So Mazi Okenna, thank you very much, and compliments of the season to you and your family and other Biafrans who are listening. I did say something on one of my interviews. I did say that it is imperative that we wait for Onyendu. Now, why I'm going to say this is because even before all the public noise and disagreement, because I don't see any reason why a house, people have issues, even siblings do fight and get into a very deep, heated argument and disagreement, and they usually will settle it. So, having said that, I did say that I would like it, had I been listened to, Mazi, had I been listened to, had everyone listened to me initially when I started explaining and pleading and throwing the importance of unity and what the consequences of not adhering to that suggestion, because an advice rather, it was not an authoritative command or anything. Perhaps had I held any position, maybe I would have used my office to command. But I pleaded and I explained the importance of unity. And once Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is taken, this is what the enemy's plan for us is. You need to understand your enemy. I mean, one of the reasons I don't listen to when Mazi he came asked me a question about those who throw me and say nonsense, they are not intelligent enough. So where the frequency that I operate from, I'm not speaking big or anything, but that is, unfortunately, that's what it is. I can't come down to their level to begin to reason like them. So I reason here, and it's up to you to come down.
Lolo, and also considering the responsibility before you, you have to make your choices based on priorities. You know, because most of the time,
I'm on calls, I'm on meetings, I have to meet up, and whenever it's time to,
you have to choose if you have to take up the challenges of the trolls, or you have to take up the challenges that actually deals directly with the detention of
my situation.
The paramount challenge.
Every other day, I'm seeking feedback from Onyendu, because anytime I want to go sing, so I need to send a message. I want a feedback from him, and before I sent out the Merry Christmas message that is coming from the household of Nnamdi Kanu, I had to send the message. I had to ask him first. I'm not someone who just threw caution to the wind. I'm a very optimistic person. But if you don't understand me, you would think I'm a pessimist. I'm not. I'm a cautious optimist. I believe in good things happening, but I also believe in having plans in place should my plans go awry.
Lolo, we have another call.
Let me finish with Mazi Okenna, please.
Okay, go ahead.
I sang this as a song. I pleaded. I sent it out as a plea, and I sent it also as a warning of the importance of unity for these very distortions in squabbles. We didn't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it. The singular person who is the top, he's the tree, and all other, other branches are just attached to him. You can't say, you're on your own, you're taking your tent from here, you're going somewhere. Or is that indiscipline that I speak of? So in the absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a lot of things, because people are not disciplined, people are doing what they're doing for several reasons, but if logic is in place and emotion was taken out of the equation, we wouldn't be here. So to answer Mazi Kenda's question, Onyendu is aware of the squabbles, but this is something he's promised to deal with, because you can expect him to deal with this from where he is. Do you know what it is for you to be incarcerated for? Any of these people, have they been incarcerated? Not incarceration in Europe or even at a burger and cheese. Yeah, I'm talking about proper incarceration in Nigeria. So some of these people, they've not been there. They don't understand what he's going through, because he's a strong man. He stands firm. Anyone they free. They not in bondage.
Yeah, of course, because and it's because we are enjoying freedom. That is why we are creating problem. Anyway, let's see.
So for the court case, we are yet to get a date, and when that happens, the League Council would explain that, and I think this also would kind of improve. This is 2025. We're going into 2025, so we're going into change, and we're going into dealing with our problems, facing it head on, and making sure that we get a change to it. So all of this is we're going into 2025. So things will change. There will be updates. Biafrans are, they're thirsty for news of Nnamdi Kanu, how he's faring and whatever. So there's been a little bit of lag in that, but that would improve. That would change.
Beautiful. We have another caller. Hello, caller. Your name and where you're calling from, please. Your name and where you're calling from. Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
My name is... Yeah, I can hear you very well. My name is Geraldine, Mrs. Geraldine Onyolo. I'm calling from Germany. So, I have a question to ask. Lolo, can you hear me very well?
Go ahead, she's hearing
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. To my own understanding, with what I know right now, apart from Britain being fully responsible, I think they have a role to play, or they played a big role to what happened to our leader, right? Now, the Eastern governors are also part of this problem Mazi is facing today. So my question is this. I don't understand what is happening, no update from the court, just like the first caller, mentioned. So as a common or an average Biafran, what do you think we do? Because the year is almost gone. This 2025, what do we do? What do we do? How do we help? How do we come in? Biafrans all over the world. The petition you mentioned earlier, honestly, I don't think it could also be that petition was manipulated, because I'm hearing it for the first time. I've been trying my possible best to sign in. I could not. So what do we do? Don't you think there's a kind of foul play or what? Thank you very much.
Thank you, my sister Geraldine. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, caller.
So I think there are three. I've picked up three things I need to address. So first of all, there is a foul play, of course. If I allude a little bit to the fact that, the change.org did say they would air the petition, they will not push it on their platforms. And I remember just checking, and they didn't do that because we earned. People go to sign the petition, and it would ask them to support change.org. And some people will pay. I think Mazi Patrick, maybe you paid something as well, and even Mazi Dozien paid something, to help them. So a lot of people actually pay because of the love they have for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And I don't know what to say about that manipulation, but from also the publication part of it and wider publication or wider information hasn't actually been decimated for people to pick it up. But I believe that after this very interview that there will be an improvement for this very situation to be discussed at the Parliament. So going to the second point that you made, of course, British government was very much aware. If you recall, once Mazi Nnamdi Kanu appeared in court, you recall that Boris Johnson brought this kidnapper, what is his name? The kingpin kidnapper. You know, Buhari is known to be a kidnapper. That is his job. He likes to kidnap people. So he was called. He came to the UK, and the then Kenyan, what was his name, also came, and they held a meeting. And Boris had sent out calls. And in some of the reports that we got, they refused to give us exactly the conversation, the detailed conversation that these three leaders held. So the British government, they are very much involved. And that is why I keep saying, which would bring me to your third point, what we can do. We are a peculiar people. There is something about us that must not emerge. So if you recall during the war and the rest of it, they are afraid of another Japan or whatever they don't want us. You see our children not being in 4 walls of the university, and they're building things beyond your imagination. Even the professors in schools can't even build that from even their theory books. They can't do that. So there is a target against us. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu being our face and voice is what they're trying to quench, is what they're trying to stop. And our people are helping them. Who are the people helping them? Not the poor masses who Nnamdi Kanu is actually fighting for. The people, the elite, the people who are supposed to join hands are running away from doing what they... I want to address something. Someone said something. He said, you people insult the politicians, and now you're calling them to help and ask for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's release. We are asking them for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's release because they have involved themselves. If they remove themselves from this very situation, we will not ask for them. If they remove themselves, we can deal with our situation. So if they don't want to call for his release, they should stop stopping his release because they are sitting on it. They should remove themselves. And it will happen organically. So what we can do as Biafrans is to come together as one. You cannot say, I love Nnamdi Kanu. Some people don't have to be IPOB members. You don't have to be. I mean, some people are not, but they support what IPOB. They support Nnamdi Kanu. They stand for him, but they're not IPOB members. So those who are not IPOB members can carry on supporting the way they have supported in the past. Then those who want to join under the umbrella, because you need to stand under the umbrella. Because had it been just Nnamdi Kanu is just one person, is an entity, but he's come out. He's a person representing the multitude of this clan, of these people. So, as Biafrans, we need to come together, join the IPOB umbrella, and hit every leader in our several locations where we live. If this petition hit 10K, it will be discussed in Parliament, in the UK Parliament. Don't forget that the UK government is busy becoming, like I said earlier, Mazi, they are removing themselves from the play that they used to play in the world arena. So because they support evil, and in their hypocrisy, they try to hide themselves from the reality of things. And what you know how they do, are you okay? Yeah, I'm not joking, you okay? You know, and I say, are you okay? You okay? How much are you not okay? So that is what they do. They're hypocrites. And we need to face them head on. And how do we do that? We are going by this as well. We've been to the court, and that didn't work because as a government, they have their own say. You can't force them to do so. You go by the law that they have. They are the ones that enacted the law. So by their law, we couldn't push their hands. Yes. So that's number one. Number two, they keep telling you, they don't know what's going on. They don't know what happened, but they can actually do something. What can they do? Now, we've gone to the House of Commons, which was one of the results of people complaining and writing and saying that we have UK citizens who are held arbitrarily in other countries. Some are held hostages. There's one of them who owned a radio station and he was taken. I think he's in China. I think it's the Jimmy guy, and I think his petition hit 10K, and it was discussed in the parliament. And now you have UK citizens in China, in Egypt, and what is the problem? The UK government, how it has set up itself, it's one of the useless countries that do not fight for their citizens. So you know how Americans would say, oh, if you have an American citizen, you can't stay more than 24 hours or 48 hours. They will come. It's because they have created these special envoys. Even Ireland has it. Switzerland, Australia, they have it. UK does not have it. So what UK has is just the consulars who they would delegate to just as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is, I do get a report every 8 weeks, which annoys me because the report they give me is like a robotic report. They just say, oh, we saw him. He said this. And when he said this person said that. What can you do? When I was very upset about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's health, they said to me, oh, they can only speak to the DSS. They can't really do anything. They can't bring in any. I said, okay. And we have questions that we've asked them. And this is one of the questions that will be thrown at the UK Parliament. In fact, God willing, and if God is helpful, I need to be present there. And this question will be asked. There is a constitution where Nigeria can't trial Nnamdi Kanu because they say whatever he committed. So having a radio station was done in UK. So if you recall, the last time Oyundo was in court, the Nigerian government took out the location. How can you then trial someone in UK? So if you recall, the last time Oyundo was in court, the Nigerian government took out the location. How can you then trial someone?
Agbanfunu n'ụzọ enu na-eke ọ bụdo onye ka mụ ga-akọ sabara maka ihe m hụrụ na-agba m anya mmiri. Ụmụ ụwa ga-elu m ntị n'olu ajụjụ onye ka mụ jiri bịa Biko onye ka ị na-eso n'azụ, onye na-eso n'aka n'ebe, onye na-achụ ma ihe na-achụ ya, onye na-agba ọsọ ma mgbadebe ọsọ ya. Ije ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya, ije ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya. Ebe onye ọsọ lụrụ onye ije ga-eru, mgbe onye lụrụ ọma ịracha. Emenie na mmadụ na-eme akara aka niile abụrụ ofu. Oke solo ngwele ma mmiri, ọkọsị anụ ngwele ọ ga-akọkọ oke gbalụbanụ ubuji eji. Otu bụla na-agwụba ọdụ ya, onye anya ukwu ka ndị wayo na-ebu. Ije ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya ije ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya Ọrụ onye na-enye gị ndụmọdụ, ọrụ onye na-anụrụ okwu okenye bụkwa ihe dị mma. Isi awa bụ ụlọ amamihe, onye nzuzu na-achị isi awa, onye iberibe na-akapụ nka ndụmọdụ ịdụrụ onwe gị ka mma ọrụ ụdị enyi na-eme ọtụtụ ọyị bụ ọtụtụ nrafu. One good age is better than 10. Ka amarije afọ ọdachi ụzọ ka mbụrụ ọnụ ọfụ ụzọ na ije ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya ije ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya Biko onye ka ị na-eso n'azụ, onye na-eso n'aka n'ebe, onye na-achụ ma ihe na-achụ ya, onye na-agba ọsọ ma mgbadebe ọsọ ya. Ije ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya, ije ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya. Ebe onye ọsọ lụrụ onye ije ga-eru, mgbe onye lụrụ ọma ịracha. Onye na-eso maka na ọ bụ odogwu, ịma ihe o ji bụrụ odogwu, ịma ihe na-abụrụ odogwu egwu. Ị ga-agbanwukwa egwu ọ na-agba, ị ga-achụnwukwa aja ọ na-achụo, ị ga-ebu nwoke odogwu na-ebuo. Ịma ya ulu ilesi isi oke ọchịchọ ka mmadụ ji anwụju, Nkechi nyere onye ya ju ya afọ. Ije ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya, ije ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya. Ebe onye ọsọ lụrụ onye ije ga-eruo, mgbe onye lụrụ ọmaghịlacha. Nke onye na-eme ya jisi ike, oge aka ọ dị njọ ọ ga-adị mma. Ji jiri eji ga-eforịrị onye achụ n'ụwa n'ike, ịchụbakwa ihe ịchụtara iburu. Onye ndidi bụ ya nwe mmeri, aka na uche ka eji akpata ego, ntụtụ ka eji atụju ụkpa. Omekatara ma chi ekweghị bụ asịnụ, biko mebechi gị ga-ekwerịrị. Ome mma ya na mma ya anamụ, ome njọ ya na njọ ya anahụ. Ije ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya, ije ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya. Nwaanyị na-ebe akwa n'oge ya agago, ị na-afụkwa ndị ọgbọ gị. Ụfọdụ nwụrụ ma ha anụghị di, ụfọdụ nwụrụ ma ha amụghị nwa, ụfọdụ nụrụ di ha enweghị udo. Anụla di na ndị ọzọ na-alụ, enyekwa na mmadụ anya. Ije ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya, ije ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya. Ebe onye ọsọ lụrụ onye ije ga-eruo, mgbe onye lụrụ ọmaghịlacha. Biko onye ka ị na-eso n'azụ, onye na-eso n'aka n'ebe, onye na-achụ ma ihe na-achụ ya, onye na-agba ọsọ ma mgbadebe ọsọ ya. Ije ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya, ije ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya. Ebe onye ọsọ lụrụ onye ije ga-eruo, mgbe onye lụrụ ọma ịracha. Biko onye ka ị na-eso n'azụ, onye na-eso n'aka n'ebe, onye na-achụ ma ihe na-achụ ya, onye na-agba ọsọ ma mgbadebe ọsọ ya. Ije ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya, ije ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya. Ebe onye ọsọ lụrụ onye ije ga-eruo, mgbe onye lụrụ ọma ịracha. Nne na nna na-akpali ụmụ ha, na ndị ọgbọ ha enwesiwe ego, ọnọbụzi ka faje ezigbo oli. Akala aka niile abụla ofu, onye na-asị nwa gị lere anya biko ọ na-aga n'ebe ọsọ na-agba ma ihe na-achụ ya, onye na-agba ọsọ ma mgbadebe ọsọ ya. Ije ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya, ije ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya. Onye nwere nya ju ya afọ, oke abili na-ebute oli, ntaji anya na-ebute ịma n'anya. Ajụla ajụla ofe ayala ya nwụọ. Okenye amaghị egwu ana bụ nzuo, ụtụtụrụ ji emere ọfọ ji ya, o mebere ji ahara ọfọ ji ya. Ụbọchị niile bụ nke onye oli, ofu ụbọchị bụkwa nke onye nwe ụlọ. Emekata asị na mmadụ anwụrụ, ije ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya, ije ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya. Ije n'ụwa niile bụ afịanụ, onye zuru nke ya na onye ebu n'ụwa n'isi, iburu ụwa n'isi onyigbo gị. Onye buru chi ya ụzọ, onye ahụ agbagbo onwe ya n'ọsọ. Chi gị gbakọtara ọsị ka eze nụrụ alụnụ onye dị ndụ ya ka emechi ya maka na ndụ bụ isi nụ ọnwa egbugide ejiri chụọ aja nwanne na ọ ga-ebuliri ome biko onye ka ị na-eso n'azụ onye na-eso na-agada ebere onye na-achụ ma ihe na-achụ ya onye na-agba ọsọ ma mgbarịba ọsọ ya iji ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya iji ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya ebe onye ọsọ lụrụ onye ije ga-eru mgbugbo onye ruru ọma ịracha biko onye ka ị na-eso n'azụ onye na-eso n'aka n'ebe onye na-achụ ma ihe na-achụ ya onye na-agba ọsọ ma mgbadebe ọsọ ya iji ụwa bụkwa onye na-achị ya iji ụwa bụkwa onye na nke ya ebe onye ọsọ lụrụ onye ije ga-eru mgbugbo onye ruru ọma ịracha